was otherworldly. Such an achievement would be cause for astonishment in any business, but for one of our size, scale, and consequence, it is simply staggering. So not only is it sort of otherworldly generally, but also for the company, the results were really blowing away, certainly management on the call. And I'd also like to note, too, there is certainly a fear among bears for the sort of AI bear case. So just the worry that AI would really replace the business. But analysts are really sort of understanding that this is really not a big issue. So Morgan Stanley analysts specifically writing, quote, the bear case on AI native competition is overstated. And Karp also saying that the risks of letting models loose within their homes for AI companies is also something that Palantir has an edge over. So interesting space to watch.
All right, one more. What do I got? Spotify?
Yes, Spotify, the world's largest music streaming service, ticker SPOT. So shares are now flat. They had fallen as much as 5% earlier in trading today, and they were on track for their worst day in nearly 3 months. What we're looking at too is certainly the earnings results from the company, the third quarter monthly active users and operating income forecasts really missed estimates. Monthly active users came in at 788 million this quarter, down from the 793.5 million that analysts expected. And so while Spotify is traditionally focused on growing subscribers, it looks like they're trying to increase prices and hoping that their more ardent users will really pay more for the service. Bloomberg intelligence analysts specifically wrote that softer than expected operating income might signal higher AI spending by the company, which was cause for investor concern and may have explained the stock movement earlier today in trading.
It always comes back to CapEx, and that's why so many people call it CapEx season rather than earnings season. All right, Judy, really appreciate it. Judy LeGroux, Bloomberg News reporter, and for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. These are 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Stock Movers is available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. One reason why stocks are getting a boost today and yields are coming down is because oil prices continue to decline. WTI and Brent now both down by more than 5%. They're trading in the 70 handle, albeit close to $80 for Brent and mid-70s for WTI. And a lot of this has to do with progress, supposedly, on any kind of U.S.-Iran peace deal. Let's go now to Dan Williams. He is our reporter based in Jerusalem on the latest out of the Middle East. So, Dan, we've been here before. Peace talks, close to some kind of deal, and then a few days later it gets unwound. What's different this time?
Well, I'm not sure anyone is calling this specific deal a peace deal. It would be an accommodation over the Strait of Hormuz, apparently something that could be announced anytime soon in the coming hours. Those are the reports that we're hearing now from the Gulf, and indeed the U.S. Secretary of Treasury Bessent predicted an announcement today or tomorrow. So everything sounds fairly consonant. Judging by reports that have emerged, this would involve effectively a property share of that waterway with a degree of Iranian control over incoming traffic, a degree of freedom for outgoing traffic. Potentially the Iranians would still be able to exact costs payment, albeit payment potentially reinvented or repurposed as a service fee rather than a toll. Again, this is all based on provisional reporting we've seen so far. It would appear that the US president's latest railing, his latest threats, which culminated at the weekend with what he described as a World War II style or scale attack on Iran by the United States and by Israel that was canceled at the last minute to allow for last minute diplomacy. And then again, he upped the ante today with more impatience, with more demands for a breakthrough on Hormuz in the near future. It appears that may have borne fruit, but those fruit would not be a full peace deal. They would be some kind of temporary accommodation over Hormuz, which may actually be enough for the president's needs at this point in the war.
Dan, is the assumption that no matter what gets agreed to, that Israel will go along?
Yes, absolutely. We had the Israeli prime minister in Washington last week in really, and I say this with respect, a display of open fealty to the US president. This was their second meeting, their first meeting since the war was launched on the 28th of February. They met very shortly before that in retrospect to plan the launch of that war. Obviously, for reasons of operations, for running the war, the conduct of the war, they were each kept in their own cities. However, it was clear to anyone watching that in recent weeks and months, there was a degree of division between them over the course of the war. I don't think either of them wanted it to see it reach the 5-month mark. We're now well into the 6th month of this war. And I think the purpose of the Israeli prime minister, and he stated this both in background briefings and on record on American television, was to show that Israel will go along with whatever Trump wants. That was the position then. And indeed, Trump said that over the weekend, the Israelis were about to launch an attack along with the United States on Iran. That would have been a resumption of their joint campaign, keeping in mind that the Israelis did not take part in the recent flare-up of fighting between Iran and the United States. We didn't actually get confirmation of that from Israel, but in general, the Israelis say they're poised to strike Iran if requested to by the United States, or if Iran should attack Israel directly. It has not done so far.
Okay, so I mean, the markets are taking comfort from the fact that Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, has indicated that there's progress being made. But who is kind of leading the negotiations on the U.S. side? And just very quickly here.
The negotiations on the U.S. side will be, I imagine, as before, by Kushner and by Witkoff, who are effectively the global envoys for the US president. There has been a degree of mediation. We know about Oman, we know about Pakistan, we know about Turkey. It's all very murky. And keep in mind that every time Trump talks about a development in these talks, a breakthrough imminent, the Iranians are very quick to deny that that is the case. So really, results are what talk here.
For Bloomberg News, he is based in Jerusalem, getting the latest there. Again, the markets are reacting very clearly that some peace offering to some degree may be in the offing. Again, I look to oil first and foremost. It's off 5.2% to $76 for WTI crude oil. It's pretty pronounced here, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Still not back to the lows we saw in late June.
Friday, July jobs are in focus.
It seems pretty darn good. If you want a job, you got a job.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%.
Will the low hire, low fire environment continue?
Job satisfaction reached a historic high.
This is blowing away estimates.
The July jobs report on Bloomberg Surveillance. Friday morning at 8:30.
Does this change Kevin Wersch's world?
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Business of Sports report. British Prime Minister Andy Burnham says FIFA President Gianni Infantino is not the right man to lead World Soccer's governing body in the latest fallout from the now abandoned plan to sell stakes in the World Cup to private investors. The plan had sought to create an entity to house media rights, including those for the World Cup, and would have brought in outside capital based on a $20 billion valuation for that entity. European soccer's governing body, UEFA, said it had lost confidence in FIFA's leadership. The governing body for North and Central American and Caribbean soccer said FIFA had stopped putting football first. Infantino was forced to back down over his controversial plans to sell World Cup profits through a commercial subsidiary that would run its top competitions. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Infantino reportedly held a phone call. Infantino wants the Trump administration's help to keep his job. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure to the west of the area, responsible for sunshine. Just a little bit of high cloudiness coming into the area from the south and west. We're 85. We're partly cloudy and 65 tonight. Back to sunshine tomorrow. Highs will be near 85. It's partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Thursday. Highs 85 to near 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 10:21 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. Stocks are in record territory. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 671 points, or 1.33%. S&P 500 up about 1%, or 70 points. NASDAQ 100 up 602 points, or more than 2%. We've got the NASDAQ up about 380 points, or 1.5%, on the hopes that the Strait of Hormuz may reopen this week. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the U.S. and Iran are closing in on a deal. This is pushing oil prices lower. Brent crude is down nearly 5% at $79.76 a barrel. WTI crude down 5.33% at $76 a barrel. We've also got lots of stocks on the move today. Palantir Technologies jumping 24% after the company boosted full-year revenue and income forecasts and described commercial demand for its data analytics tools as, quote, otherworldly. Shares of Wayfair also on the rise, up 26% after the furniture retailer gave a blowout earnings report and served up better than expected third quarter guidance. After the closing bell, AMD and SpaceX on deck with their earnings reports. It's going to be the first ever earnings report for SpaceX as a publicly traded company. We've got shares of ExxonMobil and Chevron under pressure after President Trump slammed the oil giants, saying they're making too much money, urging them to give some of it back to the public in the form of lower retail gas prices. ExxonMobil and Chevron earned $29 billion combined in the second quarter. That's about $318 million a day, more than 3 times the same period a year ago. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right, Alexis, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube. All right, folks, sitting at your terminal, SPX index space EA. Pop that into your terminal. What you're going to see is you got about 70% of the S&P 500 companies reported earnings so far. Average sales growth, about 15%. Average earnings growth, about 55%.
Whoa.
ECADs. So a lot of that is some of the energy stuff. But anyway, there's some big numbers out there, that's for sure.
We haven't hit the consumer companies yet.
Exactly. Kim Forrest, founder and chief investment officer, Boca Capital Partners. She's out there in Pittsburgh. Kim, what do you make so far of kind of this earnings season? It's still, as Scarlett just mentioned earlier, I hadn't heard it before, but it's not so much earnings season, but CapEx season here. What do you make of it so far?
I love that. I'm going to totally steal that.
Yeah.
Love CapEx season. Yeah. And I think it's good if you're like us and have, a handful of semiconductor stocks. The second quarter was very, very good to our clients. And I think that's largely because of, what we're finding out now in CapEx season.
Okay, so that now that we're in CapEx season, it feels like the market, the sentiment kind of lurches from, oh my gosh, we got to get in on this. Is it too late to, we've passed the peak. Maybe AI is not cracking up to all that it's promised to be. Why do you think there is such a swing between these extremes?
Well, I think there's some real facts that are underlying those fears, right? Well, the first fear is AI a real thing? This is the fear I have. Okay, is AI a real thing, and will it ever earn back all the money that has been spent on it? I think some of the money is misspent, and if you're an investor maybe in those private companies, you may not get the return on it. But if you are a general investor, I strongly believe in what AI can do, knowing it, having been a software engineer, making AI custom solutions back in the 90s. I understand the promise there. And today we're seeing it in Palantir's results, right? That companies are spending there. They wouldn't be spending unless they thought they were going to get a return. But there's an awful lot of uncertainty in all the areas that where spending is, right? Look at Blue Owl. People are thinking maybe Blue Owl doesn't get their money back. And we have to wait and see for a couple of years and see what the winners and losers are, don't we?
We also had Caterpillar, and now Caterpillar's kind of become a little bit of a bellwether for AI in terms of building these data centers, empowering these data centers, and that's part of what Caterpillar does. They had some positive numbers today as well.
Absolutely, and guess what? This is where the virtual world meets the real world, right? We need data centers, we need fabs, fabrication plants, and we need for semiconductors, and we need power plants. So all three of those things are about moving dirt, and Caterpillar wins in that.
Caterpillar wins in that, and you see that reflected in the performance of the stock over time. SpaceX will be reporting earnings after the close. Is there anything that investors are looking for the company to say to kind of reverse the slide that it's been on, shortly after the IPO? It's trading well below that $135 price.
Sure. Well, I think it's like, how do they make money, and when are they going to make money? Like most of the money that's coming in on real products has to do with, I'm blanking, the satellite stuff.
Starlink.
Or
Starlink,
SpaceX.
thank you. Yeah, it's Tuesday here. Sorry.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, it's a busy week. But yeah, Starlink is really making money. Some of the payloads going up into, orbit, that's making money. But living on Mars, probably not going to make money. So that's what we have to ask is it a real company, or is it just a fun sci-fi sort of investment? It's a tough call.
This is Elon Musk we're talking about. We know what he's going to say. He's going to paint this grand picture and perhaps be kind of lighter on details. Or if he does give details, it's kind of, there are moving goalposts to all of this.
He has a beautiful reality distortion field, right? Where when he talks, you believe him. Steve Jobs, same thing. Like, these are powerful leaders that have made really great products, have delivered on those products, maybe not at the time or scale or scope of the original idea, but they do deliver. And it's tough to bet against Elon, but he is a divisive figure for many people, and I think he is a hero for many people. Maybe that's what you're buying when you buy SpaceX, is you're buying the vision Elon Musk has. Yep. I'm a little bit more short-term, like 3 to 5 years sort of short-term minded, not 10 to 15.
Right.
All right, Kim, thanks so much. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. As always, Kim Farr, she's the founder and chief investment officer at Boca Capital Partners. Again, I'm just looking, I don't really know Palantir Technologies that well, but the shares jumped by the most in almost 16 months after the company boosted full-year revenue and income forecast as described commercial demand for its data analytics tools as, quote, otherworldly. I don't know. So, but I know Mandeep Singh knows. He covers all this tech stuff for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, can you just briefly describe what Palantir is and what you took away from their earnings last night?
I mean, this is a company pre-AI, before LLMs came to the scene, and they have done a lot of customized work for government entities, large defense companies, where it helps make sense of big data. Okay. Basically, it goes back to that big data days where if you're dealing with large amounts of data, they can help you create a pretty dashboard that can, give you the insights from unstructured data. Now, with all the LLMs coming to the scene, they clearly have made a pivot towards incorporating LLMs as part of the solution. And what we have seen is accelerating growth over the last 13 quarters. So this is the 13th consecutive quarter of top line acceleration. And 93% growth is very impressive for a software company. But when I look at, the customer base, we're talking about 1,000 customers. So it's very high ASPs, very high monetization at their customer base, which, like I said, half of this is coming from the government. And so from that perspective, a typical enterprise company like Microsoft has got over 100,000 customers. Even a Snowflake or Databricks has got 20,000 plus customers. Palantir is just catering to 1,000 customers. And that's the real risk for me when I look at the growth trajectory next couple of years.
So you're saying that's a source of fragility rather than a source of strength for Palantir.
Yeah.
What could disrupt that? I mean, does that make Palantir more vulnerable to a competitor coming in?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the CEO has been so vocal about Anthropic and OpenAI and how suddenly, out of all the companies, Palantir is supporting open source. I mean, this is a company that has benefited greatly from selling a proprietary solution, and now it's coming out and being so vocal about open source support. So that, I think, gives you an indication that they do see the competition coming from the likes of OpenAI and Anthropic, as well as the hyperscalers. I mean, what Palantir did really well was they had this concept called FDE, forward deployed engineers, that were part of their employee base. So when you're installing a solution, the FDEs actually help you get there faster. And now all of these companies, whether it's Microsoft, Amazon, they have this FDE team that they are using to deploy their own LLM. So I think competition-wise, I feel there will be more competition from Palantir, and they can see that, which is why they are being so vocal with open weight support. And I mean, the growth trajectory, they guided to increase top-line growth. So it was a beat and raise quarter. But to my mind, the growth rates will normalize, and that's where the higher valuation kind of creates a risk.
All right, you mentioned Anthropic, because we're looking for a potential IPO maybe later this year. Bloomberg News has got a story that Anthropic has struck a $10 billion deal for computing capacity from a months-old infrastructure startup, making the Claude maker's latest effort to keep pace with demand for its products. What is that all about?
I mean, right now, Anthropic is just getting compute from wherever they can, whether it's SpaceX or Meta or, these, in this case, this small company, Bitcoin mining company that has compute to sell.
Hold on. Bitcoin mining company is now providing compute for an AI play.
Yeah, because at the end, it's a data center.
That's the dream for these Bitcoin mining companies once they make the transition.
I mean, compute is agnostic of where, that data center is set up, what purpose it was used for in the past. It doesn't matter. Compute is, you need processing capability with live power connected to a grid. That's all you care
And just to be clear, we never used the term compute before, did we?
Not in that way. We used it as a verb.
Yes, we never said as a noun.
Yeah, well,
right? See, I just wanted to make sure. I'm calling these tech people out on some of this stuff.
Well, they make up a lot of words.
They do. But I need more compute. Is that what you?
That's what all these LLMs need. If you listen to any conference they are on, they'll tell you the world needs 10 times, 50 times more compute than currently available.
So my little PC in front of me here is not going to get it done? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Different compute.
Okay. Mandeep Singh, thank you so much. Mandeep Singh, I don't know. I guess he knows what he's talking about, but he's the most knowledgeable guy we know. That's for sure.
So everything we know is based on what he tells us.
Exactly. All right, Mandeep Singh, he's global tech head of the research business for Bloomberg Intelligence. And boy, I guess the market's taking Mr. Bessent's comments at
face value.
Yeah, and then some. So we're keeping an eye on, oil's trading down by 4 or 5% here today. That's
good news for the inflation story. Good news
for inflation. Yeah, exactly right. So you're seeing in the bond yields come in here 3-4 basis points. Stocks are up by 1.5% here. That's kind of the story until it's not, and then we kind of reverse it and say never mind. But we'll see how it plays out here today. But the market's certainly moving here, and we'll keep an eye on it. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Republican Senators John Cornyn and Tom Tillis say they will be voting to confirm Todd Blanche as the next Attorney General. Now that Blanche has said in writing that the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund set up by President Trump is dead. Democratic Senator Dick Durbin reacting.
We have learned that simply his word is not enough for most of us, not even for some of my Republican friends. Even his word under oath is not credible enough.
He's talking about Blanche there. The Senate Judiciary Committee expected to advance Blanche's nomination to the full Senate. Bond set at $1 million for the man arrested last night and charged with arson in connection with the Spokane, Washington fires that have destroyed at least 700 buildings. The state of Texas joining the state of New York in announcing a moratorium on AI data centers amid concerns about power and water use. And SpaceX to issue its first quarterly earnings since going public after the bell this afternoon. This is ABC News.
Hi, I'm Christina Ruffini, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on that weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheesesteaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, Easy Cater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit easycater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at easycater.com.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing three-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Cameron Dawson of New Edge Wealth.
If you are concerned about growth or at all want to hedge your portfolio against a potential slowdown in growth, which I will note there is no sign of a slowdown in growth happening in any of the data. Look at Atlanta Fed GDP now over 6% for the third quarter.
This is nuts.
But if you were to want to hedge yourself against growth, then that would certainly be in bonds a way to do it, given how high yields are, that you are getting well compensated.
Okay.
And the expectation is you would see a rally in bonds if you were to see a slowdown.
The difference here, folks, is if there's a 42-page report on like the duration of AI CapEx, I'll read the first 2 pages and look for a chart to look at back deep. Cam Dawson sits on the airplane and reads every single word of the report. How long does this keep going? If we assume this can't continue, can we adjust and this market adjust before some correction or legitimate SPX bear market?
We truly are in an environment where it is Atlas holding up the world, and Atlas in this scenario is the hyperscalers' willingness to burn all of their free cash flow on this CapEx. We would not be seeing the nominal GDP growth that we are seeing. We would not be seeing the earnings growth we were seeing were it not for these companies' willingness to spend all of their cash and all of their free cash flow generation and be able to spend on this CapEx.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
10:40 on Wall Street. I'm Alexis Christoforous from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. We have got a powerful rally underway for stocks this morning. S&P 500 up 77 points or 1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1 1/3% or about 680 points. So record territory there. NASDAQ 100 up 630 points. We've got the NASDAQ up 405 points. This as oil plunges. Brent crude down more than 4% at $80.41 a barrel. WTI crude down 4.5% at $76.70 a barrel on the hopes that the U.S. and Iran are moving closer to a deal this week that could reopen the Strait of Hormuz. As for stock news, we have got shares of DuPont lower after its beat and raise quarter just wasn't enough for Wall Street, and the consumer products giant Kimberly-Clark lowered its growth expectations for the year. That's due to a warehouse fire in Southern California and what the company calls false allegations about the quality of its diapers in China. Meantime, we have got shares of SpaceX now up about 2%, up about 3.5% ahead of its earnings report due out after the closing bell. It's first as a publicly traded company. And shares of Palantir up 27% after boosting full-year revenue and income forecasts, describing commercial demand for its data analytics tools as, quote, otherworldly. And it looks like the post-pandemic travel boom is hitting a little turbulence. High fuel prices and ongoing flight frustrations are causing more Americans to rethink those international trips this summer. The number of U.S. travelers flying internationally this June fell by 3.2% from the prior year. That is the first drop for the month of June in 5 years. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Alexis Christoforous. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Scarlett.
All right. Thank you so much, Alexis, for that Bloomberg Business Flash. We are seeing a rally in U.S. equities here, building on yesterday's advance. It is, of course, the thick of earnings season. And this morning, we got indication from McDonald's that U.S. sales perhaps not living up to what was promised or what was expected. Comparable sales in the U.S. Coming in a little bit lighter than anticipated. Michael Halen is our senior restaurant and food service analyst and joins us in studio. So, Michael, I thought McDonald's was one of the companies that would benefit from consumers seeking value, seeking perhaps lower cost and more convenient food options. And it certainly looked that way in quarters past. What happened this last quarter?
Yeah, so last year they did a good job of reestablishing themselves as the value leader. They were also lapping really weak comps due to E. coli. And so as a result, they had very strong results last year. This year, we thought it was, we didn't think it was a great idea to just try to lap these really strong comps with just value, A. B, they kind of screwed up the whole value thing. They pulled BOGOs, buy one, get one offers. They took away a lot of discounts on the app, which their lower income consumers use all the time. And they pushed a 10 items for $3 menu that kind of fell flat. And so all of those changes that happened actually created an increase of prices for their consumers. So, that paired with a tough year-over-year comparison, showed up in their results today.
The company is embarking on a multi-year plan to become more than just a fast, cheap meal, with the aim of being the first choice for family outings and other occasions. How are they going to do that?
Listen, we'll probably see more tie-ins. Last year was the Minecraft meal that was absolutely a monster for them globally, right? So they're going to have to use some more tie-ins. It's going to be tough. I think what we're seeing is McDonald's kind of taking some of these family occasions away from McDonald's this year. Burger King has remodeled their restaurants, improved the quality of the food, and really done a nice job of building back sales over the last few quarters. And I think McDonald's is feeling it, and that's why they're kind of talking about that segment, because it seems like they may be losing some share there. I think what the real drivers of this will be are, beverages. I think beverages is a very good opportunity for them to grow sales in the afternoon day part. I think they can take sales away from Sonic, who is a big competitor in the beverage space that does a nice job in that 2 to 4 p.m. Lull, where the restaurants are staffed, and so they're primed to do more business. It's very incremental sales in that day part. They're going to do some more training. Some retraining in the fourth quarter to help boost their operations. I think they're not going to do what they did this quarter, which was just throw too many different marketing initiatives against the wall, right? You have to be more disciplined in today's market because, these windows, everyone's marketing and everyone's putting out LTOs and new food items and discounts out there all the time because the low-income consumer is struggling. And so what we're seeing now is that promotions are only giving you these chains a lift for 1 or 2 weeks.
And then it fades.
And so, if you're constantly marketing something new every couple of weeks,
people just tune you out.
It gets confusing for the consumer. It gets confusing for the employees. It just kind of makes a mess of things, which happened this quarter.
Yeah, it just becomes noise in the background. Yeah. A lot of analysts are saying that the results are kind of the secondary story. The bigger story here is a change in McDonald's USA leadership. Joe Erlinger is out, and Sky Anderson, who was the COO, comes in. Do you see this changing things dramatically for McDonald's?
I don't think so. I mean, Erlinger did a great job. So that may be viewed as a loss by some, but Sky Anderson has been there for a long time. She's worked very closely with Joe and the U.S. team in charge of operations. So, she has a strong track record at McDonald's. So I don't expect too much of a change there.
What is it again?
Cyclospora.
Yeah, what is that?
The lettuce
It's a parasite that causes, very, very bad diarrhea.
And so this is something that's impacting the lettuce?
Yes. This is impacting lettuce. There was a pretty big recall. Taylor Farms is a big supplier.
And Taco Bell getting caught up in it.
And Taco Bell got caught up. There was some news today that wasn't a good look for them, right? So somebody got a hold of some emails that showed they knew about this outbreak maybe a couple weeks before they let their consumers know. And so, not a good look for them. Also, there was a couple of deaths. I think there were people that had health issues prior to Cyclospora, but that's uncommon for Cyclospora deaths, right? That's more of like an E. coli thing. So not great for Yum Brands, but at the same time, they just divested Pizza Hut. People are going to forget about the Cyclospora outbreak, and this company is set up for much, much stronger top and bottom line growth over the next 12 months because of they got rid of that yoke on its neck, which
so
was
they just
Pizza
have to
Hut.
get through this period. In other words, with all the bad news and figuring out a solution to this. I want to go back to something you said earlier, Michael, about how McDonald's is trying to get more people into its stores in the afternoon hours, like with drinks. I think about Starbucks and how it's trying to get more people into its stores through food items. So everyone's just trying to get a way to get consumers to come in around 2 to 4 p.m. That's the lull, and that's like the time of day they've targeted. And if you sell food, then you want to provide drinks. If you sell drinks, then you want to provide food. What did people do? What did companies do with that time slot before this focused attention? They just kind of gave up on it and...
No, I mean, it makes a lot of sense because your stores are staffed, right? You have people in the stores, but you don't have a lot of customers coming in. So any of those sales that you can bring in those types of time periods, extra. They call them the shoulder periods, are very high margin, right? It's basically all incremental.
Well, Samantha writes in and says they need to offer happy hours. That's a concept that works in the bar business. Why not in like a McDonald's or a Starbucks?
Yeah.
Happy hour. That gets me in all the time.
I'd go.
Yeah.
There's one right there, McDonald's on 3rd Avenue.
Sure, there's one. Yeah, you're pointing in the wrong direction. But
yes, okay, that's all right.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Mike in New York leads me to believe that somebody's buying him a meal today, either a lunch or dinner.
Well, we're going to go to McDonald's for happy hour later on today.
Very good. Mike Hanlon, he's a senior restaurant and food service analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us here in studio. Looking at the markets here, holding on to those gains and then some. We are at intraday highs. The S&P 82 points higher, that's 1%. The NASDAQ up 420 points, that's 1.6% higher here. The Tom Keene VIX below 16. Brent crude down 4% to $80. WTI $76 for oil. That's got to be good for the restaurant business. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure over Pennsylvania leads the sunshine across New England. Temperatures will be around 85, just high cloudiness from time to time. It'll be partly cloudy near 65 tonight. Partly to mostly sunny tomorrow. Highs are around 85 tomorrow afternoon. We're partly cloudy 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny Thursday and 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation. Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/askradio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
At Franklin Templeton, we've long believed in the importance of turning wisdom into a sharper edge. That's why we've combined the expertise of Benefit Street Partners, Clarion Partners, and Lexington Partners to offer you a variety of private market opportunities previously available only to institutional investors. Learn more at ftprivatemarkets.com. Again, that's ftprivatemarkets.com. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or CFO running a successful mid-sized business and looking for tax reduction strategies, proactive CFO, and transaction advisory services from a highly experienced team? Then visit NeilJasani.com. That is NeilJesani.com. Or call 1-800-971-1124. We are a new generation national tax and accounting firm serving only mid-sized businesses and ultra-high-income households. Don't pay what you don't owe. Visit NeilJasani.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stacey Vanek Smith here from Everybody's Business. This week on the podcast, we talk tariffs.
So we've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in tariffs so far, and it's on things that don't grow in the U.S. So initially, tariffs we were paying on cinnamon and black peppercorns, both of which don't grow in the U.S. Since then, there's been about 471, I believe, carve-outs of the tariff, which just shows you this is kind of a shoddy framework.
Okay. Listen to Everybody's Business from Bloomberg Business Week, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu. And one of the stories that has gotten a lot of attention, created a lot of headlines, is the blow-up of Situational Awareness. It's an AI-focused hedge fund, which in the first half of this year had a tremendous return, 439% net return, but then has since blown up. Aaron Brown is a Bloomberg opinion contributor, and he's written about this, saying that the fund's 439% return was the warning sign. Let's bring him in right now. Aaron, it is good to speak with you. Thank you for joining us. And of course, as someone who worked in risk management, who has an AKR Capital, you know about how firms manage their risks. And when you look at situational awareness and that tremendous return for the first half of the year, that is a huge red flag to you. What did the firm not do? What did this hedge fund fail to do completely?
I'd push back a little bit on blow up. I think if you walk away from it, it's not quite a blow up. It's the next thing to it. What they did, we're judging from public reports. From news reports and leaked letters and things like that. So there's some guesswork involved here. But basically, it appears they held just way too much leverage for the volatility of the underlying assets. And the 439% was almost bound to be followed by a massive downswing, which they weren't prepared to handle, and therefore they had to offload pieces at a steep discount to Citadel, who I believe is looking at something like a 30% gain on at least big parts of the portfolio they got. Same assets, a couple of days later, but just in strong hands rather than in weak hands.
Do we know what the holdings were from situational awareness? Were they publicly traded stocks and securities, or were they investments in private companies? Do we know what was in there?
Yeah, well, we have their 13F, and the big problem with the 13F is it doesn't show the short position, so we have to guess a little bit. But there's a lot of market intelligence. We pretty much do know. They had a very specific bet on AI. So they're long some AI, but they're also short a lot of software companies, and they're long some of the companies, the chip makers that make hardware for AI, but they're also short some others. So they've got a very specific book there. And they also have some private. They have a $5 billion position in SpaceX. I'm sorry, not in SpaceX, in Anthropic, which could be, which could save their investors because they couldn't borrow against it, so they still own it.
Right, that's the part that they kept. You write in your column that the lesson here was that structuring a trade, the sizing, the carry, the time horizon, the leverage, that is what makes fortunes, and in this case, lasting fortunes, not being right. So while the fund, had a lot of bets that worked out, they perhaps didn't have the infrastructure at the firm to kind of make sure that they were kind of protected on all sides. Talk a little bit about that idea, the structuring the trade that, a young firm might not be as up to speed on.
Yeah, well, it's so situational awareness. Their entire reason for being is they're aware of the current situation. They know what the future is going to be, and they can take advantage of that, and that's great. And they're probably right. By the way, I tend to agree with them. I'm a big AI bull, but you have to think about the path between here and there. If you get if you get the right trade but the wrong path, you blow up and you don't survive to collect your winnings. And we saw that, in the big short trades back in 2007, 2008. We saw how some of those people who got the trade right, they knew subprime was going to blow up, but they almost got forced out of their positions before they could collect on it. I don't know if it's so much young or old. It's, there are financial traders who are experienced, who know how to risk manage. And it looks to me as if this fund didn't. One thing is, we know from their filings, it's been reported they had 4 financial professionals. Another report said 7, but that's just not enough for a fund of this size and complexity. I don't know if they had a risk manager at all.
So how unique or how common is it for a firm like Citadel to come in and kind of do a distressed buy here, if you will?
Well, this is Ken Griffin's, part of his reason he's so wealthy is, he can come in and he can scoop up and take advantage of the mistakes from other people. Other people can get the trades right. He gets his path right. Citadel is one of the best risk managed companies there is. And that means he has the money to buy when other people are forced to sell.
Yeah, I like what you wrote. Showing up as the buyer, and here we're talking about Citadel, when someone else must sell is not luck. It is a compounded return on 2 decades of boring discipline. That's what Citadel practiced, and that's what allowed it to come in and be a buyer at a very, very opportune moment. How does situational awareness, the fund, move forward from here? What's the number one lesson it can take away that you would recommend to the firm?
Well, they tried. They sent out an investor letter, and this is the classic thing. They said, well, this is a buying opportunity. The fact that we've lost all this money means everything's really cheap. And apparently, at least from reports, they didn't get any new capital. So I think they've got to hunker down and there are 2 choices here. One is you say, we're just a long-term fund. We're not going to use a lot of leverage. We're just going to buy the good stuff and hold it, right? And then we're safe. Or we can, go and say, okay, let's hire some risk managers. Let's get professional about how we're going to do this.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Appreciate it. As always, Aaron Brown, he is a Bloomberg Opinion columnist. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metal. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just a moment with stocks moving higher, 88 points higher on the S&P 500. That's 1.15%. Nice move.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Tuesday morning. Normally on a Tuesday, or oftentimes you see a turnaround, but none of that happening with stocks extending yesterday's rally and oil prices extending yesterday's decline. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and Charlie Pellet. We are broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. We are also streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up in this second hour of the program, we're going to check in with our senior U.S. machinery analyst, Christopher Cialino, to recap Caterpillar earnings. AI was a big theme there. We have Sam Fazeli. He is our drug boss. He's the director of research covering healthcare, defense, industrials, and autos, talking to us about Pfizer and Merck's latest results. And Lauren Cassidy, she is with Founder ETFs. She is the CIO there. She's going to help us preview SpaceX earnings. That's coming out after the close today. And Geetha Ranganathan, our U.S. media analyst, will talk to us about Spotify's results as well as the latest with Paramount. First, let's go to, actually, you know what? Before we get there, because we've got all these earnings coming up, just a reminder that Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio by submitting questions for the experts and guests on our show. You can visit Bloomberg.com/Ask Radio. This is an exclusive feature for Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal clients. Once again, visit Bloomberg.com/Ask Radio to join the conversation. All right, let's go now to Charlie Pellet with our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. SpaceX, AMD, both higher ahead of earnings after the bell. Yes, complete coverage right here on Bloomberg. SpaceX right now up by 4.2%. AMD, part of a broader chip advance. AMD up now by 6.9%. Bottom line here, stocks ripping higher again today. Oil is tumbling right to the numbers. We got the S&P at a record 76.89, up now by 1.2%. Dow Industrials at a record, up almost another 800 points, up 797 right now, up by 1.5%. There we go, up 801 points on the Dow. NASDAQ up 431. The composite index up 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of those big tech names, surging 2.3%. Right now we have got the VIX below 16 with a 2-year at 4.20%, the 10-year 4.63%, the 30-year 5.19%. The SOX, by the way, surging 5.3%. Gold up $28 the ounce, $4,082. That is a gain of 0.7%. WTI 77.01 a barrel, down now by 4.1%. Barrel of Brent crude trading lower by 3.7%, 80.69 a barrel. Again, Palantir bears repeating, surging after earnings. Right now we got Palantir up by 25%. Kim Forrest is founder and chief investment officer of Boker Capital Partners. She was a guest this morning right here on Bloomberg Intelligence, and she says investors are right in asking questions about the long-term promise of AI.
Is AI a real thing, and will it ever earn back all the money that has been spent on it? I think some of the money is misspent, and if you're an investor maybe in those private companies, you may not get the return on it.
Kim Forrest of Boca Capital Partners interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. I mentioned oil lower. WTI bears repeating, down 4.1%, $77.03 a barrel. Among those oil majors taking heat from President Trump, ExxonMobil down by 1%. Chevron lower now by 1%. ConocoPhillips down by 0.8%. Palantir again surging 25% after the bell. SpaceX and AMD. Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pella, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube and Bloomberg.com, as well as Charlie was just reporting major move higher in equities today. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move. We can do that with Bloomberg's Christine Aquino. She's a managing editor for Markets Live. She joins us live here in studio. Christine, what are you looking at today?
All right, Paul, let's take a look at some of the leading green stocks on the screen. Let's start with Zebra Tech, so ticker ZBRA. Those stocks roaring higher today, up 20%. And it is very much a positive earnings story. We've got their second quarter results, net sales, EPS beating analyst expectations. The company also boosting its full year forecast. So they now expect full year adjusted earnings to hit a record $21 a share at the midpoint versus a forecast of $18.30 to $18.70 previously. So this is very much driven by the continued demand for automation tools, right? This company makes printers, barcode scanners, RFIDs. They're getting us consumers to do it ourselves. And this is one of the companies that is benefiting. And we have KeyBank analyst Ken Newman saying that it was also being helped by the fact that they were able to recover some of the tariffs and also a favorable currency exchange. So lots of good things going for Zebra Tech.
This is a company, Lincolnshire, Illinois. I've never heard of it before.
Me neither.
$17 billion market cap. Never heard of it.
They're behind all of those RFID
10,000
things
employees
that we have to deal with.
Very cool. Okay, good name there.
All right, next up.
All right, we got to talk about Palantir as well, Scarlett, because those shares also very much in the green today. They're now up 25%, more than 25% actually. So ticker PLTR, check that out on the terminal. Again, a positive earnings story. The company boosting its full year revenue and income forecast and described commercial demand for its data analytics tool as, quote, otherworldly. So Palantir CEO Alex Karp saying that U.S. commercial sales in the second quarter were also, quote, staggering and have risen 149% from a year earlier to 764 million. Now, Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Mandeep Singh weighing in on this and saying that their support for open weight models and their strategic alliance with NVIDIA is very much helping them broaden their commercial customer base. I do say, though, that even though we are getting these gains today, they're still down 11% year to date. But maybe by the end of today, very much kind of clawing back a lot of those year to date losses.
All right, your next name, another company I've never heard of, Coherent. They have 30,000 employees, $64 billion in market cap. Another company I've never heard of. What does Coherent do, and why is their stock moving?
Well, Coherent is an optical equipment maker, so very much involved in the data center build out, and that's precisely what we are getting a bit of a boost for their stock today. So ticker COHR, they're now extending those gains of 13% at the moment. So this is very much news driven because we got a Reuters report earlier saying that the Trump administration is drafting a ban on imports of new models of Chinese data center components. And so the expectation among investors is that, you know, if Chinese data center companies or you know, equipment makers aren't going to be allowed to supply the massive data center build that we're seeing, then the beneficiaries are going to be American companies such as Coherent. So the idea is, the Federal Communications Commission potentially working on plans to ban these imports from Chinese companies, and Bloomberg Intelligence saying that these restrictions are just going to be benefiting the stateside companies that are involved in this process.
All right, so companies that benefit from protectionist policies.
Saxonburg, Pennsylvania.
Oh,
there you go.
How many employees do we know?
30,000. I mean,
there you go.
I mean, where have I been on these days?
All right.
In Pennsylvania.
Christine Aquino, thank you so much. Christine Aquino is our managing editor for Markets Live coverage. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports, 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market.
You know what? And just to interrupt, Saxonburg, right outside of Pittsburgh. And what's in Pittsburgh but Carnegie Mellon?
Yes.
Carnegie Mellon
talent
kicks out
pipeline.
A bunch of tech companies. It's not a Stanford or a Cal or something like that, but they do a ton of work, pound for pound. The people at Carnegie Mellon do a lot of stuff. And
There's a direct
lot of these
pipeline.
companies set up right around Pittsburgh because of that. Very cool.
That's
Okay.
why
Now
all
I
these
get it.
different cities want their own tech school,
Yes.
like New York has Cornell Tech on Roosevelt Island.
Very cool. All right, now it makes a little more sense to me. I got it.
All right, we also have earnings out from Caterpillar, which normally, it's a maker of earth-moving machines, bulldozers, the like, but now it's become an AI play, not just in a construction and mining equipment company. It's so much more. Christopher Cialino is our senior U.S. machinery analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence, and he joins us now with more on these results, which some people have called blowout results, especially the upside to Wall Street estimates for second quarter profit. Chris, give us a quick read here on Caterpillar's latest results.
Yeah, it's hard to refute those comments. It was really a monster quarter. You had, against pretty lofty expectations heading into the print. You had a really convincing beat and raise, better than expected sales and margins across all three businesses. So it's not just the AI power gen business. And actually, I would say one of the more encouraging takeaways from this print was the performance in their construction business. Which really suggests that this recovery is broadening out, where you have a lot of this cyclical tailwind starting to kick in and kind of enhance what we're seeing on the secular side with the data center build out. Orders, again, very strong in the quarter, pushed backlog to another record level. We're north of $72 billion on the backlog. They're already starting to take some orders out to 2030, so above average production visibility. There's really a lot to like in this report. The question now becomes, is this as good as it gets? So we shall see from here.
So, Chris, as I understand your coverage of machinery and the Deeres of the world, the Cats of the world, I mean, I think of that as classic cyclical stuff. But these stocks are trading 35 times earnings. I mean, you're like a growth stock industry now. What's going on with your industry? Is it still cyclical?
It's hard to wrap your head around some of the valuations in the space. Even this so we had Caterpillar, if you look over the last year, it's really traded in line with a lot of the AI and hyperscaler names in terms of just the moves in the trajectory. It's been one of the top performers in the industrials world because of that data center exposure in their power generation business. At the end of the day, I still believe this is still a cyclical company. They had just been, fortunately positioned to capitalize on some of this build out with their large engines and reciprocating in natural gas engines, which initially were used more for backup power on the data centers, but are becoming increasingly used in prime power applications. But this is more than just a data center play. You're just beginning to see, I think, the fruits of that in terms of the construction and mining recovery, which we think have some legs into 27 and 28.
If Caterpillar has more demand than it knows what to do with, and that power and energy unit has grown to be the largest for Caterpillar by sales, for the stuff that it can't take on, who benefits? What other companies are kind of, getting some of the business that Caterpillar can't take on?
Right, so it's a race to add capacity at this point. Caterpillar is increasing their large engine capacity by 3x through the end of the decade. Turbines by 2.5 times through the end of the decade. Cummins, another one of their competitors, they're also significantly increasing their capacity. Really, it's just a matter of who has product availability as to who's getting some of these contracts right now. The industry really can't add capacity fast enough. That is one of the overarching concerns now. Are we adding too much capacity? But right now, I mean, from all indications from this report, it doesn't seem like there's any signs of that slowing down. And in fact, some of their lead times have actually extended this quarter. Like I mentioned, some of their customers are already taking orders out to 2030, which, highly unusual for them at this point.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Chris Cialino is our senior U.S. machinery analyst with the latest from Caterpillar, and that stock obviously is higher in trading today.
I know my Carolyn Ublehart retired, a longtime machinery analyst, because she made a career over 30, 40 years recommending Caterpillar and John Deere with like a target multiple of 15. Now they're trading at 35. She doesn't know what to do. So she said, Chris, you take this stuff over.
It's bananas, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the healthcare sector. I'm not sure that those stocks are trading those kinds of multiples. Let's bring in Sam Fazeli, who knows a thing or two about the healthcare sector. He is our director of research covering healthcare, defense, industrials, and autos, and he joins us right now from London. So Sam, Pfizer and Merck both coming out with the results. What is the narrative here for these two big pharma companies?
Yeah, Scarlett. So the story here really is that you've got two companies both heading and facing some significant patent expiries, which means some of their big drugs are going to go generic, and therefore they're going to, let's expect things like Eliquis that Pfizer sells are going to fall off a cliff, literally. And they do call it a patent cliff too. So within 6 months, 80%, 90% of the volume can be eroded depending on the way the generics come in. If there's any ones have 6 months exclusivity, then they don't drop the price that much. But in the end, pretty much the business goes away, which is great because that's what pharma companies should do. They get their phenomenal dollars behind the R&D, make a new drug, make a lot of profit for 10 years, 11 years, 8 years, whatever the length of time is. Then everybody gets access to it at a much lower price. And Merck is the same because they've got Keytruda coming up. So both of these companies are looking ahead to this issue. Both are therefore stories about pipeline. What have I got to replace this lost sales? Merck's hole is potentially bigger, at least just basing that on the volume of sales today or the value of sales today. But yet, when you look at, I've just done the chart here, I was looking at it and playing with it now. You look at Merck, it's up 60% in 12 months. 60%. That's pretty much not far from where the S&P 500 is. Pfizer is up 7%. So massive underperformance. Why? Because one has been able to convince that they've got the pipeline, the other one hasn't.
So, Sam, is the number of drugs and the amount of sales associated with those drugs potentially, at risk or scheduled to come off patent? Is it more today than it's been in the past? It just seems like we hear about it more and more from these big companies.
Well, yes and no, because, we've had these big patent, the biggest patent cliff was around the 2010 timeframe where Pfizer themselves went and bought Schering-Plough, if I'm not mistaken. It's a long time ago. One is allowed a little bit of memory loss. I think it was Schering-Plough and Merck bought another company. Anyway, they did these mega mergers. Remember the one we were talking about yesterday with what Astra's doing, which is why I'm incredulous, because they don't have a patent expiry issue to deal with. Anyway, remember the drugs are bigger now. The sales are bigger now.
Yeah.
So when you have a Keytruda that I don't think you go back and use our MODL function and have a look and see what people thought Keytruda would be selling, which is a cancer drug by Merck, back in 2016, 17, maybe 10 billion. The thing is heading for $40 billion of sales because it turned into a pipeline product. That is a big number to play. Imagine our GLP-1s for Lilly one day. When Mounjaro goes off patent or whatever, how do you deal with a $30-40 billion sales implosion? That is tougher, which is why they're talking about it more, and investors are, if you want, more focused on it.
Right. Makes a lot of sense. Before we let you go, just a quick question on BioNTech. This is, of course, a German drug maker, and it's still talking about a COVID-19 vaccine, demand shrinking for that. What does demand for a COVID-19 vaccine look like right now? I mean, certainly in the U.S., it kind of has dropped off the conversation completely.
Yeah, I mean, so people still taking it. I mean, what's happening with COVID, which is very interesting, is that we've had 4 years since the pandemic, we've had 2 waves. This year, the summer wave seems to have disappeared. It seems to be heading, if this sticks, to a winter wave, which is what other coronaviruses and most cold viruses seem to have. So this would mean that if there was any demand for the summer period, that's fallen by the wayside. And they just downgraded their guidance by about 10% for the full year. But Moderna has been sticking with his guidance. So some competition going on there, I think.
All right, Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Sam Fazeli, he is the senior pharmaceutical biotech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence based there in London, getting some reported earnings from Pfizer and Merck.
Remember when we used to keep the cards that had your vaccine dates and everything? I threw that out because
and the apps are gone off the phone. Good riddance. This is Bloomberg.
No one needs AM radio traffic reports when you have GPS.
The Tobin Bridge is looking good.
Or lame stories that waste your time.
Flavored sea salt taking Duxbury by storm.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed and analysis.
Another breaking news day in Washington.
And the context you need.
The essential stories investors rely on.
The details you need to stay ahead.
Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th, as global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power. You'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Couple of sunny days shaping up for southern New England. We're mostly sunny through the rest of the day. Just some high cloudiness drifting by. 85 tonight, partly cloudy, 65. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny, back to near 85. It'll be partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny and warmer Thursday, highs 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are ripping higher. We have got the S&P 500 index trading at the best level of the day. Oil is selling off. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Hopes for a deal to revive the Strait of Hormuz, lifting stocks toward records. In fact, right now, both the S&P and the Dow are trading at records. Oil is selling off with West Texas Intermediate crude, $76.63 a barrel, down now by 4.7%. Barrel of Brent, $80.32, down 4.1%. S&P up 98, trading at 76.98. That is a gain of 1.3%. And with an exclamation point or an underscore. Best level of the day right now. Dow Industrials up 777, up by 1.5%. NASDAQ 100 up 2.6%. NASDAQ Composite up by 1.8%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 0.4%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, it is up 5.8%. AMD, by the way, it is also ripping higher. Reports after the close of trading today. AMD right now up by 7.5%. The VIX just above 16. The 2-year 4.20%. The 10-year 4.63%. Your 30-year 5.19%. Spot gold, $4,077 the ounce, up by about 0.6%. We were just talking about Caterpillar after earnings up 5.8%. Also after earnings, DuPont up, down by 2.3%, and Palantir after earnings, it is surging now by 26.5%. Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Powell, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City, streaming live on YouTube, streaming live on Bloomberg.com. Okay, I think over the next, 10, 15 years, being in the U.S. nat gas business is probably a good place to be. U.S. feed gas demand for liquefied natural gas exports is projected to double by 2035. Even I could make money with that kind of demand. Enrique Gonzalez joins us, head of U.S. gas research for Bloomberg. Enrique, talk to us about the nat gas market out there. Where are we in terms of supply and demand out there?
Yes, as you were saying, we're expecting quite an increase in terms of demand. So a big part of that, about 50% of the growth we're projecting between from 2025 levels to 2035, coming from LNG feed gas demand.
What is feed gas demand?
Yeah, so that's the gas that LNG export terminals consume and liquefy to then export with tankers out to the world. And that also includes some of the gas they consume themselves, right, to liquefy the gas. And then the other main factor that we're seeing as a driver as well is power sector gas consumption, and actually mainly driven by data center demand. And some of the analysis we were doing was looking at if we connect all the data centers we're forecasting to come online to the grid, it drives about 7 billion cubic feet of additional demand for natural gas versus not having data centers.
How quickly could that happen?
So this is our estimate out to 2035. But then something we're focusing a lot on as well is looking at how much is connecting behind the meter. And if you think about the fuel mix, right, for those behind the meter data centers, you could see even more.
Behind the meter, you got to be jargon free here. Behind the meter data center means they're getting their own independent source of energy?
Yeah, exactly. Their own power plant, and they're not necessarily connected to the grid.
Got it.
So if they're running only on gas, we could see even higher demand than what we were forecasting in our 2035 outlook.
But the nat gas, the energy, the U.S. energy, we can't do that. I mean, we don't have enough of that. So, I mean, nat gas isn't going to do all data centers, are they? Because my understanding is we need nat gas, we need maybe nuclear, we need maybe even coal. I don't know. How are we going to power all these data centers?
Yeah, I would agree. One of the key takeaways as well when we're doing this analysis is we need all the energy that we can take, all the generation that we can build.
So going forward, what does this mean for companies that produce nat gas? How much of this is, I don't want to say priced in, but investors already believe is a part of their thesis?
Yeah, I think there is some level of consensus that we're going to see a lot more demand. You can already see that as well if you're looking at midstream companies, especially in Texas, in Louisiana.
The pipelines and whatnot.
Exactly. They're building an enormous amount of pipeline capacity to move gas to the Gulf. Then when we're listening at the earning calls from producers, I would say first thing they're thinking about more in the short term is liquefied natural gas exports. And then, the second driver they're thinking about is those data centers. And then the other question when we're thinking about production is, can we bring all this natural gas, right, to the market at the same, I would say, relatively cheap prices the U.S. has been enjoying for so long?
Do we have the export facilities, the LNG facilities like in Louisiana, wherever they are? Do we have enough built of those to export what we need? Are there enough those LNG refineries to process all this new nat gas for export?
Yes, and like we were saying, we're going to pretty much double capacity by 2035. So definitely need to see a big increase in drilling activity, bringing more wells online and bringing that gas to those facilities.
All right. Enrique, thank you so much. Enrique Gonzalez is BNEF's head of U.S. gas analysis and research, giving us their outlook on the gas market out to 2035. This is Bloomberg.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, private markets in focus.
This Private Markets in Focus segment is brought to you by Franklin Templeton. Looking to give your portfolio an edge? Then look to Franklin Templeton's private markets platform. You can learn more at ftprivatemarkets.com. In this week's Private Markets in Focus, we want to welcome John Stewart, founder and managing partner at Middle Ground on the PE market. And John, whenever I think of the PE market, I think first and foremost about how there haven't been as many IPOs from sponsor companies, from private equity, and how that part of the market has kind of struggled. We're not seeing a lot of M&A from PE companies as well. What changes that? Is that a macro market, something that's holding back PE and the industry right now? Is that purely based on where rates are and the economy?
Well, yeah, I think it goes back. I think you have to go back and look, back, prior to COVID to what was going on in private markets, and the private market, redemption rate, DPI over NAV was averaging 29 to 30%. And since 2021, we've been in the, 11, 12, 13% range. And so the markets have had the private markets have had a lot of headwinds with, interest rates going up and different factors. And this has definitely impacted the exit environments for all of private equity, not just for IPOs, but especially IPOs, because of the difficulty with raising the capital in these markets.
I know, John, your firm is focused on the middle market for industrial and specialty distribution businesses. The Make America Great reshoring, friendshoring, what's that mean for your business? I would think there'd be a lot of demand for the type of industrial deals you like to look at.
Yeah, look, I'm not a political person at all, but there definitely has been an impact. And look, I think making an industrial manufacturing great, goes back to prior to COVID, and we start to see the benefits of a lot of those programs. Most of our companies, we own over 220 factories all over the world, 147 of them in the United States, and I would say by and large, demand is up at every one of them. Of course, we're faced with headwinds like labor shortages, and that's where companies are investing in automation and technology, which we're seeing, and that's supported by the recent big beautiful bill, which restored interest expense deductibility, which directly helps cash flow private equity owned companies, as well as bonus depreciation, which is encouraging investment in these North American businesses.
John, your background is that you started on the factory floor at Toyota, and you worked your way up through manufacturing leadership before you moved to private equity in 2007. So you have, a special interest in our manufacturing economy. Where do you see that right now? We got ISM manufacturing numbers yesterday that showed that manufacturing is back to growing again, expansion, which is great news. But on the other hand, it's not a big driver in terms of employment, even GDP in this country?
I think we've had a lot of headwinds. We just in March of this year, broke over, the 50% point in the PMI, which is that expansion that you're talking about. Prior to that, we saw the largest contraction that we had ever seen, peak to trough, since the Korean War. So, literally, we had not seen a market in the industrial space in our lifetimes. And I'm dating myself there, but, I wasn't alive during the Korean War. And so, this is, uncharted territory, that we're in right now. And, I think there's a lot of opportunity, though, in industrials where we see that, like I said, demand is up. There's investment now. A lot of these, there's over 85,000, businesses that are less than $250 million of revenue that make up a large part of our industrial economy. Public markets, industrial companies don't really get rewarded for being industrial companies, in the public markets today. And so I think you see, a lot of the companies go into the private sector, especially on the industrial side. And we've actually done, a number of the opposite of going IPO. We've done a number of public to privates. Our most recent one in the U.S. was taking LS Starrett, test and measurement business, off the New York Stock Exchange, taking it private in 2024.
John, how has the rise of private credit impacted your private equity business?
Well, look, a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was having a lunch with some other private equity owners and Scott Bessett. And, he was talking about how, they're going to be putting their foot on the gas for the economy for the rest of the administration's term. And, hopefully we'll see some of the interest rates, reduce at the base rate. But the competitive factor about 18 months ago, a lot of the non-traditional lenders like BDCs and other types of groups that, are financing these types of deals, it started to get very competitive. And so they started dropping their spreads. And so overall, we didn't see a huge decline in the base rate, but we did see, due to competition, people cutting their spreads. And so, for a while there, it was hard to get 3.5 times leverage, to do a transaction when people were, using 5 and 6 times. Right. And paying 5 or 6%, and then it was up to 11 or 12%, and now it's down to 7-8%. Okay. So I do see that fueling, transactions, and I forecast that, over the next 12 or 18 months, we're going to see record M&A activity on the private market side.
All right, John, thanks so much. Appreciate it. John Stewart, founding and managing partner of Middle Ground. That's private equity in the middle markets, alive and well. This is Bloomberg Morning.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Senate Judiciary Committee has voted to advance Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination to permanently lead the Justice Department to the full Senate. Republican Senator John Cornyn.
They've been consistent about their assertion on behalf of the United States of America that the weaponization fund is dead. And of course, I expect them to live up to that in any future litigation.
Democratic Senator Dick Durbin saying, however,
Mr. Blanche's willingness to casually lie under oath about a statement he made in a room full of witnesses shows the lengths he will go to avoid offending President Trump.
Job openings fell slightly in June. However, the labor market remains resilient, analysts say, in the face of economic shock from fighting in Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent telling CNBC a deal with Iran on reopening the Strait of Hormuz could come today or tomorrow. The market's jumping on that news. The Dow is up 780 points. This is ABC News.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Looking for a sharper edge in today's investment markets? Then look no further than Franklin Templeton's private market platform to unlock a broad universe of income potential, diversification, and growth strategies, helping investors pursue their long-term goals. Add some ingenuity to your portfolio with the time-tested wisdom of Franklin Templeton. Learn more at ftprivatemarkets.com. Again, that's ftprivatemarkets.com. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but
But have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast, we spoke with Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Champion about President Trump's last chance warning to Iran.
I mean, we've been here half a dozen times before. I think there's, it's perfectly possible that President Trump will order more airstrikes. If the Iranians don't sign an agreement. But there's a lot of kind of weirdness in here. So first of all, the U.S. says that the talks are between the U.S. and Iran. The Iranians say they aren't. They're only talking to the Omanis about a very limited deal on controlling the strait. So exactly what the document is that, President Trump wants them to sign, not quite clear. If it is the Omani document, it's going to be one that, gives the Iranians some control over the strait. They've been very clear that they're not signing anything that doesn't. And that's control that they didn't have before the war. And the purpose of that is A, to raise money, and B, to maintain geopolitical leverage so that this becomes a deterrent in their kind of, toolbox for dealing with other countries, for dealing with the U.S. Not exactly a great outcome for the U.S. So not kind of by definition a good document for the U.S.
With these talks going on with Oman, what are the chances of that happening, coming back to the interim deal?
Well, a lot of the interim deal, if the interim deal is extremely vague. So when the Iranians say we want to get back to that, they mean that we want to get back to our interpretation of that deal.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story. Headline right now off of the Bloomberg Professional Service. Iran is said to be weighing allowing Europe to clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Hopes for a deal to revive the strait are lifting stocks towards all-time highs. Bonds rose. Oil is sinking right to the equity numbers. Just about the best level of the day right now on the S&P, up 102. That is a gain of 1.3%. Dow Industrials up 807 on the Dow, a gain of 1.5%. NASDAQ up 1.9%. The NASDAQ 100 index surging now by just about 2.6%. We've got the VIX right around 16. The SOX, by the way, a story in and of itself. Semiconductors ripping higher right now, up 5.9% on the SOX. Shares of Advanced Micro Devices also higher. AMD up 7.3%. It reports after the close of trading. Your 2-year 4.19%, with the 10-year 4.63%, the 30-year 5.19%. Gold up $31 the ounce to $4,086 on the precious metal, a gain right now of 0.8%. Crude, big story today, $75.58 on WTI, down by 5.9%. Barrel of Brent, $78.95. It is down by 5.7%. Coming up after the close of trading, two very closely watched earnings reports, AMD and SpaceX. Cam Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, and on surveillance this morning, she explained why SpaceX will be so closely watched following last month's IPO.
I mean, SpaceX has been a story about the perils of high valuation, right? So when they IPO'd at 85 times current price to sales, 60 times forward price to sales, even if those sales deliver, you are going to see, you have to grow into that multiple.
Cam Dawson of New Edge Wealth. SpaceX, you recall, IPO'd last month at $135, right now trading at $119 and change. Have you seen the new movie Spider-Man?
Hi, my name is Peter Parker. I have something to tell you that's going to sound crazy, but it's the truth.
You're
Spider-Man.
You can't tell anybody about this. You gotta keep it a secret.
Well, no secret. We are just getting word that Spider-Man has passed $1 billion. Yeah, that's a wow. $1 billion in ticket sales in just 6 days. I'm Charlie Pellet. Scarlett and Paul, have you seen it? That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I have not seen it, but I'm thinking about it. And I haven't seen a Spider-Man
I have not seen it, and I generally don't like these superhero movies, but I mean, sounds intriguing, maybe.
And what it tells me is the theater business is not dead.
Every time we think it's dead, it comes on back, and here's a proposal. Me, you, will have Tom Keene join us. We'll come up with a review tomorrow.
Oh, Tom Keene and a review of Spider-Man. That'll be good. Just a headline here that crossed the Bloomberg terminal. Iran is weighing or considering allowing Europe to clear mines in the Strait of Hormuz, and that is sending oil prices to their lows of the session. You have WTI now off by almost 6%, $75.60 a barrel. Brent down at $79 even.
All right, another big data point for this marketplace is after the close today. SpaceX going to report its first earnings as a public company. And quite frankly, I'm going to be listening. I'm going to dial into this at 4:30 today. My toes are going to be in the sand on the Jersey Shore, but I will dial in for this because I don't know what to think here. But I just read something that probably encapsulates it as best as it can. A good reaction will depend on whether founder Elon Musk convinces investors that he is building a coordinated, vertically integrated platform rather than a collection of capital-intensive businesses. I think that nails it on the head. And I think Lauren Cassidy wrote that. She's Chief Investment Officer of Founders ETF, joining us via Zoom from the Big D. Lauren, what are you going to be listening for here today? Because, this stock has not performed well since the IPO.
Yes. So thinking about what constitutes a great call, SpaceX has three segments. So within connectivity, you have Starlink, which is the most profitable business today, and it's helping fund everything else. We're listening for Starlink subs above 10 million and growing quickly. We do expect ARPU, or the price per customer, to fall slightly as they expand globally. And we're looking for stable operating margins around 36% and any direct-to-device carrier agreements, such as with T-Mobile. Within SpaceX itself, we're looking for improving economics within Falcon, including high launch frequency as well as reuse rates, progress on Starship, and then an update on the backlog with NASA, defense, and commercial contracts. And finally, within the third segment, AI infrastructure, we are listening for long-term compute contracts. A big deal with an LLM can really move the needle on free cash flow and bring it forward quite a bit, where Elon will no longer have to access the debt and equity markets. So we'll be paying attention to that as well.
Lauren, how similar or different is the investor base for SpaceX versus Tesla? And I ask that because, Tesla will report a bunch of things, Elon will say a bunch of things, and the fanboys at Tesla will bid it higher because Elon said a bunch of things. Is that going to be the same for SpaceX?
Yes, so there is significant overlap in the shareholder base, but they are very different. For example, my fund Founders 100 ETF owns SpaceX, but does not own Tesla because of valuation. So if it became cheaper in the future, of course, we would love to buy it. Elon Musk is the ultimate founder, and we are big fans and believe in a lot of his vision and trust him with capital. And he has a very elite team across all of his businesses, so we believe they can execute.
So, Lauren, one of the unique aspects of this IPO was just the lockup period, and the first tranche of insider SpaceX shares unlocks this Thursday, August 6th. Then the more traditional 180-day lockup for other shares ends on December 8th. And I guess also very importantly, Elon Musk shares remain locked until June of 2027. How does that factor into kind of how you look at this stock and the performance?
When I talk to people who work at SpaceX, they're huge believers. I think it's much ado about nothing as far as a lot of people won't be sellers. The employees aren't looking to give up their mission. This team is going to take us to Mars. So there's a lot of people who have high conviction in what they're doing. And we'll see some selling. I think the November release, we could have a little bit more pressure on the stock then. But overall, I think they've come up with a very measured plan to release shares onto the market. And I'm not overly concerned about it long term.
Okay, so you don't see it as necessarily an overhang here, although a lot of people have said that that could be something that kind of holds back the stock. Will Elon Musk talk about Mars? And is Mars something that could, more concrete details, get the stock past its back to 135 and beyond?
Yes, I think other things nearer term will move the stock with greater force, especially any LLM contracts that he signs to sell compute. That could be a huge business for him. He's in talks with Google on putting data centers in space. We can get an update there. He can collaborate with Tesla so that their very top engineers are working across SpaceX and Tesla over time on key projects. We're going to get an update on Terafab in Texas so that Elon no longer has to wait on chips or be at the mercy of what chip pricing is. If he's making his own, he can plan that out. So I think that there is a long list of things that he could talk about today. Mars is definitely their North Star and where SpaceX is headed long term. But I think there's a lot of things that can move earnings and cash flows in the next 1 and 3 and 5 years to get excited about.
So, Lauren, you mentioned that he's going to take us to Mars with some conviction. You said that. Do you have to have that level of conviction to own this stock, do you think?
Yes, I think that my firm invests in founder-led companies exclusively, and so I get to step back and study the common qualities of founders. They're often misunderstood, and they tend to have the vision, conviction, and grit to get things done that have never been done before. And with that comes some misunderstanding in the market as well as doubt that actually gives these companies a perpetual opportunity. In hindsight, it always looks obvious that we have achieved everything we have as humanity, but that doubt fuels the stock.
Very good. Lauren, great conversation. Thank you for giving us a couple of minutes of your time. Lauren Cassidy, Chief Investment Officer at Founder ETFs. As Lauren was saying, they invest companies with strong founders. And certainly Elon Musk fits that mold, doesn't he? More coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure to the west of the area, responsible for sunshine. Just a little bit of high cloudiness coming into the area from the south and west. We're 85. We're partly cloudy and 65 tonight. Back to sunshine tomorrow. Highs will be near 85. It's partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Thursday. Highs 85 to near 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation.
Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
There's a moment every growing company hits. What once felt simple doesn't anymore. Now you're managing tax in multiple states, weighing a possible sale, and you need a real CFO for board reporting and capital strategy. One firm can handle all of it. Tax, transaction, and CFO advisory. Neil Jasani Tax Advisors, a new generation national tax and accounting firm for ultra-high income households and mid-sized businesses. Visit neiljasani.com or call 1-800-971-1124.
August is Sandwich Month, and EasyCater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheesesteaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, EasyCater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Want to understand what's really driving Australia's economy?
The RBA are still alert to inflation risk.
China-Australia relations have been deteriorating.
The ongoing discussion over the rising cost of everything.
Listen to the Bloomberg Australia podcast, winner of the 2026 Australian Audio Award for Best Money and Business Podcast. Each week, we bring you smart conversations with leaders in business and our journalists here and around the globe. Subscribe to the Bloomberg Australia podcast wherever you listen.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Charlie, after nearly 40 years as a banker and an analyst, I've listened to a million conference calls, a million earnings calls. And they're all kind of the same. I can kind of script them out. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to today's SpaceX call. I don't know what Elon Musk says here.
You weren't kidding. You had mentioned in passing in the studio that, quote, I'll be listening to SpaceX on the beach today.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Exactly. I mean, it takes, so that's how much the waves are going to have to wait, because I really want to see what he has to say about the company in the future and kind of what he sees, because the stock is traded down. There's a lot of concern out there, or just uncertainty.
Right.
And, what does he say? And oftentimes Elon has got a way to really put it into perspective. So.
Exactly. Let me begin with the numbers here, because we got SpaceX higher yesterday, up by 4.5%, 119.66 where we stand right now. We had that big IPO. I mean, that was the big event when it happened last month. Out the gate at 135, rocketed higher. Excuse the pun, but I believe got up to roughly $200 right now, $119.70. So it's well below the IPO price. And also, too, I mean, you think SpaceX, we've covered launches here on Bloomberg. You think SpaceX, it's all about rockets, but no, this is also about satellites. It's also about ultimately, possibly, cell phones.
Yep.
I mean, that's the ultimate goal here. So and to your point about listening to this thing on the beach, if Elon Musk is on this call today, and I'm not so sure that he will be on the call, but if he is on the call, it's going to be fascinating listening.
It is. All right, Charlie Paul, thank you so much. Appreciate that. One other company reporting after the close today is Paramount Skydance. They're scheduled to report after the quarter, but they're dealing with this antitrust lawsuit challenging its planned merger with Warner Brothers Discovery. That's where I want to go. So Geetha Ranganathan joins us. She's a media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Geetha, can you just summarize where Paramount Skydance and Warner Brothers Discover this, gajillion-dollar merger that's on but kind of off? Where are we now?
Yeah, no idea, Paul. I mean, this has been a real head-scratcher, and this drama is now just dragging on and on. We were supposed to have the deal closing by September 30th. Remember, Paramount had said that they would offer almost a $650 million per quarter ticking fee if the merger gets delayed. And then just a few weeks ago, they go ahead and they have this agreement with the state AGs basically agreeing to delay the merger till June 1st. So now you have, a lot of litigation risk here, tremendous delays, and really a lot of uncertainty about the synergies. They had outlined about $6 billion in synergies, but a lot of uncertainty about whether those can be achieved.
So in the meantime, in the next 12 months, do these two companies just operate separately? Do they make investments? Do they fund new movies? What do they do here?
Yeah, that's kind of the real problem here. So for Paramount, I mean, this was all about getting the deal done quickly. They needed to scale quickly, and the longer and longer this gets delayed, you have your competitors who are getting, all the more stronger, and you're not investing in your core business, and that's really the big worry for Paramount. For Warner, I think they continue to do what they're doing, but again, we've seen some recent underperformance in their movies as well. I mean, you think of Supergirl, some other movies. Everybody's in limbo here. This is really not a good situation for either company, Paul.
I mean, I guess it's occurred before where you put this thing on, quote unquote, on hold. I've never seen it. Certainly not. So I'm just not sure how this plays out. And why don't the companies just say, you know what, it's not going to happen regulatory wise. Let's just go our separate ways. Why don't they just walk away?
I don't think Paramount can afford to do that, Paul. I mean, you just look at their numbers, whether, it's the linear TV network business, you have EBITDA there that is just in free fall. And then their streaming platform is okay. I mean, yeah, you have about 85 million subscribers, but that really just doesn't cut it when it comes to size and scope and scale when you're comping against, the Netflixes of the world. So they absolutely need to do something. I mean, they need some kind of a transformative deal to get the business going. So this is really a do or die for them. I don't think they can just afford to walk away from the deal, not at this point.
Plus, there's a monster fee for doing that. Hey, Geetha, Charlie Pellet was just reporting that this Spider-Man movie, which I have not seen, just went over $1 billion in just in less than a week here. Does this signal that the theater business is back from the dead here?
Yeah, I think a little bit, Paul, but it might be too soon to generalize. I mean, we've seen really strong numbers from Spider-Man. We saw some really strong numbers from The Odyssey. But really what you're seeing here is, some very, very popular franchises. You have a very popular director in Christopher Nolan. Yes, it's the biggest movie, but it's also going to be a little bit hard to generalize. I think, though, what the success of these two movies does is that for the first time now in 7 years after the pandemic, we're going to be able to get to that magical $10 billion in domestic box office. And these two movies obviously would have, and Spider-Man definitely has a big, big role to play in that. But we do know that mid-budget movies, rom-coms, a lot of the other movies, the niche type of movies have really kind of completely disappeared from the theatrical kind of landscape and gone straight to streaming.
Yep, interesting. Changing times. Okay, Geetha, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Geetha Ranganathan. She is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's based in Princeton. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up in just a moment. The stocks at their intraday highs. S&P is up 108 points. That's 1.4%. The Dow up 870 points, 1.6%. And the NASDAQ up 520 points. That's 2%. WTI crude oil down almost 6%. $75.69. More coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. One more hurdle. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was confirmed about an hour ago by the Senate Judiciary Committee along party lines. His Attorney General nomination next faces debate and a vote in the full Senate. ABC's Catherine Falders in Washington.
He can only afford to lose two Republicans, especially with Mitch McConnell out, for example, and not voting. And there are still Republicans who at least appear to be on the fence or haven't said how they're voting. Now, who am I thinking of there? Senator Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Bill Cassidy, for example, who has remained a little quiet on this.
President Trump says Iran has a last chance to make a deal reopening the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Matt Rivers and Amon Jordan.
Key to any deal will be the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but even this deal being discussed would not take it back to the free passage through the strait that was in place before the war began. For now, Iran, though, saying that they are only talking with Oman and not the U.S. about a deal to reopen that strait.
Oil prices are higher amid the uncertainty. ABC News chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
The price of gasoline now $4.07 across the country. That is the nationwide average this morning, up 2 cents overnight and more than 30 cents from a month ago. The key for prices to head really much lower here is a signal that is sustained that the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of oil has resumed and best case scenario resumed back to pre-war levels.
A man is accused of starting the largest of the three wildfires in Spokane, Washington. ABC's Alex Stone is there.
More than 10,000 acres have burned in the Spokane area. Fire trucks surrounded by huge blazes as crews rush to contain the flames. The sheriff saying 14 people are unaccounted for, but incredibly, nobody has been killed or even seriously injured, despite the flames moving so quickly.
Wall Street's higher. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure over the western half of Pennsylvania is going to be responsible for some nice weather across New England right on through Friday. We'll have temperatures that are not too bad today and tomorrow since the humidity has dropped off, but humidity is going to return by Thursday, and then by Friday and Saturday we could be dealing with some afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Sunshine, some high clouds, and a high of 85. Tonight we're going to be partly cloudy. High cloudiness will continue to come up from the south and west overnight. Lows will be near 65. Tomorrow we should be partly to mostly sunny. Temperatures will return to near 85 tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy. Humidity levels start to come up. The lows are anywhere from 65 to 70, and it's mostly sunny, warm, and humid during the day on Thursday, 85 to 90. Could see some isolated thunderstorms inland Thursday afternoon. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Week 2 of testimony underway in the trial of Lindsay Clancy, who says a dangerous psychiatric condition caused her to kill her 3 children. ABC's Sophie Flay.
Prosecutors argue Clancy planned and carried out the murders. They say she then tried to take her own life by jumping from the second-story window of the family's home, leaving her paralyzed. Clancy admitted to the killings, but pleaded not guilty. Her lawyers argue she was suffering from postpartum psychosis, a severe mental health condition they say left her legally insane.
Jurors heard about entries in her journal in which she described being overwhelmed, which prosecutors argue shows she wanted to escape her current life. Her defense says her writings show a mother struggling with severe postpartum psychiatric illness. The state with the second highest number of data centers is hitting the pause button.
No data center, no data centers.
The protests have only gotten louder, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott has heard them, demanding last week that data centers be self-sufficient.
They must provide their own power, not taking power off the power grid.
Now he's going to step beyond, announcing a moratorium on new data centers without approval from the state's regulatory agencies. He's offered no deadline on the completion of those audits. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
There was no big winner in last night's $753 million drawing in Powerball. That means tomorrow night's big prize is up to $786 million, making it among the top 10 all-time jackpots. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Will 13 be the charm for President Trump? Welcome to the Tuesday edition as the president tries to walk up to step down play for a 13th time here since the start of the war with Iran. Calling this one the last chance to sign a deal. We're going to get the latest from the White House when we talk with Bloomberg's Skylar Woodhouse, with the president heading to the West Coast later on today to raise money. Todd Blanche is now one step closer to being confirmed as the nation's attorney general, despite worries that just won't die over the president's anti-weaponization fund. Is it still alive? We'll discuss with our political panel. And stocks are surging today. More powerful earnings and hopes for a deal with Iran coming together in a profitable way. We'll talk about it this hour with Bloomberg's Eric Weiner, but let's get an update right now with Charlie Pellet. He's at World Headquarters in New York, seeing new records today.
Indeed,
Charlie.
Absolutely right about that, Joe, for the Dow, for the S&P 500 index, and we are seeing stocks rip higher. Oil is selling off. That's part of the catalyst today. Earnings, of course, also anticipation for earnings from both AMD and SpaceX after the close of trading. And Palantir, by the way, last night, Palantir right now surging by 26.6%. But right now, West Texas Intermediate crude just above 76 a barrel. It is down another 5.3%. Brent crude 79.45, falling below 80. Brent down by 5.2%. Equities, though, ripping higher right now. Looking at the S&P up 111 points, up 1.5%. Not just higher, best level of the day right now. Dow Industrials up 892 points. That is a gain of 1.7%. NASDAQ 100 up almost 2.8%. NASDAQ Composite Index up by 2%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 0.4%. The VIX just above 16. The 2-year at 4.19%. The 10-year 4.62%. The 30-year 5.19%. Gold up 0.8%. 4,085 the ounce. And again, crude bears repeating. WTI down 5.5%. 75.95 a barrel. So oil slipping below $80 on Brent crude slipping below 80 on growing hopes that the U.S. and Iran can reach a deal. As for the broader energy outlook, Eric Cantor is former House Majority Leader, now Vice Chair at Moelis & Company, and he was interviewed this morning on surveillance.
We got a real shortage of refined product. There's been a lot of controversy about the earnings of the super majors in the oil and gas sector. But again, it's really about the market. It is, people have been saying for months now that this conflict in the Middle East is going to result in a shortage of supply. I mean, we know that was coming, and I think we're here now.
Eric Cantor of Moelis, and among the oil majors right now, ExxonMobil down 1.3%, Chevron down 1.2%, ConocoPhillips down 1.2%. You heard about it here on Balance of Power yesterday. President Trump scolding ExxonMobil and Chevron for their soaring profits. After the bell, earnings from AMD and SpaceX. Sports, the MLB Owners Management Council has approved the sale of the San Diego Padres to Clear Lake Capital Group co-founder Jose Feliciano and his wife Kwanzaa Jones for an MLB record of $3.9 billion. That, according to sources. One entertainment note, Spider-Man hits $1 billion in global ticket sales. And that, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I guess I'm going to have to go see it.
You got to see it.
Charlie, thank you so much. Well, yeah, did you see it already?
I haven't seen it yet. My wife saw it on Rotten Tomatoes. I think this thing got something like a 98% rating, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
but, I'm thinking me, you, and Tom Keene will do it after our shows tonight.
I want to know where TK goes to the theater. He probably does those big recliners where they serve you the drinks. I'm in. Just let me know when you want to go.
Fair enough,
Charlie. We'll see. We got plans already. Thank you, my friend. It's a Spidey movie. I'm not going to miss it. Thanks for being here on the Tuesday edition. Can you believe it's only Tuesday? Come on. Is Tuesday Little Monday? Kind of feels like that around here, but a beautiful day in Washington, and thank you for coming along here on Bloomberg Radio. Satellite radio, channel 121. Do you have the Sirius XM? Make sure we're on the presets there, and if you want to see us on YouTube, search Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll catch our live stream. You can pause it, back it up. It's the coolest thing that we have got going here. With our eyes on the White House, we're going to bring you there shortly with some expectation for good news when it comes to Iran. You heard Charlie mention the scolding the president gave big oil yesterday, and I see Exxon down another $2. But actually, some oil stocks are higher. We've got the XLE struggling a little bit. Williams Company is having a pretty good run after earnings. The pipeline maker, it's up 2.5%. We're going to talk about that change in rhetoric from the president 1 hour from now when Mike Summers joins us from the American Petroleum Institute. Kind of interesting for the president to suggest they are making too much money because crude today has a 7 handle. And that in itself is news. We don't even have a new MOU. Never mind a ceasefire or a peace deal. And now you're looking at WTI at $75 a barrel. Brent crude, 79. They're both down over 5%. Markets love this. Helps to pull interest rates lower. Stocks are surging, and you even got some better than expected earnings to hang your hat on. But we have to acknowledge the fact that nothing actually has changed other than the fact that we're not actively bombing Iran. And the story in the New York Post this morning is something. Somebody finally sat down, went through all the transcripts and the Truth Socials and counted them up. And it's an even dozen. The number of times the president has walked up to the line, promised to obliterate, decapitate, and so forth before pulling it back at the request of neighbors or a hope for some sort of peace to come. This is number 13 now. Indeed, the president has given Iran at least a dozen chances since the war began. On February 28th, reports the New York Post, threatening strikes or imposing deadlines for major actions by Tehran, only to reverse course or extend time limits. Some poor reporter in the newsroom got assigned the job to go count how many times he's done this, taco, you might say. For example, he delayed attacks twice in the spring, halted planning bombing in April to keep talks alive, backed off further strikes in May after Gulf allies pushed for restraint, held fire again in June as U.S. and Iranian negotiators work toward a framework deal. And now we have what he says will be a breakthrough today or tomorrow. This is it. The president in the Oval yesterday. Listen.
This is the last chance. This is the last chance for them to sign a good document. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. It's very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Okay, every last chance or the last chance? That, I guess, is the question. Could there be a 14? Wall Street will do this all day, right? It's indefinite. The markets will indefinitely trade on this, it appears, because guess what? Every time we do this, somebody's making money. The volatility trade is helping people retire. If you're a spot trader, this is the golden age, right? You walk it up to the line. You start buying certain stocks, right? Buy McDonald's. Then when he lets it go, AI stocks are flying, oil's lower. It's getting to be kind of predictable. But maybe we have a breakthrough today. The last chance for them to sign a good document. Skylar Woodhouse covers the White House for a living and has to do this dance on a regular basis. White House correspondent Skylar Woodhouse on the North Lawn right now. Looks nice out there, Skylar. Is this a day for peace? Are we going to hear some news from the president?
Yeah, Joe, it is a really nice day today, but I think, as you mentioned, look, this is the big question is, will this be another Trump taco moment? The president has continued to make these threats, and throughout the course of this war, he has really leaned into the sort of same rhetoric, saying this is Iran's last chance, that talks are going well, that a deal will be coming soon. But time has continued to prove that those negotiations, that these conversations are very fragile. So I think, we'll have to see what comes forward from the president today and if he can provide any sort of update. But he is known to sort of make these really harsh threats, and not just with the war in Iran. We've seen this through his tariff trade negotiations. I mean, he's sort of just following the way he, I guess, goes about being president, which is making those threats, and then oftentimes he'll walk it back. So we'll have to see if today or tomorrow is the day where he follows through.
We do have an opportunity to hear from him, right? Or maybe we will. Skylar, you'll have to tell me. I'm just looking at the schedule. He had the Nittany Lions in there, I see, a little while ago, the NCAA wrestling national champions. I guess they've come and gone. It was an earlier appointment, closed to press. But there's a swearing-in ceremony for Jay Clayton at the end of this hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Are you hopeful they open this to reporters? Could we get a little Q&A?
Who knows? Oftentimes those things come together. If it says closed press, they come together very last minute. But, the president does like to be in front of the cameras. And given a lot of the hoopla and sort of controversy surrounding that appointment with Bill Pulte in it before, we'll have to see if the president takes questions. And but if we don't hear from him, then he is traveling out west, and I'm sure we'll have some opportunities there.
Yeah, so what's on the agenda here? He's going to L.A., it looks like, and then we'll swing through Vegas. Are these fundraisers? Skylar, what's he going out west for?
Yeah, so he's doing his West Coast swing, which is pretty rare. He doesn't really tend to go out west super often. Today, he'll be flying to California, doing a fundraiser in Los Angeles, an RNC fundraiser, where he's expected to, tout his wins, his administration's policies, and he'll be in Gavin Newsom's territory. So, obviously, probably we'll hear some jabs on Gavin Newsom there. And then tomorrow he's heading to Vegas to really talk about the economy and what his administration has done around trying to bring prices down as the November midterms approach.
If you get over to the other side of the mansion at some point today, Skylar, take a look at this helipad project for us. We want to know what's going on. I realize you can't just walk out there, but apparently he's not happy with the helipad. He's stopping work. They're going to regrade the south lawn or something. I say we just go for it, put the pool in. I don't know about you, but...
Yeah, no, when I was coming out here to do my hit. Oh, yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me.
Well, no, tell me, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say I noticed a tent that was up. Now, I don't know what that tent actually is for, but given the helipad news, I was, trying to see if there was any, updates that I might be able to spot before coming out here.
All right.
We'll
Take
see.
a picture for us if you see something good. Skylar Woodhouse, thank you so much, as always, live from the White House. As the Washington Post reports, the president's directing contractors to redo what's already been done on the helipad. They've been 24/7, round-the-clock work to get this thing done because he can't land the helicopter there, and that UFC fight burned all the grass. They're redoing the whole thing, and the president wants a helipad so they can land the new choppers without burning the grass. Ordering work begun in June to be completed by a state visit in September. That's President Xi, right? The helipad is on the part of the lawn that slants downward. The president wants one that sits level, so they're going to have to regrade, it seems, the south lawn. We got to get some loom in here, guys. There will be a 100-foot wide granite presidential seal that was beginning to take shape on the pad. He's having them remove that now and start from scratch. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're just getting started here on Balance of Power. Thanks to Skylar. We're going to turn back to the markets next. Get an update from Charlie. We'll look under the hood with Eric Weiner because you might actually like what you see. This is Bloomberg. In the meantime, make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. We'll be there. Meet you on YouTube live right now and anytime at our website. Listen at Bloomberg.com.
Friday, July jobs are in focus.
Seems pretty darn good. If you want a job, you got a job.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%. Will the low hire, low fire environment continue?
Job satisfaction reached a historic high.
This is blowing away estimates.
The July jobs report on Bloomberg Surveillance. Friday morning at 8:30.
Does this change Kevin Wersch's world?
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always on Bloomberg 92.9. Context changes everything.
With the Bloomberg Small Business Report, I'm John Tucker, brought to you by FidelityInvestments.com. The Securities and Exchange Commission has reversed course and halted a new rule that would let NASDAQ quickly boot struggling companies from a stock exchange. This comes after small firms voiced their concerns. The regulator informed NASDAQ in a letter it was staying the exchange operator's rule until further notice. The SEC initially had approved the plan, allowing the exchange to kick out companies if their market worth based on the value of their listed securities dipped below $5 million for 30 straight days. A group representing small businesses petitioned the SEC to pause the rule. The measure is an attempt to clean up trading in so-called penny stocks, or companies that typically trade below $5 a share. The smallest companies on NASDAQ have been plagued by wild swings in their share prices amid allegations of social media-fueled trading manipulation. And that's the Bloomberg Small Business Report. I'm John Tucker.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure over Pennsylvania leads the sunshine across New England. Temperatures will be around 85, just high cloudiness from time to time. It'll be partly cloudy near 65 tonight. Partly to mostly sunny tomorrow. Highs are around 85 tomorrow afternoon. We're partly cloudy 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny Thursday and 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is David Gura. Join us on Bloomberg This Weekend. Watch and listen to the news show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P, the Dow, both trading at records right now. We have got oil tumbling. Stocks are ripping higher. Let's begin with hydrocarbons. WTI, 76.01 a barrel, down now by 5.4%. Barrel of Brent back below 80, 79.49. Brent crude down 5.1%. Stocks push higher. S&P 500 index above 7,700, 77.14 right now, up by about 115 points. That is a gain of 1.5%. A record on the Dow above 54,000. 54,104 on the Dow, up by 1.7%. NASDAQ up 548, up 2.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index, a number you don't hear that often, up 818 points. It is advancing now by 2.8%. Yes, the Russell 2000 index also taking part in the rally, up now by 1.6%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up by 6.4%. AMD, which reports after the bell, up by 8.2%. The VIX just above 16, the 2-year 4.18%, the 10-year 4.62%, and the 30-year right now at 5.18%. Spot gold up $31 the ounce, 4,085. That is a gain of 0.8%. Again, crude bears repeating. WTI 75.99 a barrel now, down by 5.5%. Our Eric Weiner will have a whole lot more on the markets for you coming up in just a moment. Palantir after earnings, it is up by 28.1%. AMD, SpaceX after the bell. SpaceX right now up by 6.4%. Briefly after earnings in the drug maker group, we've got Merck up by 1.1%, Pfizer up by 1.9%. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Wow, Charlie, this is quite a day. A ripper indeed, as Charlie Pellet puts it, and that's a technical term. He'll be back in about 20 minutes with more on the markets as we follow the indexes higher. Look at this. We're in the world of 7,700 on the S&P, 54,000 for the Dow. Interest rates are lower. Oil prices are lower. What else do you want? I guess better earnings, and we're going to have certainly an opportunity to put them up over the course of this week and next. SpaceX, as Charlie mentions, next big stop on the road here. The building's going to shake after 4 p.m. The question is, who's going to shake when that lockup ends 2 days later? 900 million shares, I think, additional shares of SpaceX dumping on the market, and that's not the only one. We'll have another even larger lockup expiration later on in the year. I was mentioning the helipad at the White House here. They're going back to square one as the Washington Post scoops the president ordering workers to redo weeks of work on the White House helipad. This on the South Lawn, right? This usually you see in the old days, well, I guess till now, Marine One, the helicopter, would take off and land on the grass. You'd have to walk through the grass and maybe get your shoes wet on the way if there's a little dew or something like that. But that's just the way, something very iconic, almost romantic about the commander-in-chief, the first family striding across the lawn to board Marine One. Think of Nixon out there with the peace signs on his way out of town. Imagine a helipad. Imagine a walkway going out to a helipad. That's what they're building now because the new helicopter burns the grass. President doesn't like the slope, so he's having them take the whole thing up. They've been working around the clock for a couple of weeks now, raising bigger questions about the cost of this thing, which I'm sure we'll be hearing about. And I mentioned this, the reason why we got to this point and they had an opportunity to build the helipad is because of the claw. Remember the UFC fight? They ruined all the grass on the South Lawn to have this wacky fight that coincided with the president's birthday. And now we understand that it was a roaring success to the tune of a $30 million loss for the company TKO Group. They told us this in advance. It was going to be we'll call it a loss leader. UFC Freedom 250, $30 million down the drain. The Ultimate Fighting Championship called the event a roaring success when they talked to analysts on a call yesterday, saying it would pay off in the long term in terms of building the fan base and business relationships. They claim, you talk about a $30 million loss, they generated $1 billion in earned media. $1 billion. They got 34 million viewers, Paramount Skydance, because they stream the thing, right? Paramount Plus. Reporting second quarter sales and profit that beat analyst estimates. That's the way to lose $30 million. Of course, President Trump is the king of earned media, which is why some say he hasn't put any of his own money into the Republican effort in the midterm cycle. Back to Wall Street, just keep pushing higher, and we have no news from Iran. So the disconnect is interesting here. Markets are ever optimistic about what the president is doing when he says, we're not going to bomb because we're talking. Oil prices immediately go down and stocks go up. Even when Iran says, no, we're not, no one's talking, and there are no headlines. So you start wondering if we're getting a little far over our skis, especially as we're constantly encouraged with stronger than expected earnings. Or is that enough? This is an earnings-driven market. Maybe traders shouldn't be trading on the war. That's why we wanted to spend some time with Eric Weiner. Now, it's the lunch hour here, 12:30 on the East Coast. I thought nothing better today. It's a beautiful day outside, the 4th of August. The sun is out here in Washington, to pour a little iced tea and sit on the porch with Eric Weiner. Just going to talk, just the two of us. If you want to hang out here, that's great. We get to do this kind of thing before the TV cameras show up at 1 o'clock. And Eric, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing all right. Our senior editor for equities. You got a nice tea up there in New York?
It's very nice outside. I haven't had an iced tea, just water, but it's a beautiful day.
I think maybe an Arnold Palmer would work.
Yes,
so here we're on the rocking chairs.
Yes.
On the rocking chairs, looking at the terminal, Eric. Are you getting nervous that this is getting toppy, or did we just find with these recent earnings reports a whole new reason to push it higher?
It's in part that. It really is. If you look at, if you look back to June 2nd, when the S&P had its last high, the groups that are driving this are financials, insurance, credit cards, you've got healthcare, basically pharma. These are this is a sign of the rally broadening out, and that's what you want to see. We were very, very heavily focused on tech. And if you look at who was underperforming during the last run up, it's chips and it's technology hardware. So in that sense, it's a good sign. You alluded to the concern, which is not knowing exactly what's going on in Iran with the war and its effect on everything. What seems to be happening is that when Trump actually doesn't speak, the market does better. And when the threats start coming, they get a little bit wobbly. And so if he would kind of keep it low key and let diplomacy play out, I think the market would really, really appreciate that, and we would start getting back to some normal pricing.
It's like a national relaxing of the nerves when he's not posting or talking. I'll tell you what, though, Eric, it was a week ago tomorrow that the Dow fell 1,100 points. Remember, 30-year Treasury hit 5.2%. The market's head exploded, and it was the excuse, hey, we've been waiting for a correction. This is clearly it. It's time to start selling. It hasn't even been a week, and we're at new all-time highs.
That is earnings. That is the results of the companies coming in that are stronger than expected, and the economy doing better. The market, not necessarily the economy, because the economy is a couple of different things, but the market in that sense doing better and responding to just fundamental concerns. When you looked at what was getting punished, you had a lot of selling of the winners before. And what you looked at what was getting punished, it was companies that weren't doing what the market wanted them to do. And it was kind of results oriented, but it was also, to use the term, vibes. And now we are really looking at the groups that are moving because the results are warranting a move up in the stocks. And we're kind of waiting to see what comes next. if oil continues to fall, if rates and yields can come down, then this is very warranted. If not, and we go back into risk, a risk situation with the war in particular, then we're going to see another sell-off. And it's not necessarily like these behaviors aren't necessarily healthy or not. When you start seeing a broadening out, that's healthy. And when you see selling and value coming down and pricing accurately, that's healthy too.
Yeah. We've got Palantir up 28% on earnings today. And I'm noticing that a lot of software is higher. Even Salesforce has been looking good recently. Eric, what do you make of this whole situational awareness blow up, this hedge fund that may have this 25-year-old or whatever boy wonder from Germany who was running this fund, his first foray into investing, blew a hole in the market? How much were these margin calls to blame for what we went through a couple of weeks ago?
It sounds like a lot. It's really hard to that we'll get that in the autopsy, which will come in a couple of months. But it really does look like that was what was going on. And this is the kind of thing that concerns traders, because that's bubble behavior. When you have like a guy who's been in the market for 2 years and he's a hero, that's when people start saying, oh my God, what are we doing?
Well, that's right. And I guess, short software, go long hardware only lasts for so long. When things start to turn around, your broker starts calling because you owe money. So we've got SpaceX after the bell. You pointed out earnings have been great. I mean, Microsoft and Amazon alone just changed. Talk about the vibes, the entire mood of this market. How important is Elon Musk's call going to be after the bell today?
The call is the whole thing. So you pointed out Amazon and Microsoft are just soaring right now. And it's because what they are showing is returns on their AI investments. Meta less so, Google getting hit because it's negative free cash flow. But when these companies show results and show tangible returns, then investors really want to buy in. SpaceX is not there. So you're not going to get a lot of details in terms of what, how do you price this thing? What are their earnings? What are their revenues like? Everything's very small and it's all very future oriented. So what you want to hear is how confident they are in the growth, how much their spending is turning into tangible returns. But really, this is much more down the road concerns. And SpaceX has really gotten hit hard. So for it just to get back to its IPO price will be a victory for Musk.
I know you're not covering the company specifically. We're kind of talking in broad strokes here, but that lockup expiration later in the week, you wonder if the earnings report even matters tonight. You've got 900 million shares about to drop on the market.
Technically, it doesn't. I mean, that's what matters. And as you alluded to, there's like billions of shares more coming. That's why it's going to be really difficult to price this thing accurately for about a year, because we don't know exactly what they're doing. There aren't numbers to back it up in a big way, and there's a flood of stock that is hitting the market that was not included in the original valuation. That makes it tough.
Always love hanging out with Eric Weiner. I appreciate it, Eric. Thanks for spending some time with me on the porch here. Let's do lunch next time. We'll spend a little extra time together with his views on the markets and what could be another doozy of an after-hours period. Eric Weiner, senior editor for Equities. Our political panel's up next, only here on Bloomberg Radio.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was confirmed in past hours by the Senate Judiciary Committee along party lines. He can only afford to lose 2 senators in the next vote, says ABC's Catherine Faulders in Washington.
He still does have a challenge with the full Senate. He will likely get through, but that doesn't mean it's going to be smooth sailing between now and presumably Saturday night is when that full vote for Blanche, at this point at least, will likely be.
What started as a boil water advisory because of a pump station outage is now being investigated as a cyber attack in Clayton County, Georgia, says local media. Oil prices are higher amid uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz and the Iran war. Immigration officers arrested a University of Maryland pharmaceutical professor who allegedly overstayed his visa and failed to deport, says the Department of Homeland Security. A man's arrested accused of starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington. This is ABC News.
Why wait through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio
when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
The entertainment business is changing fast. At Bloomberg Screen Time, we'll bring together the executives, creators, investors, and entrepreneurs shaping what's next in Hollywood, music, sports, and gaming. We'll talk about the biggest stories in media, like the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers, the booming live events business, and the potential impact of AI. I'm Lucas Shaw, and I'll be hosting Bloomberg Screen Time in Los Angeles September 30th and October 1st. Join us and request your invitation today at BloombergLive.com/screentime/radio.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Bloomberg opinion columnist David Frickling, who tells us you can think of tungsten mining as a century-old prediction market for war.
Why would we talk about war, geopolitical uncertainty, all this stuff? What is it about tungsten that suddenly becomes important?
If you go back right to the turn of the 20th century, it has operated like a prediction market in the sense that people making real investments, once they get a sense that war is a real possibility, they put real money behind tungsten. And you can see the sort of process with that. If you're operating a tungsten mine, then you're in touch with tungsten traders, and the tungsten traders are in touch with military, material companies who get the first big orders when there's a real prospect of war. And this mine I visited has this extraordinary history where it first opened in 1917 during World War I. It closed at the end of the war because then the war ended, no one needed the tungsten anymore, and the European governments sold off all their tungsten stockpiles. Opens up again in 1938 before World War II starts. It goes through a bit of a struggle after World War II, but then it's more or less like rescued by the Korean War. It closes down almost altogether round about when Sputnik is launched and people start rethinking what wars are going to be like. But then it sort of keeps going through the Vietnam War and finally closes down the Cold War. And it's been closed. This mine, it's on a beach on an island just off the coast of Tasmania. It's a pretty isolated, windswept spot in the roaring 40s. In 1990, it closed down, the mine flooded, and it was basically being ignored for most of the last 3 decades. And it's now finally starting up again at this very moment when war is looking more likely.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all surging right now, looking at a record on the S&P 500 index. Yeah, we're above 7,700 right now. 77.19 where we stand. That is a gain of 1.6%. Dow Industrial's up 950 points. That's a gain of 1.8%. NASDAQ up 2.1%. The NASDAQ 100 index doing even better, surging now by 2.8%. Hopes for a deal to revive the Strait of Hormuz, lifting stocks toward records, bonds higher, oil is sinking. Got to begin there with crude, with WTI now at $76.17 a barrel. WTI down 5.2%. Barrel of Brent $79.67. Brent crude down by 4.9%. Bottom line here, stocks higher. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index, so little changed, up 0.3%. The SOX up 6.3%. That's the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, and the VIX holding just above 16. Your 2-year 4.19%, with the 10-year 4.62%, the 30-year 5.19%. Gold $4,085 the ounce, up 0.8%. WTI again down 5.2%, $76.20 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Coming up on Friday, we've got the jobs report. Yeah, going to be closely watched by economists, traders, and Fed watchers. Bob Dahl is president and CEO of Crossmark Global Investments, and he was a guest this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Look, if they want inflation at 2%, they'll have no choice, in my view, but to raise rates. We're nowhere near 2%, and the other side of what they have to worry about, employment, is in pretty good shape. So why they're not moving faster on inflation, I guess they're hopeful that we're going to get some good economic numbers between here and the next Fed meeting.
Crossmark's Bob Dahl interviewed on Surveillance. So yeah, falling oil certainly giving stocks a lift, but also optimism about earnings. Case in point, Palantir surging after last night's report, up now by almost 29%. AMD, SpaceX, they both report after the close of trading. AMD up by about 8%, SpaceX up by 5.8%. Lots going on. That, Joe Matthew, is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. Listen to Charlie, baby, with the rally. Is that the rally music, Charlie? Don't get me excited like that. I've got to talk about Todd Blanche, for crying out loud. We have special rally music. When you hear that music, you're making money. Charlie, thank you so much.
I love days like this because people get excited when they see the bull running. But listen, markets go up, markets go down. Bottom line, Joe Matthew, we got you covered either way.
I thought you were going to say, but someone's always making money. Thank you, Charlie. He'll be back at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. He's the best, high atop the tower in Midtown Manhattan. It is a heck of a looking market here, and, well, we'll find out what the next leg is going to be when SpaceX reports after the bell. We're going to have extensive reporting on that. Ed Ludlow will join us on the late edition of Balance of Power, which, of course, starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have a pretty good sense of where the company stands, although, as we discussed with Eric Weiner, the big lockup expiration on Thursday might really just render this evening's quarterly report useless. Micron's jumping, though. It's up about 8%. It is kind of a buy everything. When Micron and GE are both up on the same day, you know you've got an interesting market on your hands here. So we turn back to Capitol Hill. I mentioned Todd Blanche. We've got two big ones today, actually. Committee confirmation vote for Todd Blanche swearing in at the White House, but, well, we'll say 15 minutes from now for Jay Clayton, the new DNI. Looks like the president's getting both of his guys here, knowing that Blanche did not come without a fight. It was at this time yesterday, I was showing you the letter from the Attorney General that Robert McWhirter described not as Swiss cheese, but as no cheese at all. But it did the trick. A promise to never put up the anti-weaponization fund in writing, signed by Todd Blanche. And it was for an audience of two. As we told you, Senators John Cornyn, Tom Tillis. President crossed them. They're crossing him back. But even if there's no cheese here, it does seem that they've both been won over. At least enough to vote yes. Here's Tom Tillis in the committee a short time ago.
The bottom line is nobody is clean here. And until we start recognizing this behavior as bad, we're just going to one-up it. Maybe it's a little bit more intense in this administration than the last one, and that a little bit more intense than the prior administration, and so on and so forth. But, folks, we've got to end this stuff. We do. I'm going to support Mr. Blanche's nomination, but what I hope I see out of him is a bending of the curve of this absurdity.
Tom Tillis drinking a Celsius? You got, producer James. It's a tiring experience up there, but they got him out of committee. It was a party line vote, and I guess nobody should be surprised by this. Not a single Democrat voted for Blanche's nomination as he won over the two who counted. Democrats call him uniquely dangerous. Remembering this letter that went out yesterday addresses the anti-weaponization fund, which some believe the president could revive in some other form whenever he wants, but it preserves the president's immunity, the IRS immunity deal. So let's see how the panel's feeling about this, because it's going to be a pretty great day for Blanche and for Clayton. Again, he's going to be sworn in as DNI. I'm guessing Bill Pulte will be in the room coming up next hour. The question for Blanche now is, when will they vote? Do they do this before recess? It's looking like, yeah, they will, if John Thune keeps everybody around for at least some of the weekend. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, keeping it real with our best panel. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Jeannie, I'll start with you here, because not a single Democrat voted for Todd Blanche. And I'm sure that they feel like they're on the right side of history. He will be confirmed, though, right?
We know yet. I think if you look at history, speaking of history, not one of Donald Trump's nominees who has gotten to the floor has lost. So there's that. You've also got some of those who have expressed reservations about Blanche, saying they would rely on somebody like John Cornyn. So you have that. But you also have people who are running who have lost because of Donald Trump. And these are not just Cornyn or Tillis. You could look at some of the other folks like Bill Cassidy. So there's about 5 senators that we need to watch. That would be Collins, Husted, Sullivan, Curtis, and Cassidy. Yeah. Do they, do all of them vote against him? There is a 2 that they need, that they can lose, but the rest they cannot lose. And for somebody like Susan Collins, if she votes to confirm, they are voting for this slush fund. They are voting for the immunity deal. They are voting for the maltreatment of the Epstein victims. They are voting not to release the Epstein files. They are voting for the politicization of the Attorney General of DOJ. So this is what they are voting for and are going to have to face voters on in November. And that's a tough pill for them to swallow, at least those that are on the ballot.
Well, Jeannie lays out the rationale nicely here, Rick. What do you think about the vote count with some of the names she mentioned? We're looking at Bill Cassidy, among others. When this goes to a floor vote, does Blanche need to worry?
I think they've got to keep the heat on. Each of these folks who would be in play, as Jeannie says, have said the same thing, which is we're going to talk to Cassidy, or we're going to talk to Cornyn and Tillis and just see how the negotiations went. Was he being honest and truthful? Did he represent himself well? It's more about, whether or not they can work with this man in the future than the deal itself, which is, you can take it or leave it. I mean, obviously Democrats don't like it and Republicans are going to hide behind it. So at the end of the day, I think ultimately the power holds in the White House. Trump keeps the heat on. Everybody sort of marches to the GOP tune and says yes to this guy. But I would say, Jeannie picks up an important point. Susan Collins is probably looking right now for some opportunities to distance herself, from Donald Trump. And you can't get anybody who's closer to Donald Trump than the Attorney General, Todd Blanche. And so this would be a bombshell in Maine. She's still got a race to go. Just because Democrats have kind of fumbled the ball doesn't mean they're out of the game. And so at the end of the day, how big an explosion does she want? And would she do it alone, or is this the kind of thing where if you're going to do it, you better hope you got 2 others with you to make sure that the nomination goes down? So it's really interesting to watch the next couple days to see how this plays out on the floor.
Boy, absolutely. And if I'll tell you what, if Rick Davis isn't sure, that says a lot right now. Jeannie, we're going to get a look. Well, actually, I'm still waiting to find out if they're going to open this to press. The swearing in of Jay Clayton. It's set for the next hour here before the president heads out west. And sometimes we don't know until it starts. We find out they're assembling the pool, whether there'll be a posthumous photo release or otherwise. Do you think Bill Pulte is in the room? And what will be next for him? He's not just going back to the housing market, is he?
Oh, he is absolutely not, Joe. Every time, somebody talks about a cabinet member, an official in the White House who Donald Trump may have to remove. I mean, at this point, who knows? He may be asked to fill in for somebody like Jeanine Pirro. Obviously, he's not an attorney, so he really can't. But his name keeps getting floated because, of course, he is incredibly close to Donald Trump. He doesn't have the expertise. He doesn't have the background to do any of these jobs, or to many of these jobs that he's doing, particularly acting DNA. But he does something more important, which is he does the bidding of Donald Trump. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's in the room, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him and his name floated for other potential cabinet posts as they come up, because he's made it clear he wants one and he is beloved by the president, and that's who would be nominating him.
See, I mentioned Judge Jeanine. This is just becoming like the HR segment at the White House every day. We talk about who's fired and who's hired. So let's do this. There are multiple reports, multiple newspapers fronting these stories today. Wall Street Journal, President Trump discussed ousting Jeanine Pirro, according to people familiar with the matter, after Pirro's office contradicted the president's contention that the reflecting pool was damaged by vandals. Hold on. The New York Times, same story. Pirro arrived at the White House on Monday afternoon and was taken to meet with Trump in the Oval Office, according to two people with knowledge. She was not fired, nor did she offer her resignation. But Doug Burgum was in there. Rick, how awkward is this? Is the Interior Secretary who went on TV to continue this narrative that vandals destroyed the reflecting pool, only to be rebuffed by Judge Jeanine. President's not really going to fire her, right?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that this is going to cause her a job loss. And my guess is, we all saw her sort of going in and coming out of the White House with this like massive documents on a trailer that she's hauling around. And that would have been a fun woodshed session to actually attend, because it's pretty clear that she's claiming she got her information on the damage that the contractor made from the Interior Department. So Burnham's there to say, whoa, wait a minute. Just because someone said that in a report doesn't make it true. We still believe in the vandal scenario. I mean, that would have been just so much fun to see Trump bouncing off the walls going, who am I going to fire today? Is it because Burnham slipped the knot on this? But as I understand it, it's, an analysis his agency did, his department did on the pool. Bottom line is, I don't think anybody loses their job over, the Watergate, get it? But at the end of the day, it's kind of an embarrassing day for Trump. And look, we're all talking about this stuff as if it matters to voters. Every single day, Trump's talking about stuff like this, helipads, ballrooms, or the war in Iran. He is losing votes for Republicans on the ballot in November. And so, it's another good day for Democrats when you have a day like yesterday.
Wow. Well, Jeannie, I can see you smiling from here. Judge Jeanine's office pointed to documents from the Interior Department that, quote, significantly undermine, unquote, the evidence that was the basis for charging a former Olympian. I think he ought to be able to get a lifetime of canoeing in the reflecting pool after all of this. You've talked about it the way Rick just did, though, Jeannie. The fact that I'm talking about it is the problem, right? If you're walking up on an election, this is the biggest distraction there is, and it's coming from the White House.
It is coming from the White House. I mean, it is coming for the president. That's why we are talking about it, and you must talk about it, because we have a president who, as the economy is slowing down. People are saying words like stagflation. We are in war. He has an election in a few months. He is obsessing about the aesthetics of Washington, D.C., and threatening to fire prosecutors who are telling the truth to federal judges. That's Donald Trump.
The article suggests that maybe a pool liner isn't exactly what the reflecting pool needs. Rick and Jeannie will be back in our second hour. Great to have both of you with us. We'll have more on Watergate, Rick, when we learn more. Hour 2 of Balance of Power straight ahead. Make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast to find Balance of Power and listen to us anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Couple of sunny days shaping up for southern New England. We're mostly sunny through the rest of the day. Just some high cloudiness drifting by. 85 tonight, partly cloudy, 65. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny, back to near 85. It'll be partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny and warmer Thursday, highs 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation. Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Are you a successful W-2 professional or a business owner earning more than $2 million a year and totally frustrated by the amount of taxes you pay every year? Have you been wondering why your CPA only provides tax preparation services and no real tax savings advice? Then visit NeilJasani.com. That is NeilJasani.com. We are a national tax accounting firm serving only ultra-high income households and mid-sized businesses. Don't pay what you don't owe. Visit NeilJasani.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This week on Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua. I speak with investor and entrepreneur Amanda Stavely on the boldest deal of her career.
That was brave.
Walking away from Newcastle.
It was the toughest decision. I've made it.
And what she's looking for in her next football club.
I just want a challenge, and that's what excites me.
Listen and watch Leaders with me, Francine Lacqua, on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Lisa Mateo, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. W291 CC Haverhill. W221 EE Topsfield. Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Markets rally on the president's words, but nothing has actually changed in Iran yet. Welcome to the Tuesday edition as President Trump gives Iran what he calls one more chance before decapitation. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. And Kaylee, it's something. The problem is that he's turned back on threats just like this time. Now 13 times, according to a count in the New York Post.
Yeah.
How many more do you get?
Been a dozen last chances for Iran, which raises the question why Iran would believe this current chance is really the last one. All that said, there are signals from multiple parties that there could potentially be a deal, at least on the Strait of Hormuz in the offing. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, suggested as much in an interview earlier. And Qatar is also sending some similar signals. That's as Bloomberg is reporting that Iran is actually considering letting Europe play a role in demining the strait.
How about that? Which is something that the president has floated before as well. So the markets are taking the president at his word. As I mentioned, you've got crude oil with a 7 handle today. Stocks are surging. In fact, we could be talking about record numbers by the close.
Yeah, the S&P closed within an inch of a fresh record yesterday, and it could very well ink a new high today. All of that, as Joe pointed out, as we're seeing Brent crude below $80 a barrel, mostly on the geopolitical narrative. We have to talk about domestic politics today as well, though, because there's primaries happening in a number of states, and perhaps most crucially in Michigan, where the Democratic Senate primary is going to be a big indicator of what party what direction the party is heading in, not just in this year, 2026, but beyond.
Yeah, being framed as a referendum for the party itself. I don't know if that's overdoing it a little bit when you've got one race, but we start connecting the dots around the country when we've seen progressive Democrats or even Democratic socialists win these races. This is going to be the real hot one, and Democrats need to win Michigan if they're going to take the Senate. So we'll explore this a little bit later on this hour, too.
Yep, we'll be getting into that with our political panel. But first, we get into these markets, as we always do. We turn to Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. Chomping at the bit here. I got a lot of news, a lot of excitement. Here's what's going on with the Dow Industrials. They are now up by 1,000 points. Best level of the day on the Dow. Ripping higher there. Technical term up by 2% on the industrials. Yes, a record. Yes, above 54,000. 54,187 right now on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Big day for the Dow. The S&P 7731. Yeah, that's a gain of 130 points. Right now up by 1.7%. Record on the S&P. NASDAQ still has a way to go. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 2.3%. The NASDAQ 100 Index, again, best level of the day, up right now by 3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 0.6%. The SOX, big story there, up 6.6%. AMD after the close of trading today, along with SpaceX. Shares of Advanced Micro Devices, they are up by 8.2%. Rally in semis. SpaceX, by the way, ahead of earnings, up by 6.2%. 121 where we stand on SpaceX. The IPO price, of course, 135 last month. Right now, we have got the 2-year yielding 4.19%, the 10-year 4.62%, the 30-year 5.18%. Gold at $4,097 the ounce, up by 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude just above 67 a barrel. Right now, we've got WTI down 5.3%. Barrel of Brent 79.55, drop there of 5%. So oil slipping as optimism grows that the U.S. and Iran are moving closer to a deal to reopen the vital Strait of Hormuz checkpoint. Right now, we've got oil majors, the super majors. They are trading lower this after President Trump blasted ExxonMobil and Chevron for high gasoline prices. ExxonMobil down 0.4%. Chevron down 1%. ConocoPhillips also lower, along with the price of crude. ConocoPhillips down by 0.7%. But again, Dow Industrials now up 993 points, a record there, up 1.9%. S&P up by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet, Joe and Kaylee. Lots going on. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Lots going on indeed, and a great snapshot of it from Charlie Pellet. Tech stocks ripping, as Charlie mentioned, and interesting to see energy stocks once again under pressure today as we see oil prices going lower. Perhaps that's going to mean fewer profits for these energy companies. This is something we know President Trump cares a lot about as he accused these companies essentially of profiteering once again in the Oval Office yesterday. And we'll be talking about that in a moment with the president of the American Petroleum Institute, Mike Summers. But first, we have to talk about what else the president said in the Oval Office as he explained his once again calling off of more intense strikes on Iran, describing the current chance as being the last one for Tehran.
This is the last chance. This is the last chance for them to sign a good document. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. It's very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens again. Not the first time we've heard about a last chance, as the New York Post actually went through transcripts and Truth Social posts to learn there is in fact a number on this. He's done it now 13 times, giving Iran one last chance. In this case, he says, before decapitation. We've seen this walk up only to step back moment, and there's a big question about whether this will in fact be the last one. As Kaylee mentioned, there are some good signs as Qatar signals progress on a deal, and it's something that we want to discuss with Jordan Fabian, who is our White House and politics team leader here in Washington, D.C., having covered the administration for many years. Jordan, it's great to see you. Are we any closer to a deal, and how many times does the president get to do this?
Well, it appears as many times as he'd like, but another good question is, what is a deal? If it's simply to restore traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, maybe we're back to where we were pre-war, but that leaves all the other war objectives that the president had by the wayside as far as preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Yes, they've degraded their military capabilities, but they've shown they still have the strength to hit targets throughout the region and threaten their neighbors. And so you might ask at the end of this, if it's just a deal to get traffic going in Hormuz, what was all this for? Not to mention the fact that Iran has learned that it has a very powerful lever in control of the strait, and I have some real questions about whether they're actually going to restore true freedom of navigation, given all we just went through.
Yeah, well, of course, the original memorandum of understanding was just about immediately reopening the Strait of Hormuz and punting talks on more difficult issues like Iran's nuclear ambitions to a later date. Would we expect, Jordan, if there is to be a deal, that it would be in MOU form once again, or have they effectively decided that that didn't work the first go around?
I don't know if we have that level of detail, and it's not even clear which parties are talking right now. We know that Iran and Oman are talking. We don't know to the extent to which the U.S. is involved beyond Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff just texting and on the phone with intermediaries. So again, a deal might just be the prelude to more talks. But again, the MOU approach, as you pointed out, Kaylee, was not effective. It left the strait too ambiguous, which let Iran come back and hit shipping. It didn't address the key questions for Trump. And so, Trump says they're duplicitous negotiators. Like, how can you make a deal with people who are duplicitous negotiators?
We're seeing oil prices pull back today on hopes for something to happen here, and it's not the first time we've seen that, although it's been a while since we've been in the 70s for crude oil. Gas prices are still hovering above $4 a gallon, though, and that kind of remains its own story and its own market. You were covering the Biden administration. I remember distinctly talking to you when prices topped $5 a gallon. How different is the rhetoric that we're hearing from this administration to the way Biden messaged around what's a real problem for voters with a few months to the election?
It's actually strikingly similar, Joe, for as many rips as Trump likes to take at Biden. What they're saying as far as the gasoline prices is quite similar. A lot of jawboning against the super majors in the oil industry, launching of investigations or probes into supposed price gouging in the retail gasoline market. I remember Biden said something along the lines in 2022 of, the big oil companies are making more money than God. And you had Trump say something pretty similar yesterday in the Oval Office, saying that they're making way too much profit and they need to give money back to shareholders. The irony for Trump is that, with Biden, that was Russia's invasion of Ukraine that triggered the price spike. This was Trump's own actions that triggered the most recent price spike. And so there's the difference for you.
All right. Jordan Fabian, leading our White House and politics team here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much. It's like Jordan knew exactly where we were planning to go next.
Well,
as he talks about what we heard from the president in the Oval Office yesterday, calling out specific oil majors for their profits. Listen.
They're making too much money based on a shortage. They're making too much money. I don't like it. Chevron, too much money. ExxonMobil, too much money. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public, and they better cut the retail price, the consumer price.
So to Jordan's point, sounds like something we've heard from prior administrations as well.
Well, yeah, that's true. And it's kind of amazing since we hear so much about the president's relationship with the oil industry. Well, we may not be seeing a lot of additional drilling. It's kind of a vibes thing that there's just more positive energy in the energy space when it comes to this administration. But stopping down to call them out, what are we looking at for a gallon of gas today, Kaylee? $4 according to AAA and 8 cents nationally. And we wanted to talk talked this out with Mike Summers. I'm guessing he was listening to this as well. Mike, of course, runs the American Petroleum Institute, where he's president and CEO, speaking for the industry. It's great to see you, Mike.
Great to be
and
with
welcome back to Bloomberg. Is this an argument within the family? How would you describe the relationship between this administration and your industry? And what's he looking for here?
Well, first of all, I give the president a lot of credit. His energy dominance agenda has really made the difference. We've opened up the Gulf of America again for production. We have more production on federal lands and, of course, in federal waters. Their regulatory agenda has been very positive for the American oil and gas industry. There's no question. This president has been focused on more production here in the United States. And that has provided a buffer during this time when the Strait of Hormuz has been effectively closed. So I give him a lot of credit for his energy dominance agenda. At the same time, we know that this industry is a price taker, not a price maker. And because the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down for basically 5 months, we're of course going to be dealing with higher prices at the pump.
So, in other words, is higher profit not a choice? Or could they make a different choice?
Well, of course. This is an industry, as I said, we are price takers, not price makers. And as a consequence of the Strait of Hormuz, which has been 20 million barrels of oil a day not making it through the strait, you're going to have to deal with higher prices. I'll remind you, though, in 2020, I was actually in a meeting with the president in the cabinet room where this industry was actually dealing with low prices. In fact, negative $32 prices.
Yeah, of course.
And that was a time when this industry was making virtually zero earnings. So this is a commodity business. Prices go up, prices go down. We have to deal with the price swings. And on average, this industry actually makes fewer earnings than other large industries like tech, like finance. So this is an industry that we do have to deal with those highs and lows. And high prices now mean investments for future production. One example of that is during the 2008-2012 period, when we were dealing with significant earnings at that point too. That was allowed us to finance what eventually became the shale revolution, the fracking revolution, which allowed us today now produce about 14 million barrels of oil every single
Surely
day.
the president understands everything we're talking about here, right? I mean, look, he knows that there's a refining bottleneck in this country, that there's a disconnect. We talk about crack spreads between the price of crude and what we pay at the pump, that distilled products are their own story. Is he just sounding the populist alarm in an election season? I feel your pain.
Well, I do think that everyone is concerned about high prices at the pump for American consumers and high electricity prices.
Calling you guys out by name, though, ExxonMobil and Chevron.
Absolutely. But we understand that, we're in an election year and we're going to have to deal with that kind of incoming. But at the same time, American consumers have to understand that during this time of high earnings, this is the time when we invest for future production going forward.
Well, as Joe's talking about the political considerations here, that arguably is why we've seen the president float things like a gas tax holiday, for example. Do you fear that he could even go so far if we see prices permanently above $4 a gallon, for example, to suggest that maybe there should be export bans put in place in this country? What would that do?
Well, we would also be very concerned about any kind of an export ban. I will say that there are a lot of policies that they put in place that have provided some kind of a buffer. For example, the Jones Act waiver that they put into place. There are other things they could do. There are changes that they could make to the renewable fuels standard right now that are providing a higher price at the pump that we don't need to sustain right now, given the kind of challenges that we have. But we would be concerned about an export ban, primarily because there is a mismatch between the kind of production that we have in the United States. This WTI that we produce here in the United States isn't necessarily refined here in the United States. So we import a lot of product from overseas, and then we export a lot of product from the United States to be refined elsewhere. That's actually to the benefit of American consumers, because we buy that lower quality crude from other countries like Canada and then sell it to American consumers at a discount. So any kind of an export ban, I think, would be a great concern to this industry.
We've talked about the refining bottlenecks in this country and the need to maintain these refineries. At some point, you need to take them down and fix the hardware in a country that hasn't built a refinery, I believe, since the 1970s. Is this the part that needs to be fixed?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we're so focused on getting legislative permitting reform done, because it is very hard to build anything in this country, particularly a new oil refinery. You're exactly right. We haven't built a refinery in this country since 1976. And if you think about the market that we were in 1976 compared to the one that we are in today, it's a completely different story. We were importing oil at that point. Now we're exporting oil. It doesn't make any sense. We should be building more refineries in this country because that's the real bottleneck right now. Even when you're dealing with lower prices from a crude perspective, you don't have the refining capacity that you need to turn it into the products that we use on a daily basis, like gasoline and diesel.
What are you hearing about permitting reform on Capitol Hill right now? Or I guess maybe a better question is, are you hearing about it? Because we often don't.
This should be such a layup for the United States Congress right now. I believe it should be a political imperative for them. You see prices going up, particularly on the electricity side, because of more demand on the electrical grid, because of data centers and the advent of artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, lawmakers just aren't focused on it because we're in an election year. I think that this should have been the first thing on the agenda this Congress. Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree because all sides benefit, whether it's alternative energies like wind and solar or pipelines that would benefit oil and natural gas. But unfortunately, I think they're a little bit too focused on what's coming in November, and everybody wants to wait until they figure out who's going to win to decide who's going to benefit from permitting reform.
There's great hope in the markets today. We see crude oil in the 70s for the first time in some time is encouraging. How long would we need to stay at these levels or move lower to see a significant change in gas prices?
Here's the bottom line. Unfortunately, we're still not getting enough product through the Strait of Hormuz. Even at the highest ends, they're saying that we're getting only about 7 million barrels of oil through the Strait of Hormuz at this point. Because of new pipeline capacity, you only need to get that level up to about 11 million barrels a day through the Strait because of a lot of that product now flowing through pipelines. That is a great news story for the Middle East. And I think over time, we need to continue to build that infrastructure so that we can avoid the Strait over time. But right now, we need to get that up to about 11 million barrels a day on a sustained basis if we're going to get back to where we need to be, back to where we were prior to this conflict beginning.
Well, so should this administration also tap the rest of the SPR drawdown that they said they would complete? I believe there's 39 million barrels left in that program.
So there are about 39 million barrels left in that program. We still have product in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That was something that they negotiated at the beginning of this. That expires at the end of August. They need to think about where they are and start considering whether they're going to do another release or another exchange, which is how this program is developed. I don't know the answer to that yet. I don't think we're going to know until we know the results of whether this potential deal in the Middle East comes through. We've seen this before, of course. I do think that has provided an important relief valve for American consumers, those targeted SPR releases, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. So there are a lot of these policies. Again, we're going to have to extend the Jones Act waivers as well. That has provided an important relief valve for American consumers also.
All right. Mike Summers, the CEO and president of the American Petroleum Institute, here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. We still have more ahead here on Balance of Power. We'll assemble our political panel next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
In the meantime, make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Get to Spotify or Apple, wherever you do your podcast, to hear our full conversation with Mike Summers. And listen anytime at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Japan and the U.S. intervened to strengthen the Japanese yen. Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance with Stephen Englander of Standard Chartered.
Is there any likelihood this can work for Japan?
I think this is a bridge, and they're hoping that something down the road happens that organically helps contribute to yen strength.
Bloomberg surveillance. Must listen and must watch for Global Wall Street. Weekday mornings at 7 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Join us for Bloomberg Power Players on September 10th in New York. Set against the backdrop of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, Bloomberg convenes the leaders shaping the future of sports business. From athletes and team owners to commissioners and investors, hear the market-moving conversations driving the multi-trillion-dollar sports economy. Register now at BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio. That's BloombergLive.com/PowerPlayersRadio.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done.
A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Bloomberg Green returns to New York during Climate Week, September 22nd and 23rd, bringing together industry leaders, policymakers, and climate innovators to explore solutions for a more resilient, future-ready world. Powered by Bloomberg's trusted journalism and data-driven insights, discover how climate is reshaping business, technology, policy, and the economy. Presenting sponsor, Hitachi Energy. Official airline, Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. Learn more at BloombergLive.com/green-NY-radio.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure to the west of the area, responsible for sunshine. Just a little bit of high cloudiness coming into the area from the south and west. We're 85. We're partly cloudy and 65 tonight. Back to sunshine tomorrow. Highs will be near 85. It's partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Thursday. Highs 85 to near 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive. Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks continuing to push higher with both the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 Index trading at a record right now, looking at a 1,000-point jump on the Dow. Right now, we're at 54,175. That is a gain of 1.9%. The S&P 500 Index also at a record up 134, trading above 7,700. Will we close above that number? Right now, up by 1.8%. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 Index both ripping higher. No record, but we've got the NASDAQ 100 Index up now by 3.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up by 2.4%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, no strangers to big swings, both to the upside and the downside. Right now, the SOX is up by 6.5%. Among the names moving higher there, Advanced Micro Devices up 8.3%. AMD reports after the close of trading. The VIX right around 16 with a 2-year currently yielding 4.19%, the 10-year 4.62%, and the 30-year 5.19%. Gold at $4,099 the ounce. Spot gold up 1.1%. Crude, major story, it is selling off. That's giving a lift to stocks. Right now, WTI $75.90 a barrel, down 5.5%. Barrel of Brent $79.36, down 5.2%. Key because Brent crude back below $80 a barrel. Earnings news. Merck has boosted its 2026 sales outlook after strong demand for newer drugs. Shares of Merck, they are advancing by 0.7%. Also out with earnings, another drug maker, Pfizer, up now by 1.6%. Chipotle Mexican Grill shares, they are plunging now by 7.2%. Chipotle removed jalapenos from multiple stores in Minnesota after learning the peppers may be linked to a salmonella outbreak in the state. Again, in the state, Chipotle Mexican Grill down now by 7.1%. After the close of trading, we'll be hearing from both AMD and SpaceX. SpaceX ahead of earnings, up now by 7.1%. Recapping a 988-point jump right now for the Dow, up 1.9%. S&P also at a record, up by 1.8%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie. I guess if it's not the lettuce, it's the jalapenos. Charlie will be back with more on the markets. About 20 minutes time. Powerful rally underway today, and we'll be following it straight through the close with much more to discuss. As Charlie mentioned, SpaceX, AMD on the late edition of Balance of Power. We'll unpack it all with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow. That starts BOP, the late edition, at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Happy primary day. This is something we haven't had a chance to get to with so much news coming out of the White House and the Congress. It is at last time to decide in states including Michigan, which is one of the most closely watched and most expensive Senate primaries in the country. $56 million spent to help Congresswoman Haley Stevens, the Democrat from Michigan, close the gap with Abdul El-Sayed, who in recent polls is outrunning the establishment choice for this primary by double digits. My old friend Ed O'Keefe, now with CBS News, went to Michigan to talk with both of them and asked them if they win, who should be in and who should be out of the Democratic Party.
Anybody who wants to take on fascism, anybody who wants to get money out of politics, anybody who wants to fight for union rights, anybody who wants to make sure that people can live free with clean air and drink clean water, anybody who wants to guarantee health care, come on in, the water is fine.
I am very eager to say that this is about the future of my state. And anyone who's on board with the future of Michigan and our manufacturing economy and stopping members of Congress and presidents and vice presidents from trading stocks while in office, of, ushering in kind of a new generation of prosperity for folks.
So let's get into this now with our political panel as Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano join us. Rick, of course, Republican strategist and Stonecart Capital partner. Jeannie, our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Jeannie, as the Democrat, I'll come to you first because there's kind of a near-term and long-term way of looking at what's at stake in this race. In the near term, obviously, it's about who wins and who's going to take on Mike Rogers in November, how likely that person is to win and what that means for the balance of the Senate. Then there's the longer-term view as to what this signals in terms of a trajectory shift for the Democratic Party. So as a Democrat right now, how are you feeling about the near and long term?
Yeah, and I think that's a great way to frame it because, of course, in the short term, if Al-Sayed does do what the polling suggests and wins this thing, he's got an uphill battle in the general election. Long term, this is a huge wake-up call in my mind, Kayleigh, for the Democratic Party. The Emerson poll that we've been talking about, which showed Al-Sayed up, I think, by like 15 points, also showed something that I think was even more important, an enormous generational divide in support for these two candidates. Now, they're both in their early 40s. They are around the same age. So it's not about the candidates, but people under the age of 50, by and large, support Al-Sayed by double-digit numbers, and people over 60 more narrowly, but still double-digit, support Stevens. And I think what the Democratic Party has to reckon with going forward, the brand is in a tank. They have an insurgency coming from their left that they've been unable to control. This has been going on since well before 2016, and they've got to grapple with that. And if they're just going to offer the same old, and for many people, Stevens is offering, I'll win in the general, but not much else, then their candidates are going to lose. So they've got to take seriously what they're offering, and that this has more to do with just winning and getting the better of Donald Trump. It's got to do with a lot more about the party that goes back many, many years.
Rick, do you buy the narrative in the media, as somebody who's been around political campaigns for a long time, that this is a fight for the soul of the Democratic Party? And if you're Mike Rogers, are you actually hoping that El-Sayed wins?
Yeah, I think this is actually more important story than all the previous sort of liberal Democratic congressional districts fighting over, whether or not a socialist is going to beat a mainstream Democrat. Those things really don't matter to the Democratic Party. Michigan's a big deal. Michigan's a swing state. You got to win Michigan. They've been losing Michigan lately, the Democrats. And so they got to take this incredibly seriously. I don't know about the soul. I don't know what the soul of the Democratic Party is. But, Abdul El-Sayed is like blue MAGA. I mean, like, he's the real deal. You can actually find a lot of parallels with him and the MAGA contingent in Michigan. It's why Donald Trump has done so well. Some of these same issues apply to the MAGA base that have applied to El-Sayed's base. And so, yeah, Democrats have to sort of get right with this. And as Jeannie says, if polls are correct, he swings into election as the Democratic nominee. And look, I love Mike Rogers. I want Mike Rogers to be a senator, and I think he'd be a really good one. His strength is foreign policy, national security. Not something you want to talk about in Michigan right now. I mean, the war is incredibly unpopular. And he lost to Alyssa Slotkin by a couple points in a good election year for Republicans. You imagine it's +5 minimum right now for Democrats, and he's running the same campaign he ran last time. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the electability is of an Abdul El-Sayed, but he's got a lot of energy. He's going to roll over the establishment if all the polling is correct. I would say Michigan polling is notoriously bad, so we can't get too excited about that. But look, this is worth thinking about. Michigan is a key state for 28, and Democrats, regardless of what happens, have got to start paying attention to it.
Well, and as we talk about it being potentially a loss for the establishment if he would win, Jeannie, he also frames it as about not being just the establishment, but about the idea of money in politics. He has frequently brought up the contributions that Haley Stevens' campaign has received from AIPAC and the lobby for Israeli interests, and as well as other kind of corporate aspects, including a utility in Michigan. But for AIPAC specifically, I wonder what signal this sends about their potential waning power or the reverse influence it has if they spend more money on a candidate, that it actually could backfire.
Yeah, and this is where I think when Rick talks about how El-Sayed is to a certain extent, you know, the left's definition or reflection of MAGA, you see that. Not only is he weightlifting Kaylee in his basement, and we are seeing things like that, and speaking truth to power, but he is also saying, I don't need corrupt, as he calls it, and I'm not saying AIPAC's money is corrupt, but I don't need outside corrupt money to win. Look at the millions that AIPAC and outsiders have dumped into her campaign. Earned media is not going to win these things anymore. I can do this by talking to left-wing podcasters like Piker and others. So he is sort of pulling a Donald Trump, if you will. I can spend a lot less. I cannot be beholden to these big interests, and I can win. If that proves to be the case, and I agree with Rick, these particularly Michigan, but primary polling is really tough to do. But if it proves to be the case that he wins, I think you're going to have a reckoning in the Democratic Party, even more so than we've seen already, about how they connect with and how they utilize AIPAC going forward. We already saw that vote on Israel not that long ago in the House, with a number of Democrats voting against Israel. I think they may be looking at this and saying all of that money did nothing. And in fact, not only didn't it just even the field, it hurt her. And that may cause them to reconsider this money. So a lot on sort of at stake, not just for AIPAC, and not just for the establishment, rather, but AIPAC as well, and this earned media money flowing in.
We should note just headline crossing the terminal. Jay Clayton has been sworn in as the nation's new director of national intelligence. They did not open the swearing in to reporters, though I'm sure we'll be seeing an image shortly. Bill Pulte no longer DNI. I want to ask you both about this Reuters Ipsos poll today. Rick, you talked about the headwinds facing Mike Rogers and why this might not be the friendliest cycle for him. And we find that Americans are choosing Democrats over Republicans as better stewards of the economy for the first time in almost a decade. It's been since 2017. In this poll, 37% of registered voters said the Democratic Party has a better approach to the economy, compared with 36 who picked the Republican Party. It's only a point and within a margin. But the fact is, it's the first time we've seen it in so many years. 27% said they were not sure. How does that play nationally? Do you pay attention to a number that close?
Yeah, try not to pay too much attention to national politics when you've got, an election cycle that's really dictated by state politics. But Michigan, since we're talking about it, is a really good example. Economic drivers there are huge, and they're very grumpy and upset with this administration. I mean, Donald Trump's approval rating in the state of Michigan is in the low 30s. I mean, it's 5 points below most polls nationally. And so it does get worse when you start looking into a microcosm of some of these important states like Michigan. It should wake everybody up that the first time we're seeing a national poll that indicates that Democrats will manage the economy better. But when you look at the rhetoric from the White House, and I think a lot of its communications we never talk about how the economy that we have today is impacting the lives of voters. And we like to talk about the markets, but that's not the same.
It's not the same, Rick. You're right. And we'll have a lot more with our panel on the results of this contest tomorrow. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, thank you both for great analysis as always. We're going to turn back to the war with Iran. Our conversation with Suzanne Maloney coming up next from Brookings, only on Bloomberg.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, over his re-election campaign after accusations of domestic abuse, which he denies. ABC News Washington managing editor Catherine Falders.
Trump expressed concerns over his candidacy and said it was in jeopardy. Now, according to sources, Miller did tell Trump that he was going to stay in the race.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republicans in the full Senate vote ahead. ABC News legal contributor James Sample.
Technically speaking, what changes is the title. Practically speaking, what changes is very little.
Oil prices are higher amid uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly.
A man is arrested accused of starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that has burned many homes. This is ABC News.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Christina Raffini. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to our new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
August is Sandwich Month, and EasyCater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheesesteaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, EasyCater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
Hi, Jose Minchero here, Head of Portfolio Analytics Research at Bloomberg. Are you looking for a risk model that adapts quickly to today's volatile markets? One capable of providing accurate risk forecasts and efficient optimized portfolios, all while mitigating those pesky correlations between idiosyncratic and factor returns? If so, look no further than the Bloomberg MAC 3 risk model. Visit bloomberg.com/risk-modeling to learn more.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Michael Halen, our senior restaurant and food service analyst on McDonald's earnings.
Yeah, so last year they did a good job of reestablishing themselves as the value leader. They were also lapping really weak comps due to E. coli. And so as a result, they had very strong results last year. We didn't think it was a great idea to just try to lap these really strong comps with just value, A. B, they pulled BOGOs, buy one, get one offers. They took away a lot of discounts on the app which their lower income consumers use all the time. And they pushed a 10 items for $3 menu that kind of fell flat. All of those changes that happened actually created an increase of prices for their consumers. So, that paired with a tough year-over-year comparison showed up in their results.
The company is embarking on a multi-year plan to become more than just a fast, cheap meal, with the aim of being the first choice for family outings and other occasions. How are they going to do that?
Listen, we'll probably see more tie-ins. Last year was the Minecraft meal that was absolutely a monster for them globally, right? So they're going to have to use some more tie-ins. It's going to be tough. I think what we're seeing is McDonald's kind of taking some of these family occasions away from McDonald's this year. Burger King has remodeled their restaurants, improved the quality of the food, and really done a nice job of building back sales over the last few quarters. And I think McDonald's is feeling it.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. You don't see days like this that often. We are looking at a major move higher for the U.S. equity market right now. This on peace hopes. Oil is falling. Stocks are surging. We're looking at records on the Dow, records on the S&P 500 index. Right to the numbers here. We got fast-moving markets to the upside. S&P right now at 7743, up 142 points, up 1.9%. Dow Industrials up 1,037 points, now up by 2%. Dow Industrials, as I mentioned, up by 1.9% now. 54,214. The big question, we're going to close above 54K today. NASDAQ up 676 points, up 2.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index is up 950 points for that index, an advance of 3.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index now up by almost 1%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up by 6.8%. AMD shares surging 8.8%. Advanced Micro Devices after the bell today. SpaceX will also be reporting after the close of trading. SpaceX up 8.2%. The VIX below 17 now. We've got the 2-year yielding 4.19%, the 10-year 4.62%, the 30-year 5.19%. Gold $4,094 the ounce, up by 1%. WTI crude $75.67 a barrel, down 5.8%. Brent crude $79.20, down 5.4%, falling back below $80 a barrel. Earnings news, shares of Palantir up 29.5% after last night's report. This morning we heard from Caterpillar. Caterpillar absolutely crushing Wall Street expectations. Shares of the heavy equipment maker up by 6.8%. DuPont, the chemical maker, raising its full year outlook for the second time this year. Shares of DuPont, however, down by 0.6%. And again, bears repeating after the close of trading. Advanced Micro Devices, SpaceX, we're going to be all over those numbers as they break. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We will indeed. Charlie Pellet, thank you very much. As Charlie noted, we are seeing SpaceX rallying ahead of its earnings today, up 8%. That brings it to about $124 a share. So sure, that's better than yesterday's close, but we have to keep in mind that the IPO price was $135 a share. After trading started, it went as high as $225. So 124 on a relative basis is obviously significantly lower. And we've seen about $1 trillion worth of market value erased since this company went public. I guess it raises the question, Joe, of whether that means a lower bar for the earnings results or potentially a high bar to try and get the rally going again.
Well, there's also something that's going to happen 2 days later, and that's the expiration of the first major lockup here that will dump something like 900 million shares on the market. If my numbers are correct, Ed will let me know. That makes one wonder if this earnings report is useful at all. Ed Ludlow covers this for a living as the host of Bloomberg Tech. He joins us right now, live from San Francisco, ahead of another busy night. Ed, I know we'll be talking a little bit later after the close, but what's your thought on this? Does this report matter, knowing what's coming Thursday?
You know, it's the big event of the summer for financial markets is how it's being framed. It's the first earnings, right? Just in really simple terms, it's the first earnings report, the first call since SpaceX's IPO. And the problem with all of the information that SpaceX gave in the documents just before it went public was it was either completely backward looking. So they told us how much money they'd spent, for example, last year, the year before, the first 3 months of this year, but gave us no indication of the future. So this is the first chance for people to ask about it. How much money are they going to have to spend this year and next year to reach these sort of out of this world ambitions? How are their different businesses doing in the here and now? And take into account that everything that this IPO was based on were businesses that don't exist yet or are going to come far into the future.
Well, and therein lies what a lot of people had questions about at the onset when they saw that prospectus and how much seemed to be reliant on hopes and dreams. And it's a little bit more tangible for AMD, which is also reporting after the bell. What are we expecting there?
Yeah, look, AMD is a really simple story. They are a distant number 2 player in the market for GPUs or chips that either train AI models or run AI models. But they would tell you they have a technology advantage, that at the server level, their chips in the form of a server in aggregate really perform, particularly on running AI models, what we call inference. And so each quarter that goes by, you measure the growth in AMD's sales and the deployment of its technology around the world and try and calculate if they're bridging the gap to NVIDIA, which, as we've said for a long time, has a near technical monopoly on the market for that compute in AI.
Okay, so Dummy in Washington asking a question here, Ed.
No.
Do CPUs matter more than GPUs at this point? And if you're looking at the market here in an NVIDIA versus an AMD versus an Intel, who's got the better story?
Yeah, so a CPU can just basically run a single process. And for a really long time, we've focused on GPUs because they are the brain that runs multiple computations at once to either train an AI model or run it. But there are lots of processes involved in using AI that require CPUs. And AMD has a very good CPU product. Intel also has a very good CPU product. And basically, the market's caught up with it themselves. They're like, okay, if you're going to build lots of data centers that have lots of rows of servers, aren't you also just going to need a proportionate number of CPUs? The answer is yes. Yes, you do. And AMD will have a story around that for sure. It's a point of differentiation, or has been, with NVIDIA. The problem is NVIDIA are like, hey, shouldn't we do CPUs too? And now they do. And so they've continued to try and pull ahead in that respect as well.
All right. The host of Bloomberg Tech, Ed Ludlow, will be checking back in with Ed, as Joe said, later this afternoon to break down these results. Ed, thank you very much. And of course, the results from AMD and SpaceX could very well send a signal to the wider market and determine the direction of travel in the trading day tomorrow. In the trading day today, obviously, that direction by and large is up, as we see stocks rallying in part because bond yields and oil prices are moving lower. It does seem like this is a market putting a lot of faith into the notion that there could be a deal in the offing between the U.S. and Iran, as, of course, President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday suggested he wanted to give Iran one last chance to negotiate before decapitation. So how real is this? And are the markets thinking about this the right way? That's what we pose now to Suzanne Maloney, Vice President and Director for Foreign Policy at the Brookings Institution, who's joining us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Suzanne, great to have you on the program. Do you believe that this is really Iran's last chance? Should they?
I think the Iranians want a deal because it will be good for their own economy, because they're suffering under the weight of U.S. strikes over the course of the past 5 months, and as well as the embargo that the United States has imposed through its blockade of the Persian Gulf. So they want an end to this, but they're not prepared to relinquish what they believe is the major strategic leverage they gained from this war, and that is control of the Strait of Hormuz. We are, I think, at this point close to an agreement that would echo some of the language in the MOU that was signed last month, but perhaps with a bit more specificity, and would perhaps provide a little bit more longevity to some kind of an end to the war.
Shocking report, Suzanne, by Reuters this morning. The U.S. Army has used up, quote, virtually all unquote, of its long-range missiles during the conflict with Iran. Are we at the point now where our munitions levels are dictating strategic decisions?
Yes, I believe that we are, and I actually think we've been at that point for quite some time. I think that it was the concern about both interceptors and precision strike missiles and ATACMS that was one of the major factors in driving the Trump administration to agree to the memorandum of understanding with Iran last month. And it is a major, I think, point of hesitation for the administration, particularly from the Department of War, whose leaders have articulated a real concern about returning to full-scale war with Iran simply because of the readiness implications that it leaves for the United States military, not just with respect to the Middle East, but with respect to other theaters as well.
Well, so if Iran understands this, if this is reported in media and they hear about it and assume that it is true, why would they be negotiating with the U.S. right now? Does it not signal that actually they could wait us out?
I think they could wait us out, but it would come at a high cost to their own economy. The blockade is having its impact. The Iranians would like to get back to trying to rebuild what was damaged, and there was considerable damage to Iran's civilian infrastructure as well as its military infrastructure during the war. They have to consolidate a regime which already lost a significant number of players, and they know that their own people were seriously dissatisfied before the war began with the state of the economy. So there are some real pressures, but I think the Iranians are more resilient than we gave them credit for, and they are prepared to kind of deploy that resilience as leverage in the negotiations. It sounds as though they're getting most of what they wanted out of the terms that we're hearing about in the media at this point.
How many times will the president be taken seriously in his threats if he continues to pull them back, either by request of Iran's neighbors or in hopes of a deal? The New York Post this morning writing that it is now 13 times. This is the 13th final ultimatum that he has delivered. What do the Iranians think of that?
Well, Joe, it is a bit like a theatrical performance at this point. I think the Iranians have taken the measure of President Trump. They've assessed both the vulnerability of the U.S. economy and the wider global economy to a long-term closure of the Strait of Hormuz, as well as the political consequences for the president if there were to be a disruption that impacted oil prices and the wider economy in advance of the midterm elections this fall. So, They appreciate that his bluster is just that, but I think there's always the chance that he does deliver. And they've now experienced two wars, the June 12-day war in 2025 and this longer war and more ambitious war where the Iranians appear to have survived, but they've got a lot of work to do if they want to hang on to power.
Suzanne, I wonder what you make of Bloomberg's reporting today that Iran is actively considering allowing European nations to come in and help with the demining effort in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that surprising to you, or is it in keeping with what you're suggesting, where Iran does want to see this a deal happen in some way because of the pressure that they are experiencing?
Well, it is a shift in the position that the Iranians have articulated over the course of recent weeks and months. They have suggested that only they should be permitted to do the demining because only they know where the mines might be. I think, the Iranians are probably looking toward the future, and developing some kind of an opening with the Europeans is to their advantage. We'll see if they actually make good on this and whether they actually do let the European companies and countries to come in and participate in this demining, because the mines are just one of the many forms of control that Iran has been asserting over the strait. And once the entire strait is free, it's more likely that the rest of the world will seek alternative routes that are outside of Iran's control.
Suzanne, do you believe either side's version when it comes to the status of negotiations?
I think it's very hard to take seriously what we've been hearing, because the president has his own incentives to sort of inflate what he's hearing from the Iranians. He is either very, very negative or he's overwhelmingly positive, and neither one of those extremes sounds entirely persuasive to me. But the reporting at this point does seem to suggest, some of the public statements by Qatari mediators and others, that they feel that they're getting close to some kind of an arrangement. I think it's inevitable that we'll be back in this position once again, that there will be some breakdown in terms of the understanding or the implementation of any agreement between the United States and Iran. I think we're likely to see, instability and occasional flare-ups of violence in the Gulf more widely, and especially around the Strait of Hormuz, for the weeks and months to come. This is not a one-and-done solution to anything.
So potentially still status quo, or at least volatility come midterm election day in November.
I think that's absolutely to be expected. This volatility is just going to be a function of the Persian Gulf economy for the foreseeable future. It will continue to drive investments in alternative routes that would avoid the Strait of Hormuz and other types of arrangements that enable greater resilience on the part of the Gulf states. They have, experienced a tremendous disruption over the course of the past 5+ months, and they're in a position, I think, to ensure that they don't see that happen again.
She's the Vice President Director for Foreign Policy at Brookings Institution, Suzanne Maloney. It's great to have you back, Suzanne. Thank you for joining us on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's remarkable, Kaylee, every time we have asked someone that question, will this still be underway on November 3rd? We've got the same answer. That's yes.
Yes, which doesn't necessarily spell good news for the incumbents in power in Washington and the Republican Party specifically, although Republicans may be hoping to get a little bit more good news in Michigan tonight in the form of getting their preferred candidate to go up against Mike Rogers. Abdul El-Sayed, of course, favored over Haley Stevens, and we'll be discussing more on that on the late edition.
We shall, although Rick Davis pointing to the energy out there. We'll see who's a more successful general election candidate. This is Bloomberg. And make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. We'll be there. Listen anytime as well at our website. It's Bloomberg.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure over Pennsylvania leads to sunshine across New England. Temperatures will be around 85, just high cloudiness from time to time. It'll be partly cloudy near 65 tonight. Partly to mostly sunny tomorrow. Highs are around 85 tomorrow afternoon. We're partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny Thursday and 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation. Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A new chapter in global growth is being written, and much of it is happening in Africa.
Africans need to invest.
There are deals to be done and business to be won.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Every week on the Next Africa podcast, we track capital flows and political shifts shaping the continent's future.
The digitalization of Africa is going to power its growth.
Ridding the world of something like HIV is possible.
Population growth is so enormous in Africa.
Listen to Next Africa on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio.
Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better. This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston.
WNBP Newburyport.
Bloomberg 92.9.
Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody, the day has come. SpaceX, yes, finally reporting after the close. I mean, it only went public in June, right? It's not such a long time ago. And
but
yet,
it's fallen a lot.
It has fallen a lot. I think about 40% from its IPO price. Remember, It was just those first couple of days where we really saw it move higher, and then it's pulled back, but it's rallying today.
It's rallying today ahead of those numbers. We expect those results. We can't call it earnings yet.
No.
Results. We expect the numbers
Good
to
clarification.
Cross. Look at that, down 22% from its IPO.
Up 9% today.
Down 40% from the all-time highs earlier this year.
We are just full of numbers because when it comes to SpaceX, you got to look at all the numbers, right? And that's exactly what investors are going to be looking for on this quarterly update. It's first as a public company. So lots of questions. We're going to dig into this when it comes to SpaceX earnings and its businesses, what to watch out for. This is happening on a day when we got the S&P 500 intraday at a new record.
1.8% to the upside right now for the S&P 500. The NASDAQ Composite up 2.6%. The Dow up almost 1,000 points, Carol.
I know.
1.9%. We're going to have more from Charlie in just a minute.
Risk on trade in a big way. And as we said, SpaceX, we're going to be all over that. Everything from Starlink and XAI to rockets and more in just a moment. Also ahead this hour, speaking of rockets, have you seen shares of Wayfair?
Yeah, you pointed me in that direction. They are surging higher. This after the company gave a better than expected third quarter outlook. Kate Gulliver is going to join us in just a few minutes. She's the CFO over at Wayfair.
Stock is up more than 30% today, folks. Hey, plus we're going to get into the tax strategy for the rich that built the world's largest hedge fund. This is our most read story on the Bloomberg. It's also the Bloomberg Big Take.
Also on markets and the macro, Eric Friedman joining us, Chief Investment Officer over at Northern Trust Wealth Management. $534 billion in AUM. He's just stopping by in just a minute.
Needless to say, folks, we're going to be all over SpaceX today. So reminder, we love when you guys send in questions. It's a new thing we've been doing here at Bloomberg Business Week Daily and throughout really our audio space and radio space. Submit questions to us. We'd love to hear from you. Just ask us when it comes to SpaceX earnings. Again, we're going to be really on it throughout the next 3 hours. And of course, big time after the company reports after the closing bell.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of who we'll be talking to, then Max Chafkin is going to be joining us. We'll get Mandeep Singh on the program, Ed Ludlow, George Ferguson from our Bloomberg Intelligence team, Bailey Lipschultz, just a handful of the names who are joining us to talk SpaceX.
So to send us a question, just do it. Go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio, exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers and also for terminal clients. And then just listen to us, be part of our conversation. Again, just go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio and bring in all your questions. Love to hear. Also, Wayfair. We've got Kate Gulliver coming up in just a few minutes.
Well, the man who has all the answers is Charlie Pellet. He's standing by in the Bloomberg studio. He's got an update on today's trade. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there. Indeed, Wayfair shares right now, they are higher by 31.7%. That kind of a day. We got to get right to the numbers. Fast-moving markets to the upside. Stocks taking off like a rocket. S&P right now up 140, 77.41 where we stand. That That is a gain of 1.8%. Dow Industrials up 994. That is a gain of 1.9%. Have been up more than 1,000. Both the Dow and the S&P on track for record closes. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg to see how things shake out at 4 p.m. Wall Street time. NASDAQ up 2.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index doing a little bit better, up now by 3.3%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange, up now by 6.7%. Micron, a member of that index. And right now we also have AMD up by 8.5%. Advanced Micro Devices reporting after the close of trading. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 0.8%. And again, the SOX surging by 6.6%. Year 2-year, 4.19%. The 10-year, 4.62%. And spot gold up $33 the ounce, 4,087 now, up by about 0.8%. Yes, earnings, a key catalyst for today's move higher. Case in point, Palantir up by 30.1%, but also a move lower for crude. That's helping lift the stocks. WTI down 5.5%, 75.88 a barrel. Brent 79.38 barrel of Brent crude down by 5.2%. Coming up after the close of trading, as I mentioned, AMD up 8.6%. The countdown also underway for SpaceX earnings. Liftoff after the bell. SpaceX right now up by 8.6%. Lots going on. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well done, as always. Charlie Pellet. Hey, it does have the excitement of a rocket launch. I got to say, we've certainly been counting down since its IPO in June. SpaceX's first earnings, as we've been reporting, that release, as you say, a release, because we don't really expect any kind of earnings or profits there. Following its record initial public offering is one of the most anticipated reports of the summer for traders on Wall Street and beyond. Whether it'll give investors a reason to buy, though, this sinking stock is another matter, because it's down below the IPO price, I believe.
Yeah, down 40% from all-time highs reached just a few weeks ago. Reporting out on the SpaceX story in the company when it was private, and now that it's public, Bloomberg's Lauren Grush joins us. She's Bloomberg News global space reporter. She joins us from Austin, Texas. So, Lauren, what are the key segments or key metrics you're looking at in today's report?
Well, for me personally, I think I'm going to be keeping a big eye out on all of the things that they have, promised the IPO on, right? Launching their new Starlink satellites, those upgraded ones, and then eventually getting to those AI data center satellites, right? And all of that really hinges on Starship. I know I sound like a broken record whenever I come on these shows, but Starship, as they laid out in their prospectus, is key to their entire future. So updates on Starship, where they think they are going to be at the end of the year. Are there any technical setbacks that they think are going to hold them back from reaching all of those things that they want to achieve with Starship, such as full reusability? When can they start launching satellites on it in earnest? When can they start, doing all of that other research and development that they need to do in order to make it a deep space vehicle? That's what I will be keeping tabs on, at least for me personally.
Well, what's interesting too is we've been counting down, and I've got to say, even in the newsroom, we're all kind of excited about it. It's interesting. It's an interesting company. It's Elon Musk. Is Elon going to be on the call? Do we know?
I'm a novice just like everybody else here. This is my first earnings call as well. As you mentioned, I've only covered SpaceX as a private company, and a very notoriously private company at that. So I think we can assume that Elon will be on the call. He's usually on the call for the Tesla earnings. But it will be interesting to see who all is talking during this event today. But yeah, it's uncharted territory for me as well. And I'm actually looking forward to it, because this is a really new moment for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we all are looking. I think our Paul Sweeney actually came off air, and he said of our Bloomberg Intelligence and Bloomberg Surveillance team, and he just said, you guys are going to have an interesting and exciting afternoon, Tim.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad Lauren can give us a little preview. Gwen Shotwell, she for many years has been at the helm of this company as the president and COO of SpaceX. Certainly Elon Musk gets a lot of attention, but there are a fair number of folks say Gwen is the one who really makes things work at the company. Do we think we're going to hear from her?
I would imagine we would hear from her. As you mentioned, she's often referred to as the adult in the room sometimes, at least when I've heard people talk about her. So I wouldn't be surprised to hear her voice as well. And then probably also, from their investor relations team to Brett Johnson. So, I would expect it. But again, like I said, I'm flying in blind like everybody else.
Yeah, it's kind of wild too, Lauren. the most bullish and bearish calls, bullish and bearish calls, $800 for Raymond James on SpaceX's stock price, $62 for Morningstar are wide, to say the least, as is the gap between Morgan Stanley's 300 and HSBC's 115. This is the point that even those that are bullish on this company, like the gap in terms of where the stock should be, there is such a long list. Is there one question, like if you had to whittle it down to one question, is it about the Starship rocket that has to be asked and answered on the call in some form or another?
Well, from my understanding, I think the slump that we've seen in the share price might not even really be coupled with, how the company is performing at all at the moment. I think most of the speculation has been that it's tied to this really weird and complicated lockup schedule that SpaceX had laid out for its employees. And I believe the first of those lockup expirations do occur after this earnings call. So I do wonder if it's mostly tied to that. I think also it might be tied to the uncertainty around the AI business. SpaceX is a relatively new AI company. I've never really even known it as an AI company. So, that I think is also causing some uncertainty for the stock price. So I can't even tell you if, all amazing results on Starship will actually have an impact because, they did have a relatively successful test flight back in July and, look at it, the stock has still seemed to drop. So right now, I'm not sure it's actually coupled with the performance of the company. But again, maybe we'll see some kind of bump. We're already seeing a bump today. That might just be anticipation ahead of the earnings call. But again, it will be interesting to see, what kind of technical details they release and if that does have a meaningful impact on the share price.
Lauren, you say Starship, relatively successful launch recently. What are we still waiting for? What benchmarks is SpaceX still waiting for to prove Starship's reliability?
Well, I think something that most people don't realize at the moment is that Starship has actually yet to achieve orbit. So on these test flights, they've all been suborbital. They have reached kind of near orbital speeds, but the Starship itself has actually not gone to orbit. Now, that is anticipated to happen on the next test flight. Additionally, because the vehicle performed so well on the last test, Elon has indicated that they are hoping to catch a Starship rocket after this next test flight. That has never been done before. So there's some big milestones coming up that could, really put the company ahead in terms of its goals. But again, this has been described as probably the most complicated vehicle ever created in terms of space flight. So there's probably quite a few challenges ahead in terms of unlocking all of that, all of those goals that they have for the vehicle.
Yep, space hard. Yep. Got it. Hey, listen, what about in terms of, just to kind of wrap it up here, XAI, do we need to hear some stuff about this and their recent purchase and kind of what they're doing here and maybe how it all ties into CapEx, which is something we continue to watch with these companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that caught a lot of people's attention during the IPO process was the just sheer amount of capital expenditure that SpaceX, is spending each year. Again, a lot of that was tied to the AI business, which was newly acquired. So it was kind of, retrofitted into the business itself. But it just goes to show just how much money AI requires, even compared to rockets, which, I naively thought would be the more expensive business. But it's just a capital intensive. The infrastructure involved with AI is proving to be extremely capital intensive. So I imagine the amount of cash burn will definitely be a focus and how that compares to the amount of revenue that business is bringing in.
AI expensive, that's for sure. Hey, Lauren, we're going to be watching you and the team really closely and everything that you guys put out following the release. Thank you so much. Great setup. Lauren Grush, global space reporter at Bloomberg News. As we mentioned, shares of SpaceX, which are still trading near below their IPO price of $135 a share. Tim, they're still up about 9% in today's session.
Okay, certainly on the minds of investors, we know that. Let's see if our next guest is as focused on it as we are. Eric Friedman joins us, Chief Investment Officer over at Northern Trust Wealth Management. The firm has more than $500 billion in assets under management. He joins us from Chicago. SpaceX, I know you can't talk individual names, but your wealth management clients, do they care about this company's report?
Tim, they do. And thanks for having me on. I think the biggest factor that investors are focused on is just what are the layers of AI that still have some opportunities to perform. And we kind of stack rank them as really compute as number one, and probably memory would be second for us. So we don't think it's as easy as saying, hey, look, are you spending on artificial intelligence? We think it's more about, are you monetizing within this ecosystem? So what we hear from SpaceX, obviously what we heard last week from Meta, what we heard from Microsoft and others, that aggregates into what we think is still a glass half full bullish picture. But again, micro discussions on SpaceX and individual companies certainly aggregate to those larger conversations about what's still working and what is still, again, an opportunity to add value for client portfolios.
Eric, one thing I do wonder, do they have exposure to SpaceX? Do they want exposure to SpaceX?
Yeah, Carol, one of the great things, this is meant to be an advertisement for Northern Trust, but we've been involved in the private markets. We're involved in public markets with companies like SpaceX and others. So again, we think the strategy for us is to be involved early when a lot of these companies are still in private form, and then obviously to participate selectively when they go public. So yeah, so clients certainly have levels of exposure. To your earlier point, the fact that we have so much index participation in all parts of AI, certainly another lever that we're paying attention to. But it is certainly an area of focus for us as investors.
So beyond SpaceX, I'm always curious, Eric, you are investing for your clients, you're thinking about long-term wealth, but what is it that is so important? Has it been things like earnings, Fed policy, geopolitics, the U.S. war in Iran, the upcoming midterms? Is it about how to reduce taxes on your clients' investment gains? What is it that really kind of, you think about most?
Yeah, Carol, it's great framing. And again, you all do such a nice job of going through those variables, because it's been an eat your pasta sort of year, given the extent of things we're focused on for clients. So certainly tax and inflation, those are things that clients are very focused on. Again, thinking about strategies that can add value, again, not just to defer taxes, but again, to be thoughtful about tax loss harvesting. That's certainly not an opportunity of focus. We also think, again, the notion on inflation, we're 18 years, Carol and Tim, in an environment where we've had the 10-year treasury below 5% in yield terms. That's a very long time. Mm-hmm. So clients are very focused on things like, hey, is there an issue here in terms of credit? And will there be some concerns if we do see that low interest rate environment go away? That does provide opportunities. One thing we're talking a lot to clients about right now is moving away from cash and into things like municipals. If you're in the tri-state area, like the two of you are, if you're in a higher tax state like California or Illinois, there are opportunities to pick up, in some cases, 275 to 300 basis points of incremental yield pickup once you factor in tax equivalent yields federally as well as in a state-specific basis. So with higher interest rates and also levels of focus for us in terms of saving clients, but also providing some carry, things like municipals offer, we think, an interesting opportunity to get involved here.
So muni is an opportunity for your clients. You mentioned that there is this low interest rate environment that we've been in for almost 20 years at this point. With concerns that rates could go higher, do you have a lot of cash on the sidelines in client portfolios right now?
Not much, Tim. In fact, one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is, our position within real estate has actually been slightly underweight. We're actually overweight infrastructure, which has really helped. But, all things are an AI trade right now. And so real estate has been an area where we've been a little underweight, which, again, we think is probably appropriate given what's going on in commercial. But that being said, there are some values that pop up. Where we would have more concern, Tim, would actually probably drive us to raise some cash is if we were to see, again, a 5 to 5.25 type of 10-year treasury yield with a couple of challenging auctions. Again, bond auctions are pretty boring to watch. Your colleague Lisa Bromwitz loves them. We love them as well. But if we were to see some stepping away from the plumbing of the treasury market, that for us would be a concern. Probably the first place that shows up is what happens in commercial real estate. Not a topic a lot of people are focused on, but something we're certainly paying attention to as we think about forward allocations.
All right, great stuff as always. Come back soon. Eric Friedman, thank you. Chief Investment Officer over at Northern Trust Wealth Management. As we mentioned, they've got $534 billion in assets under management, and he was joining us, of course, from Chicago. All right, folks, as we head to a break, you might say shares of Wayfair flying off the shelf.
Just like furniture.
Just like furniture.
Maybe. The stock's soaring more
pillows,
than
at least.
30% following its latest earnings report. The CFO, Kate Gulliver, is joining us on the other side on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Japan and the U.S. intervened to strengthen the Japanese yen. Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance with Stephen Englander of Standard Chartered.
Is there any likelihood this can work for Japan?
I think this is a bridge, and they're hoping that something down the road happens that organically helps contribute to yen strength.
Bloomberg surveillance. Must listen and must watch for Global Wall Street. Weekday mornings at 7 on Bloomberg 92.9, Bloomberg Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Don't wait for headlines. Watch the news unfold in real time at Bloomberg's New Economy Forum, live from New Delhi, October 13th through the 15th. As global leaders come together to tackle the biggest issues shaping our future, from geopolitics and global trade to technology and the world's new balance of power, you'll have a front row seat to the conversations that matter most. Watch live at BloombergNewEconomy.com. That's BloombergNewEconomy.com.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI. Because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Couple of sunny days shaping up for southern New England. We're mostly sunny through the rest of the day. Just some high cloudiness drifting by. 85 tonight, partly cloudy, 65. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny, back to near 85. It'll be partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny and warmer Thursday, highs 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Hi, I'm David Gura, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on your weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks ripping higher, oil lower, Dow Jones Industrial Average, S&P 500 Index, both at records right now. A 1,000-point jump on the Dow, up now by 1.9%. The S&P 500 Index holding very close to session highs, trading above 7,700. S&P now at 7,745, up 145 points on the S&P 500 Index. That is a gain of 1.9%. NASDAQ up 2.7%. The NASDAQ 100 Index up 3.4%. Small caps taking part in the rally, with the Russell 2000 Index up now by 1.9%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index, up 6.8%. Advanced Micro Devices, of course, a member of that index. It reports after the close of trading today. AMD up now by 9%. The 2-year yield, 4.19%. The 10-year, 4.6%. 5.62%, and the 30-year 5.19%. Spot gold, $4,086 the ounce. Spot gold up 0.8%. I mentioned the retreat for crude, $75.68 a barrel. Crude down 5.8% right now. Brent, the global benchmark, holding below $80 a barrel. Brent, $79.27 barrel of Brent, down now by 5.4%. All of this on hopes for a deal to revive the Strait of Hormuz. Pharmaceutical companies reporting earnings today. Case in point, Merck shares. Merck after earnings right now. We do have Merck shares trading up by 0.7%. Pfizer after earnings up by 1.6%. Also reporting earnings after the close of trading, SpaceX. Ahead of that report, SpaceX up by 8.1%. Palantir reported last night up 29.6%. Wayfair after earnings up 31%. I'm Charlie Pellet, Carol and Tim. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right, we want to get to Wayfair. Investors, man, are pushing this stock up big time today. Shares surging 31% as we speak after the home furnishings retailer said sales at the U.S. grew at their fastest clip since 2021, helped by a growing number of brick and mortar stores, which has been a new initiative for them over the last few years and growing. And also sales growing, helped out by demand for some of its higher end brands.
Yeah, the stock up 17% year to day. Earlier today, as much as 32% intraday highs, the most going back to April of 2020. Some perspective, the stock's still down, Carol, 66% from that peak. That was back in March of 2021, but today soaring higher.
Yeah, big time. So we're delighted to have back with us, joining us once again, Kate Gulliver. She's the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer. We like to remind everybody that Kate oversees finance, legal, talent, real estate, corporate affairs at Wayfair. She has a full plate. So delighted once again to find some time for us. She's in Boston, where the company's based. Kate, good to have you here. Congratulations. Killer quarter.
Thank you.
Talk to us about the momentum.
Well, I think you just said it, right? It's nice momentum over many quarters now. And so I think what you're seeing is really the sort of multitude of initiatives that we've laid out, the consistency of that playthrough, and building momentum there, and that reaction is a result of those factors. So that U.S. revenue growth of nearly 9%, the highest in the post-COVID period, the flow through to really solid contribution margin, high EBITDA margin, and then best free cash flow that we've had since Q2 of 2020, and so all of the things that we have been working on to drive and improve that customer experience continue to come together, help us gain share, and we're flowing that through quite nicely.
Who are the customers who are buying right now? Because when you hear a superlative like, most since post-pandemic days, you think to yourself, okay, well, who are the customers who have the money right now to be buying this stuff?
It's a great question. And we actually went on the call, we went into a little bit of detail around Paragold, which is our luxury brand. It's of our sort of family of brands that plays at the highest end of the market. And we do see really nice momentum there. We said that was growing north of 30%, right? So you do see nice momentum in the higher end segment, the top part of that K-shape, if you will, in the K-shaped economy. That said, Paragold is only, a little over 400 million. So when you think about the overall Wayfair business, the Wayfair.com brand, that mass market brand, has to also be performing well to get to that 9% comp. And so what we're seeing there is ongoing share gain. And we think that's from programs like our Wayfair Rewards program, programs like the stores, which, Carol, you had the opportunity to see, programs like our Wayfair Verified. The combination of those things is helping us both attract and retain these customers and have them engage more and more.
Tell us about the stores. My understanding is that more than 50% of store customers are new, but tell us about, that's a big investment, Kate. We've talked about it. I did go there. I was kind of blown away by the size and the scope of it. You guys continue to add stores, but tell us about, we kind of marveled over how everybody had pushed back on brick and mortar for years. And so interesting, that you're finding success with it. But tell us how this is really moving the needle for you.
Yeah, it's a great call out. I think we're seeing that folks really do desire that multi-channel experience. And, the stores are supported by e-com and e-com supported by the stores. Now, obviously it's very early days on the stores. So they're a very small piece of this overall momentum. We've had the Chicago store open now for a little over 2 years. Atlanta, where we were able to meet, has been open since early spring. And then we opened Columbus about a month ago. We've also announced Denver opening later this year, and then 5 more stores into 2027. So the momentum, to use the word of the day, is building with these stores, but it is early days. But what we're seeing is customers, are new to file. So they're new customers coming to the store. It's been a great acquisition channel. Customers are also getting exposed to the breadth of what we offer. So engagement in more sort of frequency categories, decorative accents, seasonal decor, being able to touch and feel the product is a win for them. And with that combination, the breadth of selection that we offer online, that's very compelling.
You mentioned Paragold, this higher end brand, and it's actually like it lives distinctly from Wayfair.
Yes.
I'm wondering about the momentum that you're seeing there, but also the momentum that you're seeing more broadly, and how you're confident that it's sustainable.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it goes back to the fact that most of this momentum is coming from self-help measures, right? So these are our own initiatives that are driven by it. We think the category itself is, overall roughly flattish. And, the category's been in a complicated place over the last few years. So flattish place is a nice place to operate from. But the, close to 9% comp in the US, that's driven by us gaining share. And so what we can see is the building blocks of these pieces getting into place, and then we see how they compound on each other. So the Wayfair Rewards program, for example, is supported by Wayfair Verified, which is also supported by improvements and changes to the storefront experience. And then to your point around Paragold, it does have absolutely its own, separate go-to-market facing site, but it leverages the entire back-end infrastructure. So the logistics infrastructure across, Wayfair Inc., the tech stack, the ad tech stack across Wayfair Inc., how the storefront evolves. And so we're able to build, test things on Wayfair and then push them out to, Paragold or the specialty retail brands. For example, Wayfair Rewards started on Wayfair, and that'll be launching at some point over the next year in the Paragold system as well.
But you have to concede, Kate, we talked about this, existing home sales still, not on fire, like the housing market.
Yeah.
To see these results amid that backdrop, if that stays, let's say existing home sales depressed for another 12 to 24 months, you guys have talked about kind of growing, I think it was roughly 20% growth through company-specific initiatives. I think you said it earlier this year. If we kind of still remain somewhat depressed, do you still feel like you can achieve those goals? Or does it require a housing recovery? Because it is pretty remarkable in this market to see these results.
Yeah, so I think you're referring to Niraj and Steve, our co-founder shareholder letter earlier in the year, and they talked about these initiatives that could get us back to that, double digit, and then, from there to that 20% growth. And we do have a high degree of conviction in that. We feel very good about these initiatives and the building effects of these initiatives. Obviously, again, that close to 9% comp on the U.S. this quarter, that high single digits guide. So we're building there, but the momentum is sustaining.
You mentioned the way that you're doing this internally and the way that you're gaining share from a market that is relatively flat. Wayfair Rewards, how does that play into that and the metrics that you're seeing there? What changes are you seeing when it comes to frequency, retention, customer lifetime value, payback relative to folks who are not members?
It's a great question. So what we, wanted to try to do with Wayfair Rewards was exactly to drive up that frequency. The average Wayfair customer shops, with us or buys with us just under 2 times a year, whereas a Wayfair Rewards customer is, 3 times a year, right? So you're seeing an incremental purchase from them, which at an AOV of $300 is pretty meaningful. And so the Wayfair Rewards program is really designed around frequency and ongoing engagement for the consumer. And we are seeing that from those rewards customers. We're also seeing them shop categories that are not, we are very well known for furniture. The rewards customers, though, are shopping decorative accents. They're shopping kitchen and accessories. In some of these categories, they get preferential pricing or they get early access to sales. And so those things sort of reinforce the quality of the experience for them in that rewards program. And then on the P&L, we've talked a little bit about how obviously rewards has an impact on gross margin because of the cash back element of it. But it's helpful on what we really look at, which is contribution margin, because the rewards program, costs less obviously on an ongoing basis to get that incremental sale. So a lower ad cost as a percent of net revenue, meaning it would be accretive to the contribution margin that we really look at and ultimately to EBITDA margin, EBITDA dollars.
Hey, Kate, one of the coolest things is you guys really are a technology backbone, and you go back to the origin of your company, which is really interesting if you think about, kind of what's going on right now. You've partnered with different platforms, whether it's OpenAI, Perplexity, when it comes to agentic commerce. So what key performance metrics are you guys seeing when it comes to AI-driven shopping specifically? Is it a meaningful contributor when it comes to traffic or to sales? Are you seeing that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we work across many of the LLMs. You mentioned a few. We also work with Gemini. We've said that we're an early partner on Universal Commerce Protocol through them. We do see traffic today is small from these sites, but it's growing meaningfully, right? So it's small but rapid growth. We think it's really important to be where our customer is at. And so if our customer desires to shop through these channels, we want to show up well there, whether that's, through actual shopping like Universal Commerce Protocol or, through ads like on OpenAI, or if that's through, better search performance and how you show up in LLM-based search, right? So all of that, those are all things that we look at and that we work with a variety of these partners on. I think this is a place where our scale benefits us. We have nearly 25 years of history and data here. And we know both, one, how to work with these partners. As you said, we're technology first. And two, we bring to it, some important data in terms of how we're able to show up there. And I think that helps the customer ultimately, because if our customer, wants to be using the platforms and shopping there, we'll be there. If she wants to come to us through the app, we're there. If she wants to, go into a store and shop with us, we're there as well.
All right. We got to leave it there. Kate, so great to get some time with you. As always, the stock, as we mentioned, it's up 30% as we speak. So investors certainly liking what they heard. Kate, be well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Gulliver, she's Chief Financial Officer over at Wayfair. She's also Chief Administrative Officer, joining us from Boston.
Hey, coming up next, it is today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. AQR showing the richest 1% how to slash their taxes to zero.
Faster, smarter, better. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial.
Bloomberg 92.9.
Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, over his re-election campaign after accusations of domestic abuse, which he denies, and that Trump told him his candidacy is in jeopardy. Senator Bernie Moreno, Ohio Republican, whose daughter is divorced from Miller.
This has been brutal, beyond comprehension, and if there's any minimum standard for being an elected official, as I said, he fails to meet that minimum basic standard. I don't care about the politics at all.
Oil prices are higher amid uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee today. Along party lines, the full Senate could vote on Saturday. Wall Street major indexes flirting with records. This is ABC News.
Why wait through boring and irrelevant topics on AM radio when you can listen to Bloomberg 92.9 FM for stories that matter? Breaking global news and the context you need. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better.
You research your investments, you analyze markets, but have you researched your broker? For the past 3 years, Interactive Brokers' individual clients averaged a 24.3% annual return, beating the S&P 500. Lower costs, competitive rates, and access to 170-plus global markets help investors keep more of what they earn. The broker you choose matters. Interactive Brokers, member SIPC. Learn more at ibkr.com/performance.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and each week on my show, I have one thoughtful conversation that brings the world into sharper focus.
I always trust in the president. He's playing three-dimensional chess.
Every time you say something tough to Mark Zuckerberg, he looks like you killed him. I just never want to talk about Vladimir Putin again.
Every week, one conversation that helps you make sense of the moment. The Michelle Hussein Show from Bloomberg Weekend, wherever you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast, we spoke with Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Champion about President Trump's last chance warning to Iran.
I mean, we've been here half a dozen times before. I think it's perfectly possible that President Trump will order more airstrikes. If the Iranians don't sign an agreement. But there's a lot of kind of weirdness in here. So first of all, the U.S. says that the talks are between the U.S. and Iran. The Iranians say they aren't. They're only talking to the Omanis about a very limited deal on controlling the strait. So exactly what the document is that, President Trump wants them to sign, not quite clear. If it is the Omani document, it's going to be one that, gives the Iranians some control over the strait. They've been very clear that they're not signing anything that doesn't. And that's control that they didn't have before the war. And the purpose of that is A, to raise money, and B, to maintain geopolitical leverage so that this becomes a deterrent in their kind of, toolbox for dealing with other countries, for dealing with the U.S. Not exactly a great outcome for the U.S. So not kind of by definition a good document for the U.S.
With these talks going on with Oman, what are the chances of that happening, coming back to the interim deal?
Well, a lot of the interim deal, if the interim deal is extremely vague. So when the Iranians say we want to get back to that, they mean that we want to get back to our interpretation of that deal.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index holding close to our record. Yes, off session highs, but still looking at a gain of 1.9%. The S&P at a record 7742. It is up 142 points, trading above 7,700. Dow Industrials above 54,000. The Dow up 974. Have been up more than 1,000 points a few minutes ago, up by 1.8% right now. NASDAQ 100 index up 3.3%. NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 2.6%. The SOX, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange's Semiconductor Index, is rallying by 6.7%. The VIX right around 16 right now. And by the way, member of the SOX is Advanced Micro Devices. AMD reports after the close of trading today. AMD up now by 8.5%. 2-year 4.19%. The 10-year 4.62%. And a 30-year 5.19%. Gold at $4,079 the ounce, up 0.6%. Much of the rally today sparked by the decline in crude. West Texas Intermediate down 5.5%, 75.90. Barrel of Brent below 80, 79.54. Brent crude right now down by 5%. Earnings news. Caterpillar reported this morning. The industrial giant up by 6.5%. McDonald's, meanwhile, naming a new U.S. president. McDonald's shares, they are just just about flat on the day. Little change, actually, up now by about 0.1%. Jefferies Financial Group shares down 0.5%. Now, Jefferies has been told that some of the invoices underpinning its financing of an iron ore trader called Sapphire Min Metals Corp are not genuine. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Jefferies again down 0.5%. Whole lot more on this topic coming up in just a moment with Bloomberg's Sri Natarajan. Recapping, S&P at a record up 142 points, up by 2%. We've got SpaceX after the close of trading. SpaceX up by 8.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, gotcha, Charlie. We're going to pick up where Charlie wrapped up there and talking about Jefferies Financial. The group has been told that some of the invoices underpinning its financing to an iron ore trader called Sapphire Min Metals, are not genuine. This is according to people familiar with the matter. This has been a story that Bloomberg's been reporting out over the last week or so. With more is Bloomberg News Chief Wall Street correspondent Sri Natarajan covering the financial space. He's here in studio. For those who maybe haven't been following, there's been a lot going on. What do we need to know?
Look, this is the latest in a series of incidents which is shining more light on the risk around receivables finance. So typically, ordinarily, this should be safe. You are lending against invoices. It's secured by invoices. You expect your client to be ultimately paid, and you expect to be paid back. When it goes right, it is good money for the lenders. But there are occasions when it can go wrong, and it can go horribly wrong. And that's we saw it last year with First Brands and the collapse around First Brands and all the allegations around fraud and scam that came out. Now, over the last week, we've seen these instances first with Radiant World that Bloomberg reported last year. And now another company, Sapphire Min Metal, which seems to be somewhat tied to Radiant World, at least at some point. Radiant World and its owners were majority owners of Sapphire Min Metal. But the interesting bit for us is the connection of Point Bonita. Point Bonita is a trade finance focused fund at the asset management division of Jefferies. So it's just another black eye for Jefferies at a time you really don't want your investors to be asking you more questions about your investing missteps.
Is this you mentioned some other examples of this, including last year. Is this part of a pattern of events, or is this just the latest one-off?
To quote Jamie Dimon, it certainly feels like another cockroach out there. Now, your question is it an infestation? Not necessarily. Is it going to have material financial impact on Jefferies? Not necessarily. It has a 5.9% stake in Point Bonita, but does it leave a bit of a sour impression for their investors and for analysts and for people wondering about banks and other investors and their tie-ups with other trade finance
and
firms?
Oversight,
Yes.
right? Like oversight, like what is it? Like, assessing risks and so on and so forth.
And to some part, you have to assume like some of the allegations that we're talking about is falsifying invoices. And again, to be clear, Radiant World denied those allegations last week. Sapphire Min Metal in our story today is denying those allegations again. But when if it is what the allegations are, that is outright fraud, you also have to wonder how easy is it for some of these firms to be doing all the diligence that's required. How do you completely ensure that you snuff that out? And that might not necessarily be possible, but your investors will expect higher standards and much better diligence going forward. And that will focus people to reassess their processes to be able to sniff out risk and to be able to avoid some of these landmines.
Goes to reputation, right? Ultimately. And again, we should say there's still more to be known here. So we're
more to be known.
We're going to continue following it. We got to get to the.
I want to get to the
big take.
Yeah, this is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's a tax strategy for the rich, built the world's largest hedge fund. You and the team behind one of the most read stories. This is about tax loss harvesting on steroids.
All right, there's part of me that's like, oh my God, but it's actually pretty cool.
It is cool. What has AQR figured out, and what is AQR doing?
And again, on the one hand, Carol, I am slightly offended that this wants to make you snore, but
I hear taxes, but I know this stuff is really interesting.
But that's correct. Like we're used to these ideas of tax loss harvesting and finding ways in investments where, with the growth of the technological tools available to us with the sort of ETFs and commission-free trading, you can do a lot more of these things. But what is happening when you pit a lot of mathematicians and PhDs in a room together and come up with strategies? You suddenly do what Tim rightly described as taking these strategies and applying steroids on them, that they become so much more potent. The advertising from firms like AQR is like, if you put money in with us, not only will we make sure that your money grows over time, but the interim, we will also keep generating losses that you can use to write off your capital gains elsewhere.
I don't get it. How can you put $100 million into an account? It then triples over the next few years, but then you also have hundreds of millions of dollars in losses to use against other gains.
Aha. And with that, we shall explain what tax alpha is and exactly how this process works. So we're very specifically talking about these tax-aware long-short strategies. Assume you have $100 million. You were an early NVIDIA employee. Your stock has gone up quite a bit. You suddenly have $100 million. But if you wanted to realize those gains, you also have a hefty tax bill coming against that. Mm-hmm. So you go to an AQR, maybe you set up a separate fund with them where you put in that $100 million. Against that $100 million, AQR can go and borrow some money. Say they borrow $80 million against it. They can put $40 million of long bets. They can put $40 million of short bets, broadly tracking some of the biggest companies out there and some of the biggest name in the indexes, but with the hope that your longs always go up and your shorts are always going down so that your fund is performing well. But that's not always guaranteed. Yeah. On a day-by-day basis, that's not going to happen. Some days your bets will go wrong, even if over the long term you were right. But on the days it goes wrong, say if the market goes down, you can sell some of the longs because you've now realized losses against them, replace them with a surrogate. On the days that the market's in this bull mode, your shorts are not performing well. You close out those positions and replace them with a surrogate. So what you're doing is in the interim, you're harvesting these little losses that start to pile up. And in the long term, you make money. So eventually, what does the money look like? AQR says, and an example for one of their flex products is you put $100 million with them. Over 10 years, they say your money can triple. Very good returns. Mm-hmm. At the same time, they will also generate $587 million in capital losses over that 10-year period. That is a lot of money to be able to write off capital gains in other parts of your portfolio. You can see the allure for the richer. You can see the allure for so many people wanting to go into a strategy like this.
Yeah.
Legal, for the most part, seems to be. No one's really said it's illegal. We have had noises from the Trump Treasury, from the Trump administration saying some of these trade and some of these more aggressive tactics seem to be potentially abusive, but nothing that anyone has really offered out there that closes these loopholes or has outright banned them. But at the same time, they are quite effective. And as our own Matt Levine once said, it's very hard to beat the market. Much easier to beat the IRS. With that pitch, you can attract a lot of money, and that in part has propelled AQR to become the world's largest hedge fund because in the last few years, these strategies have soaked up a lot of investments.
Not easy for everyone to beat the IRS.
No, and I will say,
another part of the story.
A great part of the story, too, is just Cliff Asness's view about taxes and what he said about them. It's just fascinating, a profile of him as well.
Check it out. It is the most read story on the Bloomberg. Sri, I'm not bored anymore. No snoring, I promise. He is our chief Wall Street correspondent.
Bloomberg is now on your dashboard with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Want access to every Bloomberg podcast, live audio feeds, and headlines at the click of a button. Download the latest version of the Bloomberg Business app now.
Friday, July jobs are in focus.
Seems pretty darn good. If you want a job, you got a job.
The unemployment rate, 4.2%.
Will the low hire, low fire environment continue?
Job satisfaction reached a historic high.
This is blowing away estimates.
The July jobs report
on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Friday morning at 8:30.
Does this change Kevin Warsh's world?
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app.
And always on Bloomberg 92.9.
Context changes everything.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Donald Trump is shaking up the global economy.
I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs,
rewriting the rules, moving markets, even rupturing long-standing alliances. To understand what's happening, listen to Bloomberg's Trumponomics podcast. I'm Stephanie Flanders. Every week, I bring you laser-focused conversations with experts from Wall Street, Washington, and beyond. Listen to new episodes every Wednesday and follow Trumponomics wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure to the west of the area, responsible for sunshine. Just a little bit of high cloudiness coming into the area from the south and west. We're 85. We're partly cloudy and 65 tonight. Back to sunshine tomorrow. Highs will be near 85. It's partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny on Thursday. Highs 85 to near 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
The news doesn't stop on the weekends, and now neither do we. This is Lisa Mateo. Join us on Bloomberg this weekend. Watch and listen to the new show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. Is my mic up?
Oh, it's up.
Sorry.
Just got to crank your volume. I hear you.
I know how this works.
I hear you.
I know. Not my first time at the rodeo. Okay. Hey, we are seeing stocks just off their highs of the session. We are up about 1.9% on the S&P 500, up 145 points. Dow is up almost 1,000 points, 1.8% to the upside. NASDAQ 100 up 3.4%, 978 points higher. And you take a look at a name like, which we are kind of obsessing about today, and I'm going to just put it out there, SpaceX. It's still up just shy of 9%, 8.8% to the upside.
Okay, what's the SOX doing on a day like today when we've seen the SOX move?
Tell me, Tim Stenovec.
Well, the SOX is up close to 7%.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it's one of those days where I'd say it's fair to call this a broad-based market move higher.
I also saw that I think bonds are higher and yields have backed off as well, which is interesting. It gets to the conversation that we had with Torsten Slok at Apollo Global Asset Management yesterday about this 60-40 model being broken because you continue to see, because of the AI trade and the narrative, that kind of some of the business cycles, the fiscal concerns that often shaped where stocks and bonds went traditionally, that has come unhinged. And so it's just different. It's a different environment when it comes to the trade. But you don't normally see stocks and bonds go up in terms of their prices.
Maybe somewhat of a different environment for oil today, too, with Brent down below $80 a barrel. It's 5% to the downside today. WTI down 5.7% today, still at 75.80 a barrel. Both of those up more than 30% so far this year. But it does show the optimism that traders across assets have about some sort of pause in the conflict, a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for today. I'm glad you said that.
I don't want to be a pessimist. I would like to see this war.
But look at markets.
But I know.
They're not being pessimistic. They are looking past this completely.
Exactly. All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on
Torsten wasn't yesterday.
Oh, he wasn't yesterday?
No. He wasn't looking. No, he was yesterday, but he wasn't looking past this yesterday.
What are you saying?
No, he was. He was here yesterday. He was here, but he was very cautious about, especially on the oil side, about the oil market maybe not seeing this 100%.
Exactly, right? Because he was talking about some of the stuff and the concerns and running out overseas, Europe and elsewhere. All right, keeping a watch on the markets. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovec. Let's get to some stocks on the move on this Tuesday. With us is Bloomberg TV markets correspondent Nora Melinda, joining us with stock movers. Let's talk about one that reported earnings after the close late yesterday.
And the best performing stock in the S&P 500 today, we're seeing Palantir heading for its biggest jump since 2024. Now, this comes after the company did report that commercial sales rose 149% from a year prior. Now, this really is just pushing behind all the skeptics that had been thinking about whether or not Palantir was actually going to be able to continue forward in this race. Citi is saying that it defied some of those critics, those skeptics there. We know that the company raised revenue and profit, both the forecasts there. And the CEO also called its demand for its AI software, quote, otherworldly. So you are seeing the stock really being celebrated today. It was down about 29% year to date through yesterday's close. Take a look now, and it's down just about 9% for that time frame.
Still 21% lower than its November high.
Right.
Not to be a party pooper, but just, yeah. But you're right. Investors buying in a big way. All right, let's head to Wayfair. Its company, Tim and I talked to the CFO, Kate Gulliver. I mean, this stock is just off and running today.
It is, and the ticker is pretty simple, W. Its U.S. sales actually grew at their fastest pace since 2021, so maybe we're back to those pandemic days where everyone's remodeling and bringing some furniture into their homes, but we really did see this all being buoyed by the fact that they're leaning a bit more into brick and mortar stores. We know that Wayfair has really been an online company for quite a while, but they have been branching out into some of those physical stores there. And then also demand for some of its higher brands, its Paragold line I'm less familiar with, but apparently it's a hit. We're seeing shares of the company up about 15% for 2026.
Yeah, Kate Gulliver told us what hit. She mentioned that part of the brand specifically. I mean, this is a standalone brand. You know much more about this than any of us.
And she did point out that it's about, I think, $400 million in sales. So she did say, in terms of the perspective of the overall revenue line, but growing that higher end. And I'm assuming maybe comes with higher margins, but, we will see. But she also did talk about the stores that they have opened. I visited the Atlanta store, but they've got 5 more stores coming into 2027. So this is certainly an initiative, and they're finding that they're getting new customers, Wayfair customers, that are coming into their stores specifically. So it's definitely been a boon for them. Just got a few seconds left here. Let's go to Chipotle.
Chipotle.
Maybe, let's go. I don't know.
Maybe we should avoid Chipotle for the time
It seems
being.
like investors are avoiding Chipotle.
They are avoiding Chipotle. That's after a Bloomberg exclusive did report that the company removed jalapenos from multiple stores in Minnesota. Could be linked to salmonella, a salmonella outbreak that essentially has made about 110 people ill. But the full scope is still unclear, but we have been seeing that customers at other Mexican-style restaurants have also fallen sick. If you think about what we've been watching so much when it comes to the food poisoning and the cyclospora, right? This is, of course, something that is daunting for a lot of investors right now.
Yeah, according to the story, Chipotle proactively removed the jalapenos and replaced them with products from different growers, quote, upon learning of a potential salmonella outbreak in the supply chain impacting several food service retailers. This according to Lori Shallow, Chipotle's Chief Corporate Affairs and Food Safety Officer.
All right, so keeping an eye on all of that. That is your Stock Mover segment. Nora, thank you so much. Norma Linda there. Check out Stock Movers, 5-minute episodes, big winners and losers. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, Tim, or anywhere you get your podcast.
Let's go to space.
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I'm so excited. I actually am.
Falcon 9 or Starship?
Well, we're waiting on the Starship.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation.
Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston.
WNBP Newburyport.
Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Bail set at $1 million for a man arrested accused of starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that have destroyed hundreds of buildings and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. He went to prison for manslaughter in his father's 2010 killing in Arizona. Fire weather update from ABC News forecaster Samara Theodore.
They do have a bit of a reprieve on the way as far as fire weather conditions, so that's good news for the firefighters on the ground right now. I'm talking specifically to the northwest, where we got a lot more cloud coverage and winds calmed a bit, but there are still fire weather conditions for Medford in Colorado, parts of Utah. Red flag warnings are in place.
Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, telling him his re-election campaign is in jeopardy. Miller denying accusations of domestic abuse. ABC News Washington managing editor Catherine Falders.
Trump expressed concerns over his candidacy and said it was in jeopardy. Now, according to sources, Miller did tell Trump that he was going to stay in the race.
It's primary election day in Michigan, the Democratic Senate race, pitting moderate Representative Haley Stevens against progressive candidate Dr. Abdul Sayed. ABC News political director Avery Harper.
Issues around affordability, around the cost of living. I heard a lot about utility rates when I spoke to voters in the Detroit area. Those are going to be the issues that folks are looking to as they decide who they're going to cast their ballot for today.
On talks about the Strait of Hormuz, Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee along party lines. At least 7 Republican senators previously expressed concerns about his nomination for Attorney General. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in the full Senate vote ahead. You're listening to ABC News.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure over the western half of Pennsylvania is going to be responsible for some nice weather across New England right on through Friday. We'll have temperatures that are not too bad today and tomorrow since the humidity has dropped off, but humidity is going to return by Thursday, and then by Friday and Saturday we could be dealing with some afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Sunshine, some high clouds, and a high of 85. Tonight we're going to be partly cloudy. High cloudiness will continue to come up from the south and west overnight. Lows will be near 65. Tomorrow we should be partly to mostly sunny. Temperatures will return to near 85 tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy. Humidity levels start to come up. The lows are anywhere from 65 to 70, and it's mostly sunny, warm, and humid during the day on Thursday, 85 to 90. Could see some isolated thunderstorms inland Thursday afternoon. I'm Rob Carolyn, and that's your Bloomberg 3-day forecast. Now back to the latest headlines from ABC News.
Though oil prices eased a bit today, they're still higher than before the Iran war. And gasoline prices, says ABC News chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
The price of gasoline now $4.07 across the country. That is the nationwide average this morning, up 2 cents overnight and more than 30 cents from a month ago. The key for prices to head really much lower here is a signal that is sustained that the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of oil has resumed, and best case scenario, resumed back to pre-war levels.
Sharing his story, the man who confronted a gunman with his semi-automatic pistol during a mass shooting outside a fast food restaurant in Twin Falls, Idaho, Saturday. 35-year-old Jordan Salinas says his goal was to help as many people survive and get home.
He seemed unusually comfortable aiming that rifle at those cars, and then as soon as some rounds started coming at him, everything changed.
Salinas says he started training for a mass shooting after one 5 years ago at an Idaho mall. 3 people were killed last weekend, 7 others injured. Police say the gunman died at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot. 2 brothers fishing on a Massachusetts beach got a surprise, reeling in a 5-foot tiger shark. John Chisholm with the New England Aquarium.
The water temperature is getting up into the high 70s and will eventually hit the low 80s. And that's, perfect for these little juvenile tiger sharks.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
We are about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Tuesday, August 4th, 2026. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenevec live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're also about 55 minutes away from earnings from SpaceX. It will be the first quarterly update as a publicly held company. It was private for a long time under the Elon universe, but as we know, back in June, it did IPO, $135 a share. We are seeing shares of SpaceX up about 8.8% in today's session, still though below that IPO price.
We're at 77.51 on the S&P 500, up just a solid 2% as we speak right now. That's good enough if it closes here for a new record, Carol. We're also seeing a surge, as we'll hear more from Charlie in just a minute, on the Dow up more than 1,000 points. That's 2% to the upside. The NASDAQ composite up 2.8%. Oil lower. The SOX higher by about 7% today. As of now, we still got an hour to go to the close of trading, but there's optimism in the markets, and there's optimism about some sort of pause to a conflict in the U.S. war against Iran.
It definitely feels like some upbeat, risk-on momentum in a big way. 354 names in the S&P 500 are actually higher as we speak. So it does look like signs of some progress when it comes to the war between the United States and Iran, and optimism for at least an interim deal that's focused on the Strait of Hormuz, which so much has been said by the president and others. He said this would be kind of phase one in terms of the denuclearization of Iran. That's phase two.
But the Strait of Hormuz was completely open before this.
I thought so. I thought
before February 28th.
Oh, yes. So what's your point?
So there wasn't the issue before the U.S. went to war with Iran, is what I'm saying. The Strait of Hormuz was not an issue. It was the nuclear issue.
Correct.
So my point is that this is a problem that is of our own making.
Many would argue that.
I don't think there's a way to argue against that.
Well, and it's also showed Iran has a lot of power in terms of shutting down movement.
But as we've heard from analysts repeatedly over the last few weeks, there's not a lot of leeway for Iran long term with this, because now that the world understands the power, they're making changes.
They're making changes, but it does take some time.
It does, yeah. 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? That's what we heard?
Right, exactly. So listen, they have a tool or a pressure point that they can use for a little bit longer. And many that we've talked to, the idea of denuclearization is not necessarily something ultimately that Iran will sign on to, but we will see. We will see. The longer this goes on, the impact is certainly felt in the region, certainly in Iran, and it's certainly felt in global energy markets. Some days good, some days not so much. So we'll see where this is going. But for today, investors are buying that something is making progress.
Hey, speaking of what's happening today, we are all over SpaceX's first report as a publicly traded company. There are signs that the Elon premium isn't what it once was. That's at least according to Max Chafkin, who's going to join us here in the studio in just a minute.
Looking forward to that. Also, Bernard Goyder, who covers options here at Bloomberg News, he's going to give us an idea of the massive move that the options market is pricing it. It's been really interesting to see short interest, which has been very high on this name. We know a little bit later this week, a bunch of shares are going to open up and come out on the market. So you just wonder what's going on within the trade ahead of the earnings and maybe what's expected.
We're going to have Mandeep Singh from our Bloomberg Intelligence team. George Ferguson, who covers aerospace, defense, and airlines. Ed Ludlow is going to be here as well. We've got all hands on deck for this SpaceX report.
And let's remind you, we love when you become part of the conversation, something new that we've been doing here at Bloomberg. Send us questions. Ask us, what do you want to know about SpaceX and all things Elon after these results? AMD also reporting, a big and important name in the chip space. But send us your questions. You can do so at Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. That's Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. Again, this is specific to Bloomberg terminal users as well as Bloomberg.com subscribers. But definitely ask us questions. The ones that you guys have sent us so far have been really smart, and it's been fun to work them into the conversation.
Well, I've got a question for Charlie Pellet, and that's how are the markets doing today? Charlie's standing by in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, and I got an answer. Taking off like a rocket. Right now, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green. S&P up 153 right now, 77.53 where we stand, up by 2%. First close ever, potentially above 7,700 on the S&P 500 index. Look at the Dow, up 1,053 points right now. It's radio up by 2%, but you can catch us on YouTube. 2% gain for the Dow, trading at a record 54,232 on the industrials. NASDAQ up 737, up by 2.9%. NASDAQ 100 index outperforming, up by 3.6%. Bottom line here, records potentially coming up for both the Dow and the S&P. The 10-year yield currently at 4.62%, the 2-year 4.18%, and the 30-year 5.18%. Carol touched on the SOX, up 7.2%. AMD part of the SOX. We've got Advanced Micro Devices ahead of earnings, up by 9.3%. Gold, $4,084 the ounce. Spot gold up 0.7%. A retreat for crude. Big part of today's move higher. We've got WTI 75.82 a barrel, down 5.6%. Barrel of Brent 79.35, lower now by 5.3%. Lots of earnings, lots of standouts. Right now, Palantir up by 30.1%, the most in almost 16 months. Kim Forrest is founder and chief investment officer of Boca Capital Partners, and on Bloomberg Intelligence, she talked about the outlook for AI and CapEx spending.
If you are a general investor, I strongly believe in what AI can do, knowing it, having been a software engineer, making AI custom solutions back in the 90s. I understand the promise there. And today we're seeing it in Palantir's results, right? That companies are spending there. They wouldn't be spending unless they thought they were going to get a return.
Kim Forrest of Boca Capital Partners. Palantir again up 30.2%. Yum Brands lower now by 1.4%. This after the Washington Post reported that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is expanding the largest known cyclospora outbreak to 15 states. Carol and Tim, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you for that update. Well, today all about SpaceX, and as Carol reminded us, AMD as well.
Yeah.
Some other companies, too, reporting earnings. We actually have a lot coming after the bell. SpaceX, though, is the one I think it's fair to say that's most highly anticipated following that record IPO. Whether it'll give investors a reason to buy the sinking stock is another matter. And on that, Carol, they're a sign that Elon Musk's power to manipulate the markets may be fading. In other words, the so-called Elon premium isn't what it once was.
Say it isn't so. Well, this is true, at least according to our own Max Chafkin. He's Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast. I can't get it out. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. The Elon premium, this has been a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is the idea that Elon Musk, by virtue of being connected to a company, kind of magically makes it worth more money than it was worth before. We've seen this. We saw this with Twitter, right, which seemed like a failing business, and Elon Musk was very quickly able to raise an enormous amount of money. We see it with Tesla, which is a kind of medium-sized car company in terms of the number of cars it sells, but in terms of valuation is the largest in the world. And we see it with SpaceX, which is this kind of smallish aerospace company currently valued like one of the most valuable companies in the world. Although, as you just hinted at, the stock price has fallen pretty dramatically over the last 6 weeks or so. I mean, it's an historic drop, $1 trillion of market cap or about that has basically been deleted over the last month and a half.
Is the premium not working like it used to?
Well, we'll see. I mean, one of the things that I was thinking about while listening to the Tesla earnings a couple weeks ago was just how are investors going to handle double the Elon, right? Because for the longest amount of time, there was only one publicly traded equity that you could use to bet on Elon Musk. Sure, there's some derivative, there's some other stuff, some ETFs you could buy, but really you had to buy Tesla. Now we have two. So that means double the earnings calls, double the Elon kind of hype stuff. And you start to wonder, is it going to make it harder? And I think we are seeing some signs that that is true. And during the Tesla earnings call, you had kind of the same pitch from Elon Musk, which is that, robotaxis are around the corner, we're getting really close. And I think for the first time, you started to see investors say, well, wait a minute, how come there are only a couple of dozen of these? You've been promising them, coming in next year for basically a decade. And then with SpaceX, he has been, promoting this thing very heavily. Although I will say today the stock is doing pretty well. Of course, there's some other factors in the market perhaps. But in any case, he's been promoting this thing. He's talking about how it's going to be worth $10 trillion. It's going to be worth more than Earth, Carol, the planet.
I guess actually I was going to say I don't know how that's possible. Now I do know how that's possible.
So, and yet we watched it kind of dramatically, drop, and some of that has to do with the supply and demand of shares. We're about to have on Thursday a big block of insiders start to be able to sell their stock. That's going to be the first of several tranches. So there's some supply and demand. There's a lot of short interest. There are a bunch of factors. But you do sort of wonder, is the story getting stale, or does it become kind of like put up or shut up time at some point for this company?
I don't know. Maybe for some of the far-fledged stuff, but for the stuff that's kind of like in the near term, really good business, like I think Starlink, for example, there's actual revenue there.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting.
Real revenue growth.
People will be looking at the growth, but then also the revenue per user, which was dropping in the quarters just ahead of the IPO. I mean, one of the big questions here is, can they, the plans basically, call for SpaceX to capture a huge share, not only of the internet services market globally, but also the cell phone market. And in a lot of countries, a lot of places where they're going to be targeting, the average, monthly payment is a lot lower than it is for Starlink today. So we'll see. We'll see how that money looks. I think the things that investors are really focused on when you talk about the share price, it's Starship, which is this, new rocket system that they need if they're going to be able to hit the benchmarks they're talking about with Starlink. It's also necessary for the United States to get back to the moon. It's part of the moon plan. And then the other thing is, can they create some sort of intermediate steps towards this goal of data centers in space? And we'll see. That's one thing I'll be listening for on this call, looking for in the release. Can they point to a new chip fab, that sort of thing?
I'm so sad I haven't seen SpaceX bingo. Is that coming? Where Elon said, remember you guys used to do this?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, listening to these earnings calls, you get used to these Elon tropes. And I think investors, both fans as well as the skeptics on Wall Street, and there are quite a few who kind of laugh at the company, they both wait for these kind of moments where Elon Musk will say something kind of absurd, but also maybe that's why people find him entertaining, like saying SpaceX is going to be worth more than the planet Earth.
It's exciting. I don't know. Is he going to be in a good mood? Like, this is great?
We'll see. He has been exuberant, I'll say, over the last couple of weeks about the potential. So, and I think they really need it if they want to if they want to turn around this kind of stock price drop. So that's what I'm sure investors are hoping for.
It's wild though. We talk with, I feel like, everybody who's investment managers, right, are just talking about investors wanting access to shares if they don't have them already.
Listen, if you're on a United flight and you're using Starlink at 30,000 feet and it's faster than your home internet, like, that works. Okay? It's a good part of the business.
It is. Max Chapkin, I know you're going to come back in the 4 o'clock hour. We're looking forward to it. He's Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast. Coming up next, we're switching gears a little bit. We're going to talk about the commodity market and maybe some new tariffs.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
Let's begin with the race to the midterms.
An escalation in tensions between the U.S. and Iran.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
President Trump's clout within his party was tested.
2 home runs from 2 young stars.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The Federal Reserve kept interest rates on hold.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is the Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini. Here comes the summer slowdown with prices in July already down almost 2.5% from a year ago, according to Realtor.com. But at the same time, there's really no sign that the summer skids are coming, because as the number of price cuts increases nationwide, prices are softening and sales are picking up, with homes going under contract at a faster pace than a year ago. Homes on average nationwide on the market for 57 days now. And for the first time in more than 2 years, the number of days on the market is decreased. Price cuts especially increasing in the Northeast and the Midwest, but homes with price cuts still make up a bigger share of homes on the market in the South and the West. And price cuts are the most common right now in Dallas, Denver, and Portland, where they make up between 28 and 31% of homes listed. It's tougher, though, for would-be buyers in Hartford, New York, and Buffalo, where only around 10% of listings have had price cuts. And that's the Bloomberg Real Estate Report. I'm Denise Pellegrini.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
High pressure over Pennsylvania leads the sunshine across New England. Temperatures will be around 85, just high cloudiness from time to time. It'll be partly cloudy near 65 tonight. Partly to mostly sunny tomorrow. Highs are around 85 tomorrow afternoon. We're partly cloudy 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny Thursday and 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Today's AM radio is stale and repetitive.
Stay with Bloomberg 92.9, your best source for news on the FM dial, and get breaking global news with context. Bloomberg 92.9, faster, smarter, better.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all ripping higher. We got the S&P 500 index holding right around the best level of the day. Got to get right to the numbers here because we got fast-moving markets to the upside with the S&P right now at 77.55, up 154. That is a gain on the S&P 500 index of 2%. Dow Industrials up 1,033 points, up now by 1.9%. Both at records. The Dow, by the way, first close ever above 54,000. S&P looking at its first close ever above 7,700. The NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 2.9%. NASDAQ 100 Index up 3.6%. All of this with the SOX now surging 7.1%. AMD, part of the SOX Index. Right now we have got AMD up by 8.7% ahead of earnings. Spot gold is pushing higher by $28 the ounce, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude 75.82 a barrel, down 5.6%. Your 10-year 4.62%. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. goldencrestmetals.com/guide. Coming up after the close of trading, I mentioned AMD, but the other closely watched report going to be SpaceX. Cameron Dawson is Chief Investment Officer at New Edge Wealth, and on surveillance this morning, she explained why SpaceX will be so closely watched following last month's IPO.
I mean, SpaceX has been a story about the perils of high valuation, right? So when they IPO'd at 85 times current price to sales, 60 times forward price to sales, even if those sales deliver, you are going to see you have to grow into that multiple.
Cam Dawson of New Edge Wealth, and again, SpaceX shares ahead of its report surging 9.2%. Keep it locked into Bloomberg. We'll be all over SpaceX and AMD when those numbers drop. Recapping commodities, we got WTI down 5.6%, 75.80 a barrel. Copper topping $14,000 a ton. I'm Charlie Pellet, Carolyn Tim. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks for that update, Charlie. Appreciate it. It is time for a conversation on commodities brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide.
So we're going to talk a little bit about copper because we did see it.
Dr. Copper.
Advance to the highest in 2 months, reaching $14,000 a ton in London. Traders monitoring ballooning volumes held in the United States ahead of an expected decision on an import tariff by President Trump. So we are seeing it come into the U.S. At a rate at least 12 years, the fastest rate in at least 12 years, I should say. So some positioning ahead of that. The U.S. is proposing including an additional 14 types of derivative products on its Section 232 tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper. I kind of said coming into it and want to get to our guest, it just feels like tariffs go out of the headlines for a little bit and then all of a sudden something else happens, another possible action or an actual action.
Imagine if they affected your top or bottom line, and you've had to keep track of those things.
Yeah, not easy, right?
Not easy. We've got Richard Burke with a senior analyst of metals and mining with our Bloomberg Intelligence team. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. On the tariffs front, what is the administration now considering when it comes to steel, aluminum, and copper?
Okay, on steel, tariffs are at 50%. We've seen tariffs actually be put on a lot of derivative products over the last year or so, a lot more than initially was set when it went up to 50%. Our view is that the tariffs on steel will stay at 50% just because the sector has seen kind of resurgence. You've seen, Nucor, Steel Dynamics, U.S. Steel through Nippon, all reinvesting and starting new capacity and new plants and things like that. And that's what the government wants to see. On aluminum, they're 50%. The trouble is the U.S. is short aluminum, is a huge importer of aluminum. Applying rational economic thinking, I would think that would drop down a little because you're hurting the U.S. can't is short of aluminum and probably can't produce aluminum. Aluminum is often referred to as liquid or metal electricity. So the fact that the U.S. power cost is higher than the rest of the world, you're probably not going to see companies expand into the U.S. And plus now with the data centers, they're competing against the data centers who seem to have an unlimited budget to pay up for electricity. So
hasn't historically a lot of the processing moved to places like with a lot cheaper power? Like I remember being in Iceland like 20 years ago, and they were talking about the metals processing they were doing because of the cheap geothermal that they had, which was essentially outsourcing the production of this because power was cheaper.
Well, the interesting thing about Iceland is 75% of their power is by 3 aluminum smelters.
Wow.
And the other 25% is the people in the country, their homes and things like that. I mean, it's just something really odd.
But from an economics perspective, like that made sense for so many years because you go where the power was cheaper because this is a very energy intensive thing to do.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, so I think it was last month, right? The Trump administration announced, let me just look here, an incentive program to cut tariffs on imported aluminum to about 25% from 50% for companies that build, expand, or refurbish aluminum plants in the U.S. I mean, your point is, Rich, you can't just do this stuff overnight. Right. It's expensive, it's difficult, and there might be some constraints about the cost of electricity here versus elsewhere. So is the Trump administration doing that? It's just not realistic of bringing it back home.
You heard, like, for example, Alcoa has a plant, the Warwick plant, that's only half running. And they said in order to get up and running, it would take them 2 or 3 years to get up and running. Yeah. And who knows what the tariff situation is going to be in 2 or 3 years. And second of all, the cost of the power is prohibitive. They're trying, and they haven't made. In fact, they're going to acquire South 32's aluminum business in a different country rather than take that money and invest it in the U.S. So it's when you have like the restart of 3 Mile Island, Microsoft contracted that to buy the power at $100 a megawatt. The aluminum companies need probably $35 a megawatt to be competitive with the rest of the world. Yeah, so when you have a data center that's willing to pay 3 times the going rate, it's kind of hard to restart aluminum in this country.
It's like terrifying, like the power grab. It's like Hunger Games, the power version. Like it really, what are you thinking?
What that means is we're going to keep importing this.
Right, we have to keep importing, and that's why
because it just economically does not make sense.
Right, and that's our viewpoint is that we, when we look across at the tariffs of various metals and things like that, where, like I said, applying rational economic theory, you're like, okay, this has to go back down versus other ones.
This is what Joe Doe has talked to us about with rare earths, with the idea that the processing and extraction of this has been a challenging business in many parts of the world, including the United States, which is like, okay, why a lot of this moved to China, for example?
Right, because we did do it, and then we gave it up.
It's hard to make it work.
Exactly. What about with steel? What do we need to know here with steel?
Steel, I think, will stay at 50% because the government's seeing the reaction. They're seeing, plants being built and the U.S. increasing capacity. And basically, if you look at what we call parent steel supply, shipments plus imports has kind of stayed flat over the last 2 years. And what's really happened is our domestic shipments have just displaced imports. Now, we still need a few imports because there's certain steels that the U.S. doesn't make or they don't want to make. There's not big enough quantities or things like that. But really what's that's kind of gone to what I would call the administration's game plan is the U.S. has, displaced the imports and invested to do that.
Was that the Trump administration second?
Well, it started back in 2018.
Oh, okay.
His first one.
So it did start back there.
It kind of encouraged, like Nucor, for example. Nucor's, just finishing up like a 6 or 7 year capital spending program that they invested billions of dollars. And really, in 2018, I think the tariffs kind of gave them, made that decision easier to try to stomach and things like that.
So the math was there in order to do it. Because a business, especially certainly if you're publicly held or something, but you're not going to do it unless you can make money here, right?
Right.
Or it's viable.
Or the time, I think the bigger uncertainty is the timing. Will tariffs stick around, things like that? And they've kept the 25% tariffs that start back in 2018. Increased them to 50% and took certain countries that previously were exempt from tariffs no longer are exempt, like Canada and Mexico.
So I guess the question is, are the tariffs accomplishing what the Trump administration wants to accomplish?
I think, and definitely steel, I think that's an instance where it is. Other ones, I'm not so sure it is.
So what could the administration do to further provide an incentive for this stuff to be made in the U.S.? I think aluminum notwithstanding, because it sounds like that one just won't be able to be done.
Well, I think we're starting to see companies reshoring. This was this whole big thought, hey, they're going to reshore. We haven't really seen that. But I would say this last set of earnings calls, talking to steel companies, service centers and stuff like that, they've kind of said that, hey, we're starting to see manufacturing come back and be located in the U.S. Now, part of the reason is tariffs. I also think another part of the reason is just the pandemic kind of, with the supply chain shocks, kind of said, gee, companies are starting to wake up like, hey, maybe I don't want to have my supply chains spread across the whole world, and I need it closer to me to keep an eye on it and things like that. So, it's kind of, I think there's all intertwined things that are kind of we're starting to see play out a bit.
All right, we're going to leave it there. It's interesting, the reality of what can and can't be done. Thank you so much. I feel like it was a lesson we needed to get on the space, because there's just things that kind of keep flying at us, and just understanding it. Rich, thank you so much. Rich Burke, he is Senior Analyst of Metals and Mining with our Bloomberg Intelligence team, joining us right here in studio.
You mentioned space. Good segue to talk about SpaceX. It's up 9% off of session highs. We're getting some headlines. The company's partnering with NVIDIA to design the StarMind AI-1 satellite compute payload. The company says that each of the StarMind satellites will include NVIDIA Rubin GPUs and Vera CPUs for data center class compute. SpaceX StarMind satellites to include NVIDIA Rubin GPUs, and partnering with NVIDIA to design the satellite compute payload.
Okay, so interesting. Some stuff coming out here.
A little preview for what we're getting at 4 o'clock, maybe.
out on X, right? It's all under the Elon universe. So, yeah, right now, we'll see what other commentary we get maybe ahead of earnings. As for shares of SpaceX, they're up 8.9%. They've been as high as 10.6% to the upside on a day where we are seeing quite a rally. New record intraday on the S&P 500 up 1.9%. Dow up more than 1,000 points, a gain of 1.9%. NASDAQ 100 up about 3.5%, up 1,000 points as well. We're counting down to the close, everybody.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Bails $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that destroyed hundreds of buildings and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, telling him his re-election campaign's in jeopardy. Miller denying accusations of domestic abuse. Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, ex-father-in-law of Miller's, wants Miller to resign.
This is truly the 7th level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter specifically did not want this to be out in the public.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. At least 7 Republican senators previously expressed concerns about his nomination. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in the full Senate vote ahead. This is ABC News.
Hi, I'm Christina Ruffini, inviting you to join us for Bloomberg This Weekend. Catch the show Saturdays and Sundays starting at 7 a.m. Make Bloomberg #1 on that weekend to-do list. Watch and listen on Bloomberg Radio, TV, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Trade your portfolio with the power of prediction market probabilities. With Interactive Brokers, trade prediction markets on election, climate, and economic outcomes, right alongside stocks, options, and bonds. Prediction market prices reflect probability, and correct predictions receive $1 per contract. Plus, earn interest on your position. Prediction contracts are not suitable for all investors. Visit ibkr.com/predictions.
On a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast, Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway speak with Bloomberg opinion columnist David Frickling, who tells us you can think of tungsten mining as a century-old prediction market for war.
Why would we talk about war, geopolitical uncertainty, all this stuff? What is it about tungsten that suddenly becomes important?
If you go back right to the turn of the 20th century, it has operated like a prediction market in the sense that people making real investments, once they get a sense that war is a real possibility, they put real money behind tungsten. And you can see the sort of process with that. If you're operating a tungsten mine, then you're in touch with tungsten traders, and the tungsten traders are in touch with military, material companies who get the first big orders when there's a real prospect of war. And this mine I visited has this extraordinary history where it first opened in 1917 during World War I. It closed at the end of the war because then the war ended, no one needed the tungsten anymore, and the European governments sold off all their tungsten stockpiles. Opens up again in 1938 before World War II starts. It goes through a bit of a struggle after World War II, but then it's more or less like rescued by the Korean War. It closes down almost altogether round about when Sputnik is launched and people start rethinking what wars are going to be like. but then it sort of keeps going through the Vietnam War and finally closes down the Cold War. And it's been closed. This mine, it's on a beach on an island just off the coast of Tasmania. It's a pretty isolated, windswept spot in the roaring 40s. In 1990, it closed down, the mine flooded, and it was basically being ignored for most of the last 3 decades. And it's now finally starting up again at this very moment when war is looking more likely.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Odd Lots podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are beginning the countdown to SpaceX after the close of trading. In the meantime, U.S. markets taking off like a rocket. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are surging today on reports of Middle East progress. The Dow's currently up 1,000 points. The S&Ps are higher by 2%, and the Nasdaq, that's up 2.9%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 4.62. Gold is rising. Oil is sinking. And Bitcoin is trading higher by 0.8%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and the industrials. Energy was under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Caterpillar and Cisco, while Nike fell 2.8% off a downgrade and led to the downside. Regarding those earnings, Caterpillar revenue beat estimates and Wayfair jumped 30% after its earnings. In deal news, Procter & Gamble is buying Thorne. And wrapping things up, some names pointing after the bell tonight include AMD and, like you said, SpaceX. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
I thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Can't wait. It's very exciting to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I've been driving all night, my hands wet on the wheel.
Come on, let's take a drive.
A drive?
Yeah, a drive.
Can you just focus on driving? Focus on the road.
Driving in your car.
Why would I drive fast?
Because I'm asking you to.
Just take your place in the driver's seat.
Just drive, baby.
Driver's seat.
This is the drive to the close.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. We are just about 19 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Looks like we could have a record on the S&P 500. What we're kind of obsessed with, no, we're not kind of, we are obsessed with, is SpaceX earnings. The first quarterly update since it went public back in June. We've seen the stock price under pressure. Not today. We see investors moving into SpaceX in a big way. Stock's been up up as much as 10%, more than 10% at its intraday high. Still up about 9% as we speak, Tim.
Yeah, just a reminder of how this company has broken down revenue, at least in fiscal year 2025. We saw that space accounted for about 22% of revenue. Connectivity, which includes Starlink, yeah, and the consumer and the enterprise version of Starlink, that's 61% of the company's business. And then you have AI as 17%. In terms of the areas of growth, though, Lauren Grush talked to us about Starship and what she wants to hear. She, of course, covers space, and she's the author of that book, The Six. And then Max Chafkin talking about the challenge with Starlink around the world is that the prices for mobile connectivity in a lot of parts of the world where it wants to expand to are much less than they are here in the U.S.
Yeah, there's the Elon premium, right? If you go back to Tesla's origin, like promises, and investors bought into it. And listen, this is the largest market cap company, right? Car company, is certainly in the U.S. I don't know if it's global.
Tesla is,
excuse me. So it kind of worked. The expectations, the promises, all kind of, everyone bought into the Elon premium. It's been a little bit different with SpaceX, but mind you, it's only been just a few months here as a publicly held company. We wanted to know a little bit more about the trade that we've seen around shares of SpaceX, the options trade. We know shorts have been high on this one. Bernard Goiter is back with us. He's Bloomberg News U.S. options reporter. He's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. It is good to have you here. I just looked at some of the headlines just today, or the stories as we get ready for SpaceX earnings. Market braces for massive SpaceX earnings. SpaceX IPO hype nears reality check as analysts are split on XAI. And then there's the Elon premium. And then on Friday was the story about all of the short sellers piling into SpaceX. What have you seen in terms of the trade, the options trade, the trade in general since it went public?
Yeah, well, we saw that initial wave of call buying. We saw immense enthusiasm as we had this rally upwards, and then we've kind of seen it come off again. And we over the last couple of weeks, we have seen this increase in optimism around SpaceX, and that's really come to the fore today. So today we've had this big 9% plus move up in SpaceX, and I think that's people really seeing what's happening with the rest of the tech stocks and saying, well, this is my time to get in before these results come out.
But 9% is a lot of expectation.
This is
not compared to Palantir.
Okay, all right.
This is before the earnings come out.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's expecting a lot.
It's expecting a lot.
You have this great story that Carol was referring to, that the options market is expecting SpaceX to move 14.5% in either direction after earnings today, based on the cost of straddles. Going to have you explain exactly what that means in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But does that mean, Bernard, that this move would be after today's move? Like, yeah. So this means like in tomorrow's trade.
Well, that's what the market was pricing this morning.
Okay.
And
does that
some
change
of that's
based on what's
that will change.
today?
So I think what this indicates is basically the cost of buying options on SpaceX is really, really expensive because the market makers don't have a clue what's going to happen. No one knows what's going to happen with this
Just
company.
look at the analyst calls in terms of where the price
so wide.
Right?
Yeah, but everybody except for two is saying buy.
Right, but even the range.
The range is really wide. That 14.5% figure, it's up or down.
Yeah.
And that basically shows you that if you're a market maker, your job is to price risk of where this is going to go, and people are pricing that risk really, really widely because there's such a range of expectations. In terms of the straddle pricing, that's just a way that the options market is saying, okay, if you're just going to do a bet on the volatility of a stock, like how much it's going to move by, then a straddle's a really easy way of doing that. You do a put and a call at the same strike, and that way, whatever happens with the move, if it's volatile, then you make money or you lose money depending on which way around you put the trade.
Yeah, kind of cover your A, as they say, right? Like kind of either way it goes.
That's where we're going.
What's been the volume and activity around all of this? How much interest has there been there when it comes to SpaceX options?
Yeah, today we had a 44% increase in options volumes, and that's already on. This is one of the
for calls or
for both together. But that leaned a bit more on the call side today. So there was maybe more optimism in there. There's also though there's a sense that some of the banks might also be using the options market to hedge their positions. Bear in mind that a lot of what we see in SpaceX, especially when it comes to short covering, isn't yet in the actual listed market yet. It's these positions that are being locked up by insiders and are about to come off and about to be kind of ready to enter the market, and people are trying to work out what that's going to mean for this stock, because we're actually going to have a big increase in supply of this stock, and certainly with it up 9% today, that's a good thing. That there's plenty of people that want to buy this stock, but that there is also this concern about what that's going to mean. So I think what we're seeing, at least the researcher that I quoted in the story this morning was saying was that it seems to be that some of the banks are hedging their own risk of SpaceX moving up a lot, and if they've got short positions on that they're helping people out with, and the stock goes up, then
the spreads show that, depending on what we get today, and with more volume coming later in the week, shows that if there's disappointment, even though it's up 9%, we could see a tremendous swing in the other direction, like that.
Yep.
Right.
And it's an incredibly volatile stock, and that's just the thing to be aware of if you're trading this thing.
Right.
It's everyone's expecting it to move a huge amount in either direction.
Well, contextualize not just that move, but sort of the options activity around this stock versus other big stocks that you write about.
Yeah, so I mean,
is this pretty atypical?
I'd say a 14.5% expected move is pretty atypical. We were seeing kind of 6, 7, 8% for some of the other Mag 7 names, and they actually all exceeded those market expectations. So what we've been seeing with these big single stock moves is that they've been more volatile than the options market was expecting so far. But it is an atypical move. Spot Gamma's Brent Kubishar told me it was a massive move this morning.
Is there anything, we just got about 50 seconds left here, that how Tesla options Is there any similarity, or I'm just curious if you guys have looked at it?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's funky about the Tesla options is, the levered ETF concept, that there's so many people who are in the levered ETFs, and then that kind of pulls itself back to the options market as people who are issuing those levered ETFs go to banks to hedge their positions, and then those banks have to hedge their positions somewhere else, and you have this big circle. My colleague Yichin Shen did an amazing kind of expose of this hidden market where you can get kind of 20% yield by selling crash insurance to banks that themselves are selling swaps to these levered ETFs. So you get this entire ecosystem that gets created around some of these names. So looking at options doesn't necessarily tell you exactly what's going to happen. It tells you more about how Wall Street works, but it doesn't tell you a lot about what's actually going to happen next, which is, I know it's what our listeners want to hear, but it actually just tells you, it kind of just maps out some of the complexities of Wall Street by tracing this flow.
Someone near and dear to me is like, all this activity on Wall Street, like, what do you get? What do you build?
Break out the whiteboard. Get the whiteboard out.
But there's a lot of money that can be made, or there's velocity and activity. Bernard, thank you so much. Bernard Goyder, he's Bloomberg News U.S. options reporter. Folks, we're counting down to SpaceX.
Get the Bloomberg Business Week newsletter, BW Daily, delivered to your inbox every weekday. It's the power of Business Week in a handy form. Sign up at Bloomberg.com/newsletters. That's Bloomberg.com/newsletters.
Now, Bloomberg.com subscribers can shape the conversation on Bloomberg Radio.
We got a wicked smart question.
Can be part of the conversation. Submit questions for experts and guests you hear on air. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to send questions to our hosts.
You may just hear them asked on the air.
Exclusively for Bloomberg.com subscribers.
Get answers on today's headlines, breaking earnings news, and big market moves. Visit Bloomberg.com/AskRadio to join the conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Weather is brought to you by RockAuto.com.
Oh, bent tie rod. What are you going to do?
I'm way ahead of you. I'll be on RockAuto.com before you can even finish this commercial.
He's right. RockAuto.com. Parts when you need them.
All the parts your car will ever need. Rock Auto.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Couple of sunny days shaping up for southern New England. We're mostly sunny through the rest of the day. Just some high cloudiness drifting by. 85 tonight, partly cloudy, 65. Tomorrow, partly to mostly sunny, back to near 85. It'll be partly cloudy, 65 to 70 tomorrow night. Mostly sunny and warmer Thursday, highs 85 to 90. I'm Rob Carolyn with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Say goodbye to old school AM radio. Listen to Bloomberg 92.9 for speed, analysis, and global context on the biggest stories. Your best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Faster, smarter, better. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just about 7 minutes away from the closing bell on Wall Street. Also from SpaceX earnings, AMD also reporting. As we've been reminding, send in your questions. We'd love to bring it into the conversation. We have an incredible lineup of folks. Ed Ludlow, our Mandeep Singh from our Bloomberg Intelligence team, George Ferguson, who covers aerospace, Chris Palmieri, also that's on Paramount Skydance. Of course, we've got to also watch out for their results and see what they say about the recent pushback in terms of getting that deal through. through. Max Chafkin's going to come back. So our Bailey Lipschultz is going to be here. He's been tracking that SpaceX IPO before it went public. Send in your questions. Just go to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. Send them to us exclusively for our Bloomberg.com subscribers and terminal clients. And then listen up and watch us on YouTube, on Bloomberg Originals, and of course on Bloomberg Radio. And we'll ask those questions to our expert panelists.
It's not just those companies that you mentioned. We're also expecting to hear from Booking Holdings, get a view on the consumer and on travel. You mentioned Paramount Skydance. We're getting some pharma as well. Amgen will report. Toast will report as well, the point-of-sale company. Lucid, an EV maker. Arista Networks, Viasat, interestingly enough, on a day that SpaceX
that is
reporting. And then Pinterest and, of course, AMD.
All right, so looking forward to it. So send in your questions again. Just submit them to Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. That's Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. All right, just a reminder of where we are with just a few minutes to go. We're just coming off our best levels of the session, but nonetheless, we are higher across the board when it comes to those major averages. Just pulling up my numbers here, we're looking like S&P headed for a record. It would be the first close above 7,700. We are right now at 7769. So that index is up about 1.8, almost 1.9%, 1.8% higher too on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's up 950 points. And then go on over to the NASDAQ. It's up 2.6%, 678 points. Go to the NASDAQ 100. You're up even higher than that.
Are you going to get the foldable iPhone?
You know, I guess I'll see. Is that out in the fall?
Mark Gurman says the company's expected to unveil its first foldable phone, as well as the iPhone 18 Pro and Pro Max, new Apple Watch models and other hardware at the September event this year, which takes on additional significance because it's Tim Cook's. Well, Tim Cook will be executive chair then. He won't be CEO anymore when that September launch happens.
All right, so it's going to take place during the first half of September. They didn't provide a more specific date.
It's likely going to be, because Labor Day, it's likely going to be, Mark says, like a Wednesday event.
Tuesday or Wednesday of that month. Yeah, that's what he said, what historically that they do. Apple not speaking about it, but in the memo, Apple said it was, quote, excited to offer U.S. store team members the opportunity to participate in the Event Support Experience Program.
Yeah,
so the devices will be out there, right?
Yeah. I've been to a few of these back in the day.
You need a new phone. Will you do that?
I'm not going to get the foldable phone,
Why?
but I will absolutely get a new phone.
Why?
Why not a foldable phone?
Yeah.
What? It's big enough.
I don't know. I know. I just like it bigger. I basically want it to be just shy of what an iPad used to.
Here's the thing about Carol Masser. She has this battery pack that she attaches to the back of it. She's, for those on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals, that
was a gift from my husband.
In fact, makes the phone even thicker.
And heavier.
But isn't it fully charged? Isn't it fully charged anyway?
Yeah, it is. But you know what? Sometimes it wasn't when I came in, so I wanted to make sure it was charged in case I needed it. All right, everybody.
Maybe a new Apple Watch for you.
You know, my husband's like, go, do it, and I'm just like, I pulled out like my old original watches, and I kind of am enjoying that.
The non-Apple.
The non-Apple.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll get there eventually. Hey, most names in the S&P are higher. SpaceX, let's just go there ahead of the earnings. Just a few minutes to go until we get those results. Stock is up just off its highs of the session, but still up about 9.2%, but still way off that IPO price and below the IPO price of $135. Stock trading at $125 and change.
Palantir shares up 29% right now. NVIDIA shares up 2.7%. Intel up 11%. We got Snap shares after earnings yesterday up 14.8%.
I know. It's risk on trade in a big way. All right, do not go anywhere. We're going to break down those closing numbers from SpaceX and AMD and others. The closing bell. It starts right now.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Bloomberg 92.9. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick taking you through to that closing bell with a global simulcast. We're joined now by Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, television, radio. Our partnership with YouTube, a broader market, Carol Masser, at least with the S&P 500, set to log its first record high since June 2nd. But we're keeping an eye on earnings from AMD and from SpaceX.
Yep, those are the two big ones. SpaceX right now still up about 9.6% ahead of that earnings release, our quarterly update, if you will. It's definitely a risk-on trade, but there's a lot at stake. Investors want some specifics when it comes to SpaceX's business. We'll see whether or not we get them, and we'll see what kind of mood Elon is in, as Max Chafkin reminded us. Sometimes it's upbeat, sometimes it's not.
SpaceX not the only company reporting after the bell, but it's certainly, I think, fair to say the most highly anticipated one. We'll hear from AMD, we'll hear from Paramount Skydance. Booking Holdings will give us some sort of potential view on how travel has been and how we expect travel will play out for the remainder of the year. And Viasat, interestingly enough, a competitor to SpaceX's Starlink business, is reporting too.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, I was taking a look at the implied market moves and all the companies that are reporting earnings. AMD, an implied move of about 8%, which is high. SpaceX right now, implied market move after the bell, or tomorrow in the cast session, 15% here. And of course, we talk about a company that's not only going to be driven, a stock that's going to be driven by the earnings, but the idea that with about 640 million shares now available for trading, keep in mind, in 2 days, you're going to add as many as 911 million more shares to that, and that seems to be where some of the concern, short interest now, well over 200 million shares. Record high for the Dow Jones Industrial Average here on this Tuesday afternoon, up more than 900 points at 1.7%. A record high for the S&P 500, up 1.8%. The NASDAQ Composite up about 2.6%. The NASDAQ 100 up 3.3%. And the Russell 2000, Carol Massar, closing out the day 1.9%.
All right, as we wait for SpaceX, booking is out, and let's get to the outlook. The company says it sees third quarter revenue at constant FX up 5% to 7%. Third quarter gross bookings up 4% to 6%. And now we have Paramount out as well.
Yeah, Paramount Skydance now out with their earnings as well. For the most recent quarter, the company did say that year-over-year revenue did rise about 16% to $6.91 billion. That looks like a beat. It looks like on the bottom line also a beat as well. Here's your forecast for the full year. The company says expect total revenue of $30 billion. It says expect EBITDA of $3.8 billion, which actually looks a little bit light. And for the current quarter, the company says revenue $6.95 to $7.15 billion. That's the range on Paramount Skydance.
Looking at some highlights here in the investor letter, the company said that second quarter was the best quarter for retention in Paramount Plus's history. It was powered by Dutton Ranch, UFC, and of course the FIFA World Cup non-exclusively across 6 countries in Latin America. They gained about 2 million new Paramount Plus subscribers in the quarter, now 81.6 million worldwide. The company too says it's raising its full year 2026 outlook, as you mentioned, to 3.8 to 3.9 billion in adjusted EBITDA.
All right, guys, Amgen, let's go to that. Second quarter adjusted EPS, $6.29 a share. That is a beat. $5.62 is what the street was expecting. Let's go to the outlook. Amgen seeing fiscal year revenue of $38.2 billion to $39.4 billion. That is above its earlier estimate of $37.1 to $38.5, and sees fiscal year adjusted EPS of $22.30 to $23.50 a share, and that is above its estimates. And you're seeing shares of Amgen, which are already up about 19% year to date now, with a gain of about 1.5%. SpaceX, that first number coming, the second quarter revenue, $7.8 billion, and remain, that is above the estimate of $6.81 billion.
Absolutely. Here, we're going to wait for some of these other numbers to trickle out. This is going to be a complicated report. Remember, we're basically talking about 3 primary businesses. Their space business, which is effectively the launch, the connectivity business, which of course is Starlink, and the AI business. And a lot of people not only want to see what it did on the quarter, but more importantly here, what type of long-term forecast the company will give with regards to that. Also, Tim, obviously the idea of where we might go with regards to a more of a mashup. A lot of speculation about what could happen with Tesla, whether that gets absorbed into SpaceX, and the idea here as to what sort of deals and partnerships SpaceX can actually announce to keep investors placated in the short term. We got a little taste of that just a few moments ago, Tim, when they announced that they are partnering with NVIDIA to use NVIDIA's Rubin chips here on these orbital data centers that it's trying to build out.
Yeah, that's the Starmind AI-1 satellite compute payload. The company partnering with NVIDIA to design the satellite compute payload. I want to remind people, too, that connectivity business is the vast majority of its main business in terms of revenue. in 2025 for the year, 61% of the business was connectivity. That includes the enterprise and consumer versions of Starlink. Space accounts for about 22% of the business, and AI, as of 2025, was about 17% of the company's revenue.
Another headline coming: SpaceX second quarter AI segment operating loss of $1.26 billion versus an estimate that the street was looking for a higher number, $2.39 billion. Right now, we're seeing SpaceX shares, which rallied big time today, just up about 0.8%, remain.
Yeah, absolutely. And these numbers continue to trickle out here. The company says that EBITDA in the most recent quarter, $3.5 billion. That's well above what the street was looking for $2 billion. Again, that's for the company as a whole. It also says that it reached 12 million Starlink subscribers at the end of the second quarter. And here's your CapEx number, which of course a lot of people are paying attention to. $18.37 billion, basically $18 billion in CapEx. Now that's backwards looking. That is for the second quarter. It'll be interesting to see what the next couple of quarters look like here. The company did say that it did end the second quarter with $100 billion in cash and cash equivalents.
Yeah, the estimate was actually for higher than that. The estimate was for $18.6 billion. Some other numbers to highlight here. SpaceX reached 12 million Starlink subscribers at the end of the second quarter. As you mentioned, the AI segment operating loss, $1.26 billion. The estimate was for a loss of $2.39 billion. Shares bouncing around in the after hours. Now just down about 1.3%, but shares surged in today's trading session, still off quite a bit from that high earlier this year. The estimate for second quarter Starlink subscribers was 12.19, so that was within expectations. The company also expecting that Cursor deal to close this quarter, that is the third quarter of the year. Once again, these headlines are continuing to trickle out. SpaceX shares down just by about 2.6% right now.
Our team putting its first story out on the Bloomberg. SpaceX's revenue exceeded Wall Street's expectations in the company's first quarterly financial report following its blockbuster IPO back in June. The satellite, space, and AI conglomerate reported revenue of $7.8 billion, greater than the $6.81 billion that analysts polled by Bloomberg expected on average, unveiled an operating loss of $1.26 billion from its AI business, better than the consensus expectation for a loss of $2.39 billion. But we should point out it was the largest IPO. We've seen quite a roller coaster after a couple of days initially out of the gate when it IPO'd of moving higher. We've seen the stock pull back, and short interest has been very high. And that is something to keep in mind as this company goes through the release and the analyst call to see what kind of short covering if the news is really upbeat.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, too, is how much of the share price reaction today is even going to be actually tied to the earnings themselves. I think it's over 200 million shares were shorted just coming into today. My guess is that number went higher as we got closer to this earnings report. You have 600 plus million shares now out there floating around, and you have a lockup expiry in 2 days that's going to potentially add 911 million more shares. Not to mention, you get almost double that when you get towards the end of the year. So that's going to potentially put some downward pressure on this stock. But of course, a lot will depend on the conference call, which kicks off in about 30 minutes time. And we're going to hear from Elon Musk, and he's going to have to say, look, I got a plan. Either you believe me or you don't.
That's the Elon premium that Max Chafkin was writing about for the Business Week Daily newsletter earlier today. I also want to point out that we're seeing a relatively muted reaction as of now just to these numbers. Like you said, Romaine, a lot of it will likely come on the call. And going into, as of this morning, the options market was pricing a move of upwards of 14% to the upside or the downside. Getting a little more information from the company about the most recent quarter. Government contracts, interestingly enough, $6 billion in multi-year U.S. government contracts. That's for Starshield, our own Dana Hull reporting. SpaceX shares up right now by about 1%.
And let's not forget Lauren Grush, who wrote a preview and covers this company and the space industry, said, what's really important is getting also updates on Starship specifically. Are there any technical setbacks? Because this is certainly key in terms of getting satellites out into the suborbital, or they've only been suborbital, but getting them further out. And that's part of the idea of getting either data centers in space. But this is so important, certainly, to the company's story going forward. All right. Right now, folks, shares of SpaceX just up about 1% in the aftermarket. That is a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals covering those earnings out from SpaceX and more. Remain continuing there, of course, on the close on Bloomberg TV. And Tim and I back here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily on radio and more. We will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Shares of SpaceX kind of bouncing around, but muted in the after hours, barely up by about 0.5% right now. The company out with its first report as a publicly traded company. Revenue exceeded Wall Street's expectations, reported $7.8 billion. The company reported an operating loss, though, of $1.26 billion from its AI business. That's better than the consensus expectation. Shares have plunged since that IPO, erasing more than $1 trillion in market value from their peak. I think we'll hear a lot more on the call when it starts a little later.
One can certainly hope. All right, let's get to it with our team. We've got a great team to kind of go through the numbers and the results, and we're going to continue to kind of track as we get into the call. Mandeep Singh is with us right here in studio in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research. And out there in our San Francisco News Bureau is, of course, our own Ed Ludlow, host of Bloomberg Tech. Ed, let me just kick it off with you. What jumps out here? I know you're also on the live blog, but, investors just kind of reading through right now, the stock is down just about 1% here.
Yeah, I mean, overall revenue and sales came in above consensus. But you go into this saying this was the first quarterly earnings for SpaceX since they became a public company, and it will be their first earnings call. And there was a lot of acceptance that the consensus numbers out there was a bit of skepticism, right? They're a bit squishy because we don't have a whole lot of contemporaneous data. But it's really interesting. The status quo is still that Starlink is the driver on the top line and also sort of the cash cow. But they really improved the economics of this business in the quarter of, yes, it's a rocket company, but renting compute capacity to other technology companies. That has proved to be a strong business for them. There's a lot of discussion in that in what's a very limited earnings release.
Mandeep, I want to bring you in here. If you were to look at the three different segments, the reportable segments, Ed mentioned the cash cow and in terms of where the revenue is still coming from. In terms of growth, in your view, which segment is the most important?
I mean, they reported a backlog number of $47.5 billion. That tells you most of the backlog is likely coming from AI. And what is not captured in this print is the Anthropic and Google deals that they signed. Okay.
That's what I was going to ask you. When you say a backlog, that means companies like Anthropic and Google coming to XAI, part of SpaceX, and renting compute?
That's right, yes. And in fact, we know some of the deal terms. Anthropic will be paying SpaceX about $1.25 billion a month. So next quarter, when they report, there will be at least $3.75 billion from Anthropic and another probably $2 billion plus from Google when they report. So $6 billion bump just from these two deals next quarter.
That sounds pretty impressive.
I think so. That's why that backlog number is very important, because in that $47 billion is that Anthropic deal and the Google deal, and there's one more company, I think, Reflection.
Ed, what can XAI offer these firms that Mandeep mentioned that like a Google Cloud, a Microsoft Azure, an AWS, or even a NeoCloud can't offer?
Space that they're not currently using.
So it's a commodity.
A little bit. So like in Tennessee, XAI, now SpaceXAI, set up a number of data centers in very quick order. Colossus 1, Colossus 2, and Colossus 3. What was explained to me in great detail by sources is that once they had built all of them, they were like, okay, how do we use this ourselves? And they realized that in Colossus 1, which is a big tin can data center, they had multiple generations of NVIDIA GPUs, all mixed together. Some were Hopper generation, some were Blackwell, some were even as old as the A100 generation. And so they decided the best use of that capacity was to rent it out with attractive economics for those renting it at a premium, many would say. I think Mandeep's been over that really well in the past. And for them, like, they run it really operationally efficiently. It can be a high margin business, but it was all born out of the fact that for their own models and running them, not just training later generation models, they couldn't work out how to use that capacity for themselves to best effect.
Yeah, I mean, the worries that we've had, Mandeep, about this company and feeling like we didn't know some things, should investors, I know we never give investment advice, but feel, all right, we're getting more information about the business that we can kind of figure out and cross with kind of where this company's going, the valuation. I mean, the valuation is still a little crazy, right?
It is crazy, but what I think may work in their favor is this is a company that will likely have accelerating top-line growth at least for the next 3 or 4 quarters with margin improvement. And that is a type of story that investors typically like. I mean, we just saw what Palantir did today, with their quarter, partly because of that accelerating top-line growth. And there is no doubt in my mind, given that $47.5 billion backlog number, SpaceX will have accelerating top-line growth at least for the next 3 quarters.
We're speaking with Mandeep Singh, our Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research. Also with us, Ed Ludlow out there in San Francisco. He's the host of Bloomberg Tech. I want to remind everybody, if you have questions about SpaceX's earnings, the company's report, send us a question, Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. That's Bloomberg.com/AskRadio. It's only for Bloomberg.com subscribers. You can submit questions for us or for any of our guests this afternoon.
I'm just looking at, you pull up SpaceX, do the ticker, do, CNBN. SpaceX says business growing across all 3 segments. SpaceX exceeds revenue estimates in the first quarter, first earnings since IPO. SpaceX's first earnings offer a chance to reverse the stock's plunge. That was earlier in the day. Top of mind, Ed, come on back in, because I'm just thinking how much of what we didn't know. So this is kind of our first real picture of a lot of what the business is about. There was speculation certainly coming off the IPO, and there was numbers and there were estimates, but how much of this is like, oh, okay, so this is the business, at least now?
Yeah, so what you can do is you can compare with the backward-looking data we have from the IPO prospectus, the S1, and the amended versions of it. Just the 2 AI key points, because I think it's really interesting to get Mandeep's take on this, is AI is probably inflecting a little bit faster than the street expected. So the AI revenues are $2.56 billion, right? Compare that to the first quarter, which is data we got in the prospectus, about 800 million. So that's quite a jump sequentially quarter to quarter. And then on an adjusted EBITDA basis, which, let Mandeep answer this one, because I know how the street feels on adjusted EBITDA, but AI adjusted EBITDA did turn positive, AI specifically. And so right now, with the knowledge that all of these other business lines are futuristic, orbital data center, the space economy, and enterprise AI, what they have done is move pretty quickly on their AI infrastructure business. And, Mandeep's outlined the deals that they did to get there.
Okay, let's just reset here a little bit, because we're seeing shares of SpaceX down about 6.5% after the company reported results. Starlink growth continues to be a revenue driver. Shares are slumping though as investors digest this. Mandeep, what's the sort of from a guidance perspective, the expectations about what we'll hear on the call that's different from what's in the press release? Again, first time we've had a call for this company, so we can kind of only go with what Tesla has done in the past, but what do we expect in terms of guidance?
I mean, when I look at the Starlink number, to me, that's slightly missed consensus in terms of number of subscribers, and given we talk about how that's the cash cow that's funding, the other businesses, that is probably the number one question that I feel they're going to get on the earnings call. But along with that backlog, which I think will help them in the upcoming quarters, but clearly that Starlink business was slightly below consensus.
All right. We're going to continue watching shares of SpaceX, as we mentioned, definitely down right now about 8.5%. So giving kind of everything back that they got in the regular trading session. In the meantime, I want to, since we've got Elon, we have Elon here. Hey, Elon, thanks for calling in. We have Ed here, and of course, Mandeep. Let's also bring in AMD into the mix. Hey, it could happen. You don't ever know, right? I could see him calling.
Careful what you wish for.
I know. Let's take a look at shares of AMD, because we've seen them under pressure as well. Down about 8% as we speak. And this is after, let's just go to the red headline here on the Bloomberg. The company sees third quarter revenue of $12.7 billion to $13.3. Street estimate was $12.51. Says data center sales to accelerate in the second half of 2026. Sees third quarter adjusted gross margin of about 56%. Street estimate was just a hair higher at 56.2%. And if you look back at the quarter that was, actually, let me give you one more on the third quarter. So the outlook sees third quarter revenue, actually I said this, 12.7 to 13.3 billion. Street estimate was 12.51 billion. But looking backwards, second quarter adjusted EPS was 4 cents better than the street was expecting. Second quarter adjusted operating margin was 27%, slightly above the 26.9% the street was expecting. And second quarter revenue was 11.54 billion. That too was above street estimate of 11.31. But again, that stock's down more than 7% here.
Yeah, down at this point 8% as we speak. You mentioned the numbers. I want to bring in Mandeep and Ed, who are watching this closely. Mandeep, your first reaction to AMD's report?
I mean, it seems to be an inline print, and with all these stocks, the Whisper number is much higher than what you see in consensus. So, to my mind, the fact that data center number is mostly in line is or slightly 2% above consensus is not enough. And NVIDIA is going to post a quarter that will be 11, 12 times bigger than AMD's number when it comes to data centers. So clearly they're not kind of catching up to NVIDIA in any way right now.
Ed, what jumps out to you about AMD's report? Shares AMD down about 9%.
There's no massive outperformance in the print. I just note that going into today's close, AMD's up 140% year to date. And they're telling the story to investors that in the second half of this year, data center sales are going to accelerate. But there's nothing sort of outstanding in the sales outlook for the third quarter that kind of is additive to that sort of commentary. And the last bit, the only bit I see really is that they see gross margins of 56% in 3Q, and consensus was a touch higher, 56.2. That doesn't account necessarily for the drop in after hours.
It's also up 140% year to date. I have no idea how much.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, I want to get back to SpaceX. We're still watching what's happening with all of these companies, and we're lucky to have both of you guys with us who can speak to AMD and SpaceX. Shares of SpaceX down about 6% in the after hours. I mentioned that we have Bloomberg.com/AskRadio as a way for our subscribers to get in touch with us and ask questions, not just to us, but to Ed and Mandeep and all of our guests. SpaceX, so a question about SpaceX coming in right now, guys. Sanjay out in Irvine, California writes that the fact that SpaceX's valuation is already high, does that make today's earnings more or less in line with the high expectations? I want to send that one over to Mandeep first. Valuations question. We talked with Max Chafkin earlier about the so-called Elon premium and the idea that Tesla is valued more than any other car maker, despite the fact that, in terms of revenue, it doesn't even crack the top 10. Valuation question about SpaceX. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, at 1.5 trillion, for a company of SpaceX size, there is a lot embedded in that number in terms of growth expectations and how investors see margins improving. So that's why even though I feel like they will do very well over the next 3 quarters in terms of top line driven by AI, but at this valuation, and it IPO'd at even a higher valuation. So it's always hard to keep up with the expectations. And unless you come out and show positive surprises the way NVIDIA has done that consistently, I think it will be hard for SpaceX just to kind of keep this multiple. Mm-hmm. So they really have to grow into that multiple, which I think they should be able to, given the backlog number we are seeing. I mean, all the cloud companies had backlogs of $400 billion plus, when they reported. And they had an excellent quarter, all of them, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. So from that perspective, SpaceX reporting a $47.5 billion backlog, if they keep growing that, I think will be positive for that SpaceX story.
I also want to mention we're getting some additional headlines. SpaceX second quarter AI segment CapEx, 15.83 billion versus an estimate on the street of 13.09 billion. I know, Ed, you were on the live blog, like looking for more insight when it comes to CapEx.
Yeah, no, I think they have positioned this in the CFO commentary about having a really strong liquidity position, right? They have the proceeds of the IPO, and then they immediately went to the corporate debt market, and so they have $100 billion to play with. But you again can go back to the prospectus on how capital expenditures were tracking in the first half of this year. The consensus number, again, there's a note of caution on all the consensus numbers because this is their first ever quarterly earnings as a public company. The expectation was they'd spend about $46 billion this year. A lot of that's still to come, right? There's, it's really key information because across those nascent business lines, Starship as a launch system, orbital data center, and then the business of like actually selling AI as a software at scale, it's still going to take a lot of spending.
Ed, is this report? Are we getting the information? It's sort of an inside baseball question, but is the information coming at a cadence that's on par with what we get from Tesla?
No. So I find this really interesting. So, Tesla presents a pretty detailed shareholder deck each quarter. And it is multiple pages long. It has a lot of information, for example, the headwinds and tailwinds to the top and bottom line, the macro impacts they felt, any political impacts, their sort of forward-looking strategy as it relates to software in different markets, etc. This is a very modest release where there's zero commentary from Elon Musk, who's the CEO of SpaceX. There's zero commentary from Gwynne Shotwell, who's the president and COO and de facto runs the company. Just the CFO commentary from Brett Johnson, and it's very modest. So there's a lot still to learn. There's not the same level of detail. There are fair questions like, will Elon Musk be on the earnings call? We have no definitive answer on that. One assumes so. What kind of role do Gwynne Shotwell and Brett Johnson play on the earnings call? Are they the stars of the show? Or is it like Tesla where Elon's still the star of the show? We just don't know, and that's kind of fun.
So do we have an idea, Mandeep, of how much cash they're burning through?
I mean, they are investing $15 billion plus in CapEx every quarter, and they're not generating any free cash flow as of now. So, I mean, the Starlink business is the only one that seems to be generating free cash flow, and that seems to have missed consensus. So from that perspective, I mean, they have this challenge in terms of meeting expectations around free cash flow, unlike the hyperscalers that clearly have strong balance sheets to invest in, CapEx. So from that perspective, I feel there is a ceiling to how much higher they can go in terms of CapEx increases. I do think they will raise the CapEx, but even at $60 billion run rate, how high can they go, given they don't have the balance sheet and the free cash flow that the other hyperscalers have?
Ed, come on in. You have a question.
So I have a question. I rely on Mandeep's expertise and his modeling. So in the first half of the year, SpaceX had about $3.5 billion of operating cash flow, but the capital expenditures for the first half of the year were like $29 billion. So you just do the operating cash flow minus the CapEx, and that gives you a sort of an approximation on the negative free cash flow, right, overall? Am I doing the math right on that?
That's right, yeah.
So I see, again, like this is me doing math in my head and phone my high school teachers. It weren't my strong point. But I see, let's say $25 billion of negative free cash flow in aggregate across those businesses in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think what you will see is the cloud rental business is going to be a lot better margins. So that's the part that, when you do the first half calculations and analyze it, you're expecting maybe, there will be negative $50 billion for the full year, but My guess is that cloud rental business is going to be positive in terms of the margin profile. Now, it's not going to be as high as the hyperscalers. So hyperscalers, as we have seen this quarter, they have mid 30% margins when it comes to their cloud businesses. In the case of SpaceX, even in a best case scenario, that AI segment would have low to mid-teens margins, but at least it's positive. So from that perspective, if you see AI business at the end of the year around a $25 billion run rate with low to mid-teens margins, then it will offset some of that negative $25 billion burn that you've seen for the first half. And that's where I think there's a good story to tell in terms of margin improvement driven by that cloud rental business.
Shares of SpaceX down about 4.5% right now. Revenue blew past estimates in its first earnings as a public company. First results, I should say. It's led by Starlink. The AI segment is showing improvement with a narrower than expected operating loss. I want to bring in George Ferguson. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Aerospace Defense and Airline Analysis.
George, we're having a SpaceX
from our
party.
Princeton bureau. And you are invited, George, to our
You
SpaceX
are.
party. But you come at this from the defense and aerospace and airlines view of this. So given where you sit in Princeton, what sticks out to you?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it looked pretty close to what we thought was going to occur here. Most of the launches are still not for customers, they're for SpaceX. There's small loss on the space business. The revenue was about in line with what we expected. They had a successful test launch during the quarter. I think it was kind of in line.
In line? That's what George is seeing. George, I'm wondering too, one thing that sticks in my head, and I've mentioned this a few times, is the United Airlines partnership and Starlink. And people talk about this, you cover airlines too, so I see you smiling, but people talk about this as being a game changer for in-flight Wi-Fi, and anyone who's experienced Starlink on an airplane, I think, has their mind blown by just how fast it is. How big of an expense is that for United, and how big of a revenue driver is it for SpaceX? Do we know?
I don't think we do yet.
But would this be is this a huge contract for SpaceX? Is it are they among the biggest customers? Is there any sort of context that we get from SpaceX about a deal like this?
So I'm not seeing any signs of the impact on the airlines that are getting Starlink at this point, and I know some are. So and no airline spends a lot of money for anything. So.
I love that. George is talking about the difference between AI capex and billions of dollars here. And we're talking about airlines who are charging us for peanuts these days. So okay, noted, George. Appreciate that.
Ed and Mandeep, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Ed, as you continue to go through the numbers, anything else jumping out for you?
No, I just everything is backward looking, basically.
Yeah.
Particularly on capex, and I always frame this in a technology context. What I wrote about on Monday, right? So a burning question which may get put to them is, will Elon Musk merge Tesla with SpaceX? That came up on the Tesla call. It has long been discussed. The other way of looking at it is that they are highly interlinked on their technology sharing, their joint effort with Terafab and semiconductors, the idea that Starlink will go into Tesla vehicles and robotaxis in the future, the idea that the Grok chatbot's already in Tesla vehicles, that the AI work that SpaceX AI is doing will underpin the Tesla Optimus humanoid robot. All of that still requires spending and capital. And so what is SpaceX's contribution to that partnership? No matter how it looks financially, just operationally, what is it that they're going to be putting into it?
Yeah, that's what I think about Mandeep too, as they continue to build out, right? They're going to have to spend to grow this company, right? And to do the things it wants to do, but it's got to be managed really carefully.
Yes, but I think it comes down to where they invest more. So they have three separate businesses in my mind.
Right.
And it feels like, based on this print, that Starlink business seems to be slowing down. Again, I'll have to listen to the earnings call to confirm my views here. But when you look at the subscriber growth, that seems to be decelerating. They're not really growing the ARPU. So from that perspective, maybe George is right. The airlines don't want to pay for it, and that could be the reason why it's slowing down. But
I just want to point out from our live blog, it looks like the call with analysts is just starting and getting underway. Call is beginning. Andrea Williams, the head of IR, kicking it off. The execs are all at SpaceX's facility in Bastrop, Texas. So we're going to continue monitor and look for headlines here.
Ed, what what Mandeep said about the Starlink business just now, and the questions about ARPU and revenue growth and deceleration. I'm just curious what analysts are saying about that, which is this is the cash cow for the company.
For Starlink, Starlink is a multifaceted business, right, where we look at the overall subscriber count, which we went over earlier in the program, but they have two other sales channels where they sell it commercially to businesses big and small, and then they have the airlines business in part, right? And so what they've tried to manage in scaling each of those is the offset of saying, okay, how do we incentivize consumer to spread adoption while paying for the build out of the constellation, but also probably the higher margin opportunity to sell it at scale to the airlines. And there are other instances of that, like Global Maritime, etc. And so it's not this sort of exciting Elon Muskian story that you might expect, but on the call, it'd be interesting to hear how someone like CFO Brett Johnson explains the strategy there of how they prioritize what is, I think, still a supply constrained division.
We just want to mention, looking at Dana Hull on our live blog, Elon Musk is giving opening remarks. So he is on the call, if you were wondering. Progress on Starship, connecting more people with Starlink, building AI computing capacity, and improving Grok models. George Ferguson, you're with us. You follow aerospace defense for our Bloomberg Intelligence team and more. What would you be asking Elon? What would you want to ask him?
I think it was pretty interesting this quarter where he announced, or the company announced, that they were going to phase out customer launches for Falcon 9 near the end of the decade. And was that predicated on Starship being fully developed by then, or is it a capacity issue with his own company, needing to get satellites up for Starlink? So that'd be one question I pose to him on this.
Mandeep, what would you ask him?
I am very excited about the Cursor acquisition now that it's closed, and they closed it at a good time when the stock was at its peak. So, their timing was great. And Cursor, having followed the coding agent market very closely, was one of the best assets to acquire. So
this is for people who may not be familiar with it. This would compete with Claude Code or Codex from OpenAI.
Right,
okay.
Yes. And just the inorganic contribution from Cursor could be north of $2 billion, per quarter. So I'm just modeling.
That's real.
In my head, the Q3 number for this AI segment would have at least 300% to 400% growth, at least based on the rough calculations that I've done. If you add up the deals with Anthropic, Google, and Reflection, and the Cursor revenue, this revenue line would multiply three to four-fold by next quarter.
Just gotta love Dana Hull, man, who's covered Elon and Tesla for a long time, and now obviously rolling SpaceX into it. Says Musk is doing what she calls Musk-splaining about the significance of Starship.
Don't look at me, look at Dana.
About the significance of Starship and the impact Starship will have on the future of civilization. We know that Elon Musk likes to talk in broad strokes and about mankind and civilization. He does this a lot.
His goal of bringing us to Mars.
Yeah, absolutely. Lauren Grush, our space reporter, saying Elon Musk talking about the successful Starship test flights this year, noting that the last flight in July demonstrated core capabilities necessary to achieve an orbital mission and the return to Starbase during the next flight. SpaceX also plans to catch the Starship at the launch site, something the company has not attempted before.
Hey, George Ferguson, I want to bring you in here on sort of the launch part of this business and just hear from you, your view about where the next customers will come from apart from the U.S. government and U.S. government contracts. What is the biggest opportunity for SpaceX's launch business?
I think that you potentially could have some business from Amazon's Leo constellation.
Wow.
As they're having challenges getting their rocket going. I think Europe could be a customer for some launch as well. Did I lose you, or am I?
No, I'm just.
No.
I'm surprised, given that Jeff Bezos owns Blue Origin, that Amazon's Leo business will be relying on SpaceX.
I didn't say rely.
Okay.
I just said
potentially
they've
use.
had some problems.
Okay.
And they may have to go to SpaceX to get some of that into orbit.
Ed, what do you think of that?
Well, what is known is, Musk talking about, Blue's focus, welcoming the idea that other people are looking at the space economy. I don't know, I don't want to speculate, but, space is hard, and Musk has acknowledged that. The background reporting that we've done that is so interesting is that the future is Starship, right? That is in development. That is still being put through its paces on testing. But a few weeks ago, we reported that beyond the end of 2028, SpaceX is turning away customers for Falcon. As a signal that, they're all in on Starship. And that leaves the launch market in a really interesting place. If SpaceX is saying, we're not going to take your business at this point, it leaves opportunity for others to fill a small vacuum a bit until Starship's ready. But also maybe it shows a lack of supply later. I don't know what George thinks about that. That's just what we had reported a couple of weeks ago.
George, come on in.
Yeah, we think that he's going to need a lot of Starship capacity to keep his constellation going alone, right? So I don't know if they're looking at the future and thinking if Falcon 9 doesn't, if Falcon 9's working, Starship doesn't, we'll need all of Falcon 9 to get our constellations into orbit and keep them there. Remember, satellites only stay in orbit for like 5 years or so, right?
Musk is also saying, I'm looking again at the live blog, says people are really underestimating Starlink. He says it's not out of the question that Starlink might deliver the majority of the world's internet access.
Ed, check us out on that. Check that one. That's an interesting comment. I mean, I think it's notable in many parts of the world that might not have, access to wireline broadband because that's very expensive to lay, and you see a leapfrogging effect in many parts of the developing world. But is that a fair point? Investors, not out of the question that Starlink might deliver the majority of the world's internet access. I mean, 12 million subscribers right now. That's a long way to go.
The way that Musk evidences that is him doing the math on current use of the internet. And what he's saying is that humankind, is using bits at a rate of, in terms of, he's Musk-splaining, but, to his mind, he's basically saying if you, I'm not laughing, I'm reading this because the transcript, I don't have the call in my ear, I've got the live transcript. He is saying that if you go on the current rate of use by computers on Earth and what the pace at which the constellation of Starlink's being built out, he's basically doing the math of saying, yeah, we could provide equivalent capacity.
Okay.
And, again, I don't know that the street sees that as being the mainstay of the business. Again, in the TAM that they presented, Starlink tops out at a few $1 billion compared to the business of them selling AI models. That's something that still needs to be reconciled.
Wow. So, okay, good context for where the growth is going to be coming from, because right now that is the majority of revenue. Mandeep, come on in on this question about not just connectivity, but what Ed mentioned, the total addressable market of the AI business at Starlink. I mean, have we learned anything new in the past few minutes about capacity, more on the backlog, how it's competing with some of the hyperscalers?
Yeah, I think the one thing they clearly mention is their live compute has grown from 0.4 gigawatts to 1 gigawatt in Q1 to 1.4 now. And they have about 14.1 billion in contracted sales, which is, I think, tied to the Google and Anthropic deals. But they are explicitly kind of talking about how much incremental AI revenue they expect in the quarter, and that Cursor deal as well. There is a mention of that. So all in all, I think they seem to be ramping up that gigawatt capacity. It's almost triple compared to where it was 2 quarters back. And if at that rate they keep growing the compute, then I think their AI revenue will probably surpass that gigawatt capacity expansion that we have seen. And that's probably the best way to model the compute revenue, is how much capacity they're going to bring online. And for every gigawatt, they should be able to generate, up to $15 billion in revenue.
I know, Ed, we're going to lose you in a few minutes. So before we do, top of mind for you right now as you're looking through these numbers and looking through the release more in depth?
Yeah, I mean, there was the disclosure just before the market close about SpaceX choosing NVIDIA's technology to be the compute underpinnings, along with its CPU, for StarMind, which is the name they've assigned to their orbital data center design. And it is a piece of news because what Musk is saying on the call right now is that they looked at the NVIDIA architecture and decided it was the best, and so they're going with it exclusively. What he had said in past public disclosures and appearances in the run-up to the IPO is that as they plotted this orbital data center plan, they would evaluate all kinds of compute, their own chips, Google TPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, etc., and do reference designs for all of them. Well, they're now saying the opposite. They've picked NVIDIA, they want to go with it, and that seemed a significant disclosure. It might be in part one reason why the stock closed up such as it did in the main session today prior to the market close. But I'd also point out that, based on the S3 data, the short interest component of this stock is very interesting going into the print. But yeah, that's really significant to me.
So Ed, just to wrap up here, you've got one question that you can ask Elon. He's sitting next to you, and you ask him what?
Not my question, but do you plan to merge SpaceX with Tesla?
Yeah, that's a good one. Ed, we know you have to run. Thanks for being around and walking through all this. We're not done, though. Ed Ludlow, of course, is host of Bloomberg Tech. Catch him on TV 11 a.m. Monday through Friday. And, of course, we'll be checking in with him, too.
We also want to thank Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Technology Research. He's going to listen to the call and write some research. Also, we're still joined by George Ferguson. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Aerospace Defense and Airline Analysis. He's out there in Princeton. And we're joined, too, in our studio, walking in here just moments ago, Max Chafkin. He's Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter. He's the co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast. Max, what sticks out to you? I mean, right now, shares down about 7%.
Yeah, and 7% in kind of Elon Musk world is not 7% for a normal stock. No. This has been a volatile stock. It will continue to be a volatile stock. I think the question is, and this came up during the beginning of Elon Musk's remarks on the call. SpaceX dominates one part of what it does, the launch business. It launches a huge percentage of the total amount of mass into space. Elon Musk was just bragging about that. But a lot of these future businesses that he is talking about, renting out data center capacity, making large language models, they have nothing to do with that. So you're sort of wondering as an investor, are they going to be able to bring that same level of dominance to this other field where they are also in a lot of ways behind? And I think that's where some of the tension is in terms of how investors are valuing this thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we talked about, I feel like, a lot, the AI segment, right? In particular, in data centers, if you will. I mean, the AI segment showed improvement with a narrower than expected operating loss. I still feel like, do you feel like there's still as many questions today as there were prior to this release? Or do you feel like we're starting to get a little bit more of the picture of what this business is about?
No, I think there are tons of questions. I mean, I think anytime you're dealing with a company where the valuation is so forward-looking, where it's dependent on so many things going right. Starship, on the call, they're talking about the last 2 test flights of Starship, being important milestones, but they have yet to, bring satellites into orbit with this craft. That's going to be very important. So again, it's a lot of stuff that hasn't really happened yet, although we are seeing in these results evidence of the fact that we're in the middle of an AI boom. People are paying a lot of money for AI infrastructure.
Well, Gwen Shotwell says some very exciting announcements are coming soon with respect to its Starlink business, maybe even as early as today. So maybe we'll get some stuff. George Ferguson, we want to wrap up with you, but we really appreciate your insight. As you continue to see some of the headlines cross, again, top of mind, and I ask kind of the same question, and I go back to it, what you would be asking Elon right now.
Oh, these are hard questions. I guess the most important thing about this company, again, is it's really an AI company that's going to use space, I think, as its big competitive lever. So when would they start to get data centers into space? When will they start that effort?
Yeah, I haven't seen that come up on the live blog yet, but we're going to be watching for it. George is shaking his head no for those listening on radio.
Gwen Shotwell also saying that SpaceX has a very robust and growing U.S. government mission demand, which drives revenue for the launch segment. I mean, that could, is that still the driver? You mentioned Europe could be a client. You mentioned Amazon potentially could be a customer of the company. The U.S. government, though, is a big part of this.
It's important, but it's not going to be able to drive the whole business. It'll be a small portion of the business.
Okay.
Starship's got to get that rocket beyond suborbital, don't they, in order to make this all work. Hey, George Ferguson, thank you so much. So appreciate it. He, of course, is Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Aerospace, Defense, and Airline analysis, so covers this from that perspective. We appreciate it. Hey, just want to remind everybody, just taking a quick look at SpaceX shares, they're still down about 6.5% as we speak, and the conference call is underway. Elon Musk says SpaceX expects to end the year with over 2 gigawatts of compute. That's one of the headlines that we have, but there's more coming through. We're going to continue. With us right now, of course, is our own Max Chafkin, Bloomberg Businessweek senior reporter, co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast. As you continue to look at the headlines, too, there is always a moving parts with anything when it comes to Elon. But again, do you think we'll get anything we haven't so far about the possible combination? Or is he going to kind of wait maybe on that? I don't know.
So during the Tesla earnings call, he made this kind of very winking thing. He said, I would never say something like this on an earnings call. That would be inappropriate. So I have to think we're going to see the same coyness here. I mean, there are some real questions about a merger because on one hand, you have one company, SpaceX, that is totally controlled by Elon Musk, where he is essentially the absolute ruler, and then Tesla, where he has de facto control, but not total control. And so in swallowing, so you sort of wonder, okay, well, what does the equity split look like? Is this going to be a situation where Tesla shareholders are going to be taking a smaller piece, smaller than half of a company that's even more speculative in a lot of ways than Tesla? Because of course, Tesla is very speculative as well. There's Optimus robots, there are robo-taxis, a bunch of things that haven't happened yet. On the other hand, there is this very good business selling electric cars that we tend to forget about as we're talking about the future. SpaceX is more speculative in the sense that it has a smaller amount of revenue, much smaller revenue than Tesla, and the future is much farther off. I mean, for all the boasts about data centers, they're not talking about data centers in space right now. They're talking about ground data centers which again, I think there are reasons to think that Elon Musk could be very good at that business. He's good at big scale industrial projects. He's built a lot of successful factories, but it's a long way from the kind of science fiction pictures that you look at when you look at their prospectus and so on.
And some of those businesses, those data centers are being powered by like mobile generators in Memphis right now, that much to the chagrin of some neighbors and some lawmakers too. I want to read this from the live blog. It's kind of wild here. George left, but this would be a perfect question to send to George Ferguson, so I'm going to make Max answer this one. Gwen Shotwell making the claim that commercial airline flyers are opting to take shorter flights so that they can actually experience Starlink Wi-Fi on their trips where available. Lauren Grush writes that she would like to get some statements from the airlines on that one. I think what Gwen Shotwell is referring to is the fact that United Express, the regional carrier for United Airlines, has installed Starlink on those more regional, shorter journeys and the smaller planes, and they're working to roll it out to the wide bodies. But I mean, I don't know anyone who's going to take a flight.
Wait, I'm going to California, and I'm going to take like 3 short
I'll fly
hops?
here to DC.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
DC, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Chicago.
Look, I mean, we travel a lot. Everyone knows it's very annoying when you're on a plane and the Wi-Fi doesn't work. And SpaceX is trying to use that to kind of try to create some consumer momentum, to try to create some bottom-up consumer momentum. And you understand why, because Elon Musk has this devoted fan base. A lot of those people are fairly well-heeled, and they can exert some pressure perhaps on airlines, at the margins. On the other hand, these are big investments. These are, long deals. And some of the Starlink competitors have also improved somewhat as well. Like, I think airline Wi-Fi in general has gotten better, even though, most flyers do seem to really like the Starlink. So I don't know. I think we're going to see them continue to do that, because it's a potential point of leverage here. Yeah. And it's definitely, these are bigger deals than getting someone to pay $50 a month, to wire up their home, which is kind of where they are today.
But I will tell you, as someone who does use Starlink, it's a really great service. It's pretty amazing. Not at my home yet, but it's just, I can see that there is growth potential in terms of markets. So I don't know. We shall see.
You know who doesn't need to fly commercial airlines is Elon Musk backer Antonio Gracias, who now has a $24.4 billion fortune on that SpaceX bet. He spent a couple decades backing Elon Musk, and it's paid off quite handsomely.
Well done, well done. Nice day. Nice job. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. We do want to also get to some stocks on the move. With us is Bailey Lipschultz, Bloomberg News senior equities reporter. Also with us, of course, is Max Chafkin, Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, co-host of the Everybody's Business podcast. And I can assume, Bailey, that your number one stock you're looking at in the aftermarket is SpaceX.
None other than SpaceX, ticker SPCX for those of you trading the stock. Down 7%, Max. It's funny because initially we say, okay, the stock goes up 4.5% post-market, earnings look fine, no one really cares. But the real driver is the stock was up almost 16% in 2 days. So it's really just giving back some of those gains, essentially trading to where it was this time yesterday. So
I know.
The big thing to me, guys, is we come into this, everyone's like, oh, SpaceX earnings. First off, it's typically SpaceX lossies. Let's be real.
Tim kept saying, don't call it earnings.
Don't call it earnings.
Results is a better word.
Results, but
Update.
It was interesting that Elon kind of kicked off the call. I don't know, Max. I didn't have that on my bingo card. Did you make a bingo card this year?
There was no bingo card, but of course I have my mental bingo card anytime an Elon Musk company reports earnings. I think Elon Musk loves to be at the center of these companies. And there's always been this tension with SpaceX because, unlike a Tesla, SpaceX has a long-time veteran, well-respected operating executive in President Gwen Shotwell. And so there's always been this question, well, maybe they will sort of push her more to the center, especially as Elon Musk has grown more controversial. But I think when you're talking about the way this company has pivoted away from being now, of course, they do, as Tim was saying, they do have a lot of contracts with the U.S. government. Those contracts are doing very well. Thank you very much. But as they pivoted towards data centers and so on, then it becomes the Elon Musk show. It becomes, here is the guy who spins a fantastical tale of the future to do that. And so far, I guess investors are kind of meh on it.
Meh for now. I mean, the thing that I found fascinating covering this going into the IPO was, okay, no, this is a space monopoly. But then getting ready for the launch, it's like, well, actually $26.5 trillion of that $28.5 trillion TAM is really AI. So it's a space business, but like, let's sell the dream, much like Tesla, where don't worry about the actual underlying business. Look at the different levers we could pull.
Well, the awkward thing about a monopoly is you don't have a lot of growth potential. and so I think that is the tension. They need to find a way to keep this advantage, which is that they launch most of the stuff to space while also spinning a growth story. And of course, the way that they've opted to do that is via Starlink, is saying, actually, this launch business is, you can think of it as a standalone launch business, but really it's the way we get these satellites into orbit.
Well, I remember talking to investors before the IPO, and I was kind of like, are you surprised by this repositioning? And they were like, well, you can't disprove it. You can't say that they aren't going to achieve this because fundamentally it's not there yet. So it's still a dream.
Well, the thing I will say is you look at the three different business sectors, AI, connectivity, and space. I mean, where they're spending in terms of CapEx, it's on the AI side of things.
Building those data centers.
Yeah. I mean, that's where they're really emphasizing. We got to talk about two other names while we've got Bailey. Max, feel free to chime in. We love. AMD also reported, and that stock was down in the aftermarket.
Yeah, AMD, ticker AMD, down 7.5%. This does come after latest sales outlook less than people were looking for, and kind of looking at that, you really have to keep in mind this is a stock that last 2 days was up 7 or 8%. The whole kind of ebbs and flows of everything going on with chips. So lofty expectations on the buy side. So even if you're missing maybe what the sell side was looking for, typically the buy side whisper number is a much higher bar.
Yeah, exactly. And a stock that's been on a tear. Paramount Skydance.
Let's go to Paramount Skydance. PSKY is the ticker, Bailey.
Not really moving. Down.
Yeah, I know.
1%.
Even though 2 million new customers for Paramount Plus, including some of those to watch the FIFA World Cup.
You're a big sports ball guy.
No, I'm not. I am now becoming a sports dad because my son likes sports. So I'm learning about sports.
So you're paying up for the Paramount
Oh
Plus?
my God. No, we paid for Fox, whatever Fox's thing is. I forgot what it's called.
Fox One.
Fox One, thank you. Sounds like Max is a sports dad too. Thank you for the reminder to maybe amend the subscription now that the FIFA World Cup is
amend,
over.
you mean, dial back the spend, reallocate the
only
resources?
thing we were watching on that was World Cup games.
Can I just say, though, on this release, a lot of cost cutting from the merger is what's kind of helping it, right?
I mean, I don't know. I will not talk about things I don't understand, like judges and kind of court cases related to M&A.
No, but I'm just saying cost cuts, with the merger. I know, we're still waiting on this one. Any thoughts, Max?
No, same count as Bailey. I think this legal fight is going to be really interesting. Obviously, that is going to say a lot about where this company goes.
If Paramount doesn't close its deal with Warner Brothers by September 30th, it will begin accruing a $650 million quarterly ticking fee to Warner Brothers shareholders.
So does that mean David Zaslav gets more money?
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Okay, just wondering.
Well done. Guys, thank you so much. This was fun. So appreciated. Of course, Max Chafkin, Bloomberg Business Week senior reporter, co-host of Everybody's Business podcast, and of course, our own Bailey Litschultz. He is Bloomberg News senior equities reporter. That's going to do it for us. Check out Stock Movers, 5-minute episodes. Find it on Apple or Spotify or anywhere you get your podcasts. Coming up next, Balance of Power.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston.
WNBP Newburyport.
Bloomberg 92.9.
Programming paid for by Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Tonight, a rising tide. Hopes for a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz send U.S. stocks to fresh records, and Brent crude back below $80 for the first time since mid-July. We'll speak in a moment with retired Lieutenant General Karen Gibson, former Director of Intelligence for U.S. Central Command, about whether the calm can last. Plus, the Michigan test. Michigan Democrats choosing between a moderate and a progressive today, and a very closely watched and expensive Senate primary testing the party's direction. Michigan is one of 5 states voting today as President Trump begins a 2-day Western swing focused on the economy and fundraising. And earnings. Liftoff. SpaceX topping revenue estimates in its first earnings report as a public company, but sharply higher capital spending clouding the results. That report coming just 2 days before more than 900 million shares become eligible for sale in the company's first major post-IPO unlock. From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew.
And Joe, we kick things off with the markets. The S&P 500 climbing
to its first record since June today, topping the 7,700 level, with the Dow also hitting a new all-time high north of 54,000, and chip stocks seeing their biggest four-day rally since 2020. All of it driven in part by hopes that the U.S. and Iran could soon reach a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and that optimism also driving Brent crude below $80 a barrel. And after the closing bell, SpaceX posting its first earnings report since going public, with shares falling roughly 7% in the after hours, even after topping revenue estimates. For more, we turn now to a special edition of Power Moves with Bloomberg's Ed Ledlow, who joins live from San Francisco. So, Ed, my initial sense here is it's not about the money coming in and the revenue line beating. It's about the money that's going out, all of their capital expenditures.
Yeah, spending is enormous for SpaceX still, and it's highly concentrated in the AI part of SpaceX's business, not the space or rocket part. So in the quarter, capital expenditures were $18.4 billion. 86 of those, or $15.6 billion, were on AI infrastructure. And, you know, what SpaceX AI, combining SpaceX with xAI, which it acquired, is trying to do is make a business of renting out its compute capacity to third parties. In the beginning of this third quarter alone, they did $6.7 billion of new contracts. So clearly they have momentum there. And if you take the AI business of renting out compute in isolation, they're doing it relatively profitably, even though that, you know, this is a loss-making enterprise in aggregate. And then beyond that, it was Musk being Musk, explaining that all the other things that SpaceX hopes to are well underway. They're just taking time, and you know, we got some pretty incremental updates. The stock down 6%.
6% indeed, and far below its IPO price. And is this a sell the news, or is there real disappointment over the results? Because I know we're looking at this unlock at the end of the week that could bring some different fortunes to the shares.
So curiously, the stock had a bit of a surge today prior to the earnings statement and prior to the market close. Short interest on this stock is an interesting factor, but the lockup is another factor. So you're right that the first sort of tranche of shares that were subject to a lockup period are hit the market. It's about 900 million shares. After earnings in November, you have another $1.3 billion shares. Basically, if you were an existing SpaceX shareholder because you were a VC firm that backed them or an employee prior to the IPO, you can now sell some of your shares. And so those shares flood the market. That could, in theory, put downward pressure on the stock. But there are other factors at play here, and like a lot of it is making sense of the value that it was assigned at the time of its IPO, relative to the updates that we're getting right now on how all those futuristic businesses are doing in real terms.
Yeah, and of course that value in terms of market value is now about $1 trillion less than it was when they made their public debut. I know the earnings call is about to get underway, Ed, and you're going to hop on it. What's going to be the number one question that needs to be answered?
Yeah, I mean, you know, SpaceX in the first half an hour or so of the call has been through, you know, their plans for Starship. Clearly, it's front and center, the next generation launch system. They are making strides to get their latest Starlink generations of satellite for connectivity operational. They see huge opportunities in enterprise and government contracts. Probably the biggest operational update is that they have agreed to use NVIDIA compute in their space-based or orbital data centers. And what Elon Musk said is they looked at all the available compute architectures out there, basically which chips to use, and NVIDIA's were the best. So they went with NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has the exclusive deal for SpaceX's data centers that will be in space. And the piece of news is that they plan to launch them next year, but first test them on the ground. Again, unproven. Not yet happened, but it's, you know, it's a big part of the future business plan that SpaceX has outlined.
You mentioned NVIDIA, and I've got to ask you quickly about AMD. Ed, This is another earnings report after the bell, and just because the chip trade has been so volatile, up one day, down sharply the next, we've got disappointment here following the forecast, and I'm wondering what this means for the whole space tomorrow.
Well, we're seeing other AI infrastructure stocks also under pressure. So that's the direction of travel. It's a simple story with the third quarter revenue outlook, which was $13 billion plus or minus 300 million, just wasn't good enough relative to the most bullish expectations of the street. You know, AMD is up 140% year to date going into this, but it's a simple story. Like, people want to see outperformance. AMD closing the gap on NVIDIA because NVIDIA's growth is still so high, and they just didn't clear that higher bar hurdle when you think about the sort of top end of estimates.
Ed, we'll let you get on the call. I appreciate it so much. Ed Ludlow in the clutch, the host of Bloomberg Tech, with some important after-the-bell earnings. And we turn now to the other major story driving markets today, geopolitics, with investors seeming to have endless optimism around the war with Iran after the president said he was giving Iran one last chance to come to an agreement on the war, with outlines for a deal reportedly in motion. With us now for more, Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan. She's live at the White House. And Kate, I'm wondering if we should expect anything. The president said this would be quick, just the next day or two. Any word tonight?
We'll see. I mean, there are signs that the U.S. and Iran are getting closer to a potential interim deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't heard yet from the president directly on this today, but we have heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who both sounded quite optimistic about the prospects of a potential deal. Bessent said that we could have a deal as soon as today. He said maybe today or tomorrow. Now, of course, we've heard a lot of optimistic messaging from this White House on Iran before. We've heard, a deal is imminent, a deal is close, only to have talks completely fall apart and strikes resume. So we'll have to see. We've seen many iterations of this over the last 6 months since the war started back in February. But on this particular deal, many questions remain, of course, over whether tolls would be charged in the Strait of Hormuz, because this is specifically on reopening the strait. There are still questions about whether Iran would retain any control over it, whether there would be restrictions and tolls. We have seen, Iran has laid mines in the strait. Are the mines going to be removed? How is that process going to look like? This was, of course, a completely open international waterway before the U.S. and Israel launched this war on Iran back in February. But, there is a looming threat always by the president. We've heard a lot of escalatory, threatening language from the president on potentially escalating attacks. But as of right now, these negotiations are occurring through mediators. And Qatar is saying that there is a draft proposal that has been circulated among U.S. and Iranian officials.
Of course, Kate, we haven't heard directly from President Trump about this today. He swore in the new Director of National Intelligence and Jay Clayton and kept it closed to press, didn't take the opportunity to potentially answer questions. And he's now on Air Force One heading to California. Talk to us about what he's doing out west in the next few days.
That's right. So the president is on Air Force One headed to Los Angeles right now. He's going to do a 2-day swing in California and Nevada. Tonight, we're expecting him to attend a fundraiser, a reception for the Republican National Committee. And tomorrow, he's going to be giving remarks in Vegas that the White House says is going to focus on the economy and drawing contrast between his administration and his policies and Republicans and Democrats. This is, of course, coming ahead of the critical November midterm elections. And as voters are feeling, poll after poll shows voters are feeling a lot of economic anxiety. They're feeling really the brunt of high gas prices, high grocery prices, and generally just the ripple effects from this war in Iran.
All right, Bloomberg's Kate Sullivan live at the White House for us. Thank you so much. And as Kate alluded to, President Trump's claim that this is Iran's last chance to negotiate is one he's made repeatedly in the more than 150 days since the conflict began, just as he's consistently maintained for months that the U.S. has already won the war.
I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news.
We're negotiating now, and they want to make a very good deal. They're willing to give us everything. I think we are winning that battle, but you're really going to win it over the next 2 weeks when we declare total victory. It'll be a total victory. It'll happen very soon.
We've already won militarily. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so bad. This is the last chance. This is not something that, if it doesn't happen, this is the last chance for them to sign a good document.
And joining us now for more is retired Lieutenant General Karen Gibson, the former Director of Intelligence for U.S. Central Command, former Deputy Commanding General of U.S. Army Cyber Command, and an advisor at Academy Security's Geopolitical Intelligence Group. General, welcome to Balance of Power. It's good to have you. And while we do want to discuss Iran with you, we have some breaking news just crossing the terminal that you're also perfectly poised to weigh in on. OpenAI has disclosed that its models breached more boundaries in third-party cyber testing. 2 external testing partners consumers identified incidents. This is separate from the Hugging Face incident that has already been reported, in which their models accessed the public internet. OpenAI saying here that their models breached testing boundaries, and they're going to be reviewing their own approach to third-party testing and reviewing third-party testing scope and safeguards. This is not just a one-time instance, it seems. OpenAI is now saying this has happened repeatedly. How do we get our arms around
Yeah,
this?
so I think the meeting that they'll be having at the White House with some of these frontier model developers, Anthropic, OpenAI, and others, is really important for establishing that framework for testing, particularly from a national security perspective. You know, over the weekend, there were reports, there's some ambiguity, but 7 to 12 states that have had water, critical infrastructure affected by cyber attacks, possibly by the Iranians. And while so far every breach that we're aware of has been one a U.S. company has its model has broken through and done something with very minimal human direction, that's absolutely not the kind of capability that we can afford to fall into nefarious hands. And so that'll be a really important meeting.
I don't know if it's encouraging to you that we learned about this from the company itself. OpenAI is the source of this information. And it makes clear, just like the last time this happened with Hugging Face, Kaylee, the new incidents involved models accessing the public internet during third-party cyber evaluations under specific conditions and reduced safeguard configurations that did not reflect ordinary deployment. To what extent do we factor that into news like this? They could be seeing this as a breakthrough.
Sure. So I think it's very, technology always moves faster than policy.
Yeah.
And this is an area where, for a variety of reasons, we've been challenged collectively in coming up with the kind of policy safeguards that would allow us to safeguard our nation and our critical infrastructure and yet still be a leader in terms of innovation. There is a tension there between the two. And again, technology almost always exceeds policy, but this is a dangerous area
If
for
the
that to be
guardrails were
happening.
down in this case, though, that means this might not have happened if they were up.
So
Should
perhaps
we be encouraged by that?
No, no.
Okay.
Discussion about this White House meeting, which not a lot has been disclosed, but as I understand, possibly a voluntary framework. Perhaps it should not be voluntary. And, we've done a lot to downgrade, disable a number of elements in the U.S. government, one of them being CISA, the Critical Infrastructure Security Agency, who should play a lead role in this. And I'm afraid they are probably not as robust as they used to be.
Well, you're suggesting that maybe it shouldn't be voluntary. If it's made mandatory, the concern that President Trump has expressed is that means we cede ground to China.
Exactly. That's that tension between being an innovator and having a lead from a technological development area, as well as then employing safeguards. There's definitely a tension there.
Let's get into the war with Iran, which is why you came here initially, and we appreciate your bearing with breaking news. Kaylee made the reference at the outset here that the president has made a routine of this, walking up to the line with very grave threats and then pulling back at the last minute. Some call it taco. The market calls it a reason to rally. The New York Post added these up to find that he has done this 13 times. As somebody who's actually worked in the highest ranks of our military, do you get a 14th?
Well, I always temper my enthusiasm because there have been a lot of pronouncements that are made for things that don't come to pass or agreements that are made that aren't implemented. That's frankly not where I'm tracking my own, sources for developments in the Middle East.
Yeah.
And many times these agreements, even when they're struck, are much harder to implement than they are to say that we've reached a deal. So I think I am cautiously optimistic in terms of reopening the Strait. That doesn't mean it's going to open tomorrow or return to commercial normalcy in the near term, because there is so much work, as Kate just outlined, before I came on, so many things to consider. Demining, the specifics of what the administration of the Strait will look like, and commercial shippers and the companies that insure them will expect some trial runs, some demonstration of feasibility and safety before they are willing to send large numbers of vessels through. So, we're not going to see the Straits reopen per se tomorrow. Will a vessel go through? I'm sure that probably will, but I don't think we count that as open.
Well, U.S. Central Command actually just posted on X that within the last 3 months, they've seen to it that 1,000 ships have been able to exit the Strait of Hormuz. Even if we are able to do that, it becomes a question of how long. Can the U.S. maintain this blockade, this support of commercial vessels indefinitely?
Yeah. So they're two different things. You know, the blockade is preventing vessels from, that's about putting the economic squeeze on Iran by preventing vessels from getting to their ports. Work that is done to open the strait. You know, U.S. Central Command, where I worked and,
led their intelligence.
Right. They've done a tremendous job of destroying a great deal of Iran's military capability, but they haven't eliminated it. And frankly, they will never eliminate entirely the ability to choke off the strait because the target of that strategically is commercial shippers. And it doesn't take much to shake their confidence as they weigh the potential for profit against a perception of risk. And all Iran has to do is elevate their perception of risk to impact the flow of ships. That's a very high bar for us to eliminate. Frankly, I would say impossible.
The President talks a lot about our satellite capabilities. For instance, Pickaxe Mountain, we've been watching it. He says every day we can mow the lawn whenever we want to. I'm wondering to what extent we have on-the-ground intelligence in Iran, the extent to which we know what people are thinking and what the regime is doing. Do we have enough human assets to understand what's happening?
Well, Joe, if I had details on our intelligence on the ground, I would not tell you, and I would not tell you on television. But I would say, I look at two things. One, we've already talked now about our ability to degrade their capability, but not to eliminate it. The other half of the coin, though, and this is what I actually find more bothersome, is there's no indication that we've moved the needle on Iran's strategic calculus, that we've done anything to truly impact the thinking of the men in charge, of the people who are calling the shots in Iran. And right now, that's actually the IRGC. Another reason for cautious optimism regarding negotiations for the Strait, positive movement or discussion, comments that come from diplomatic channels may not always match what happens in the security state in Iran, the IRGC, the ones who really, I think, are calling the shots and can be somewhat autonomous from the diplomats.
Well, and is there a chance that the IRGC is looking at reports like the one that came out from Reuters today that the U.S. is running very low on key munitions and thinking we can outlast this?
All along, Iran, I think, has believed that time is on their side.
Is it, though? If we're running low on stockpiles?
That time is on their side. So they believe that, their strategy is to survive, avoid capitulation, and make the war so politically and militarily, politically and economically intolerable for us that we back off. They think they have tremendous leverage in their ability to choke off the Strait of Hormuz, and that, again, time is on their side, and that we lack the tactical patience to see this through. I would add, it's not just about the Strait of Hormuz anymore. The last 2 weeks, Iran has demonstrated an ability to hold at risk oil and energy infrastructure across the entire region, whether that's, the Houthis enacting a blockade at the Bab el-Mandeb, attacks against Red Sea ports in Yanbu and Aqaba, even as far as Egypt, or the Emirati port in the Gulf of Oman. That happened a couple months earlier. So I think that additional demonstration of capacity is part of what compelled our Gulf allies to pressure the president to say, let's prioritize diplomacy for now and hold off on these heavy military strikes that are being threatened, because it's our Gulf allies who carry the risk for Iranian retaliation. They're the ones that are economically suffering more than us, and that physically are on the receiving end of those strikes.
We're out of time. I'm getting the hook here, but General, we're out of ATACMS? Has this war been well managed?
Well, I'd say there were a number of probably planning assumptions that have proved false. And had all of those assumptions proved right, it would have been over in a couple of weeks. But, that decapitation leads to regime change, that sinking the Navy eliminates the maritime threat, that having air superiority will allow you to dictate terms. None of those are true. If they were, it would be over.
It's really great to have you, General. We've learned a lot, and we hope that you'll come back. This is an important conversation. Retired Lieutenant General Karen Gibson with us live on Bloomberg. Coming up, a fight for the future of the Democratic Party, they say. Michigan voters choosing sides in a Senate primary, pitting the party's establishment against its progressive wing. And we'll take you to the race that could offer an early look at where Democrats are headed next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. SpaceX shares now down 6.9% after hours, after earnings. SpaceX out with its first quarterly report as a public company. Now, revenue did exceed Wall Street expectations. However, we are seeing shares selling off again, down now by 7%. Keeping tabs on SpaceX shares, Ross Gerber is the president and CEO of Gerber Kawasaki.
What I'm surprised about is how rapidly they're moving forward with the development of these satellite-based data centers, which, obviously has never been done and is the challenge from a technology perspective is massive. So, they're moving forward full speed ahead.
Ross Gerber of Gerber Kawasaki again after hours. SpaceX down now by 6.6%. After hours, we got Advanced Micro Devices down 8%. AMD disappointed investors with its latest sales outlook. Assigned shareholders expected more of a return from the global expansion of AI data centers. Again, after hours, right now AMD down by 8%. Paramount Skydance posted a surprise surge in second quarter profit. Cost-cutting from its merger last year continuing to pay off. Paramount is the parent company of CBS and MTV. S&P today at a record 7736, up 1.8%. Dow Industrials up today by 1.7%. The NASDAQ Composite up 2.6%. NASDAQ 100 up 3.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. With our eyes on Michigan, where voters have less than 4 hours to choose their Senate nominee in the Democratic primary, in a race there that has gained national attention as a key test, they tell us, for the future of the Democratic Party. Abdul El-Sayed taking on four-term Congresswoman Haley Stevens, no stranger to this broadcast. El-Sayed is looking to ride the recent wave of victories by progressive candidates, with recent public polling showing El-Sayed growing his lead over Stevens, while bettors on Polymarket give 98% to the progressive. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Nancy Cook. Our national political correspondent's been all over this race. It's great to see you. We're finally here. $56 million spent in trying to boost the establishment, Haley Stevens, for whom many thought this would be a layup. Is this a losing night for her?
Well, so, I never say never. Mm-hmm. However, polling today really showed that El-Sayed has a big lead and, he could win by potentially double digits.
Wow.
This has been sort of the most competitive Senate primary, or really just the most competitive Senate or Democratic primary this season. And it's really pitted, the progressive wing of the party, Elizabeth Warren, Senator Bernie Sanders, against the moderate wing. I'm thinking of, pro-Israel group, Chuck Schumer. It's really been it's encapsulated the civil war that has dominated the Democratic Party this spring. And tonight will be the culmination of that.
Yep.
And Republicans likely want to see El-Sayed win, right?
Republicans absolutely would love to run against El-Sayed. You have to remember that they are running Mike Rogers, who is a former House member. He lost a Senate race to Alyssa Slotkin by about 20,000 votes, during the last election. He has great national security credentials. He's viewed as kind of a moderate, a Republican before Trumpism really hit the party. He's very popular in Michigan, so he will be a formidable opponent, regardless of who wins tonight.
We've only got about 30 seconds, Nancy. Do you buy this narrative that's showing up in media around the country that this is the battle, crystallizes the battle from within the Democratic Party trying to find its identity?
Well, I think that it's a really key swing state, and I think that it's going to be important to see because it will help us take the temperature of the party both for the midterms, but also looking ahead to the 2028 presidential race.
Yeah, Michigan is not New York.
No.
Example where we have Mamdani, and of course saw those House primary victories for some socialists as well. Bloomberg's Nancy Cook, thank you so much as always for your reporting. And still ahead, the lawmaker now refusing calls to step aside following domestic abuse allegations, and much more on the fight for the Senate in today's Michigan primary. Ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:26 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. SpaceX, after hours, after earnings, now down 6.8%. Revenue did exceed Wall Street expectations in the company's first quarterly financial report following its blockbuster IPO in June. Trading lower after hours as well. Advanced Micro Devices, it disappointed investors with its initial sales outlook, a sign shareholders expected more of a return from the global expansion of AI data centers. And after hours, Paramount Skydance posted a surprise surge in second quarter profit, cost-cutting from its merger last year continuing to pay off. So today, an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. In fact, records for the Dow and the S&P. As for the overall earnings backdrop today, we did see Palantir among the names reporting last night. Palantir surged 29.45% after earnings. S&P wraps up the Tuesday session at 7736. That was a gain of 1.8%. The Dow up 1.7%, also a record there. NASDAQ 100 index higher today by 3.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now, your 3-day weather forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Partly cloudy tonight, low in the lower to middle 60s. Partly to mostly sunny Wednesday, we'll get up into the middle 80s. Partly cloudy Wednesday night, low 65 to 70. Mostly sunny, maybe a late day shower or thunderstorm Thursday. Humid, high in the middle to upper 80s. Partly to mostly sunny, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm Friday, high approaching 90. I'm Scott Kaplan with your 3-day forecast on Bloomberg 92.9.
Data storage used to be straightforward, but AI has rewritten the rules. The data it needs to thrive is trapped in aging infrastructure. In fact, less than half of enterprises report that their data is AI ready. That makes initiatives stall before they start. Instead of fragmented systems, companies need a unified data platform, one intelligent layer that delivers data at the speed of AI, because good enough isn't good enough in the AI era. Learn more at everpuredata.com.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. In tonight's Power Brief, the House Ethics Committee is now investigating Republican Congressman Max Miller of Ohio over allegations that he may have engaged in domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use, an investigation he called for himself in an attempt to clear his name in the face of calls to resign. Miller is in the midst of divorce proceedings in which his ex-wife accused him of acts of physical violence toward her and their young daughter. Miller has denied the allegations. races. On Sunday, Miller's former father-in-law, Republican Senator Bernie Moreno, joined fellow Republican officials and called for Miller to resign from his seat. But Miller has said he will not step aside or end his bid for re-election. Democrats now see a potential opportunity to flip his seat in this year's midterms due to the accusations.
A trial date has been set for one of the largest media acquisitions in recent memory, with a California judge scheduling a 12-day trial in March of next year for the pending Paramount-Warner Brothers combo. After a pair of lawsuits challenged the $110 billion proposed acquisition, a group of states led by California's Attorney General Rob Bonta and the Writers Guild of America suing to block the merger. Paramount and Warner Brothers sought a November trial due to the cost of delay. Under the purchase agreement, Paramount has agreed to pay some $7 million a day to WBD starting October 1st until this deal is finalized.
And the Department of Justice has sent monitors to cities across Michigan today to, quote, ensure transparency, ballot security, and compliance with federal law. The DOJ sending monitors to Detroit, Hamtramck, Lansing, and East Lansing, all Democratic strongholds. Michigan is considered a must-win for Democrats if they want to flip control of the Senate in this year's midterms. And the winner of today's Democratic primary could help determine not only the balance of power after November, but the future of the party, which Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer spoke about earlier.
In Michigan, we are going to beat the Republicans. We're going to take Michigan, and we're going to win back the Senate. Bottom line, we are going to win Michigan, take back the Senate, and have a majority. Look, we are a big tent party, and being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
And joining us now is Jessica Taylor, the Senate and Governors editor at the Cook Political Report. So, Jessica, we can talk about the direction of the Democratic Party, but first and foremost, how do you expect this race to go down when it's ultimately called?
At this point, it would be a surprise if Haley Stevens were to pull it out. I'm not saying that there's no path for her. Certainly polls have been off before. If there's very heavy African-American turnout, there is a path for her. But we've been seeing these past few weeks that the momentum and polling clearly shows that it's Abdul al-Sayed that has the energy behind him. And I think it really does speak to, as you all were talking about earlier, it's the direction of the party. I think that people want people who are going to stand up to the leaders of the party. Haley Stevens has been very allied with people like Chuck Schumer and with AIPAC on her votes for Israel. And I think that's just really becoming a dividing line in the party. But this represents a real test of whether that approach can work in a general election in a swing state, because this is not New York City. This is not a liberal enclave like Denver. This is one of the swingiest states in the country that in 2024 split and voted for a more moderate Democrat for Senate and Alyssa Slotkin, but also still voted for Donald Trump for president. And so this is a tough state for Democrats to have to defend. And as much as they are going on offense in places that are unexpected, like Texas and Iowa, this is still a state that they have to keep in their column.
Well, so, Jessica, is this a night then that we decide whether this is a national trend, or will the analysis point us back to specific issues in this race, whether it's candidate quality, anti-incumbency, anger at AIPAC? At what point do we connect the dots from coast to coast?
I think that it will be a real dividing line tonight, Will, because this has been the highest profile fight, and it's not happening. It's happening in America's heartland. I think that this really tells, because Michigan, if you look back, they have elected more moderate senators like Alyssa Slotkin, like Gary Peters, Debbie Stabenow, that was there for decades. It's been sort of more middle of the road establishment people. But I think that August is going to tell us whether this trend continues or not. You have Minnesota next week, where you have the more progressive Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan up against the more centrist Congresswoman Angie Craig. That's not as competitive of a seat, but it's still one that we are watching. And then you have the Wisconsin governor's race. To be clear, neither Flanagan nor al-Sayed identify as a Democratic socialist, but Francesca Hong in Wisconsin next week does identify as a member of the DSA, and she has not had some of the candidate skills that Abdul al-Sayed has had in communicating. And this is a real race race for governor in another very quintessential swing state that could be put more on the board. You see the incumbent governor, Tony Evers, backing a candidate in Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley, who just got back in the race to try to stop Hong. Whether that is too little, too late, we will see. But I think August is going to tell us a lot about the direction of the Democratic Party. And I think a lot of it stems from President Trump, that they see that he has sort of upended his party for the past decade. And I think Democrats are kind of coming to this reckoning that, you told us someone like Joe Biden was going to stop Trump. And if we went sort of with this middle of the road tested establishment figure, and Donald Trump is back in the White House, and you have really people within the party that are energized to come out in November, but they're energized, I think, if you have people like Abdul Al-Sayed on the ballot. That's the argument that their campaigns are making.
Well, and on that notion of energy, Jessica, if El-Sayed is capturing that kind of energy, should we consider it a foregone conclusion that Mike Rogers is going to have an easier time running against him than he would Haley Stevens?
I think it's a real test. I mean, you still have swing voters in Michigan. You have more swing voters than you have in Manhattan or Brooklyn. So it's still a real test. I think that national Democrats are right to feel more comforted if it were someone like Haley Stevens, because this has been a tried and true approach. And El-Sayed has got to prove that he can bring out lower propensity younger voters. But if that's happening, then I think there is something that is changing within sort of the politics of how this moves. Again, I think that Democrats will have to spend more money here if it's El-Sayed to keep those more swing voters in their camp. But if they are able to bring out newer voters that we typically don't see come out in a midterm environment, that could change the calculus. I think this seat, just because of the environment, is competitive with El-Sayed still. But it's certainly a new type of test that we have not seen. It reminds me, though, of 2010 in many ways, where you saw Tea Party candidates upset establishment candidates, and some of those candidates proved to be weaker candidates. We'll see what Abdul Al-Sayed, because Republicans lost winnable races, and notably, even as they flipped the House in 2010, they did not flip the Senate. So does a state like Michigan, is this a backstop perhaps for Republicans? I will say there are some Republicans that are worried about sort of the fundraising that Mike Rogers is putting out. They want to see him do better, and perhaps if this race moves to the top of the competitive list with El-Sayed, you could see more Republican dollars flowing there. But it's still a really critical element of both sides in Republicans keeping the Senate and then Democrats taking it back.
What do you make of this new poll, Jessica, from Reuters Ipsos today? Pretty remarkable. It took 10 years for Democrats to turn this around. Chosen over Republicans, albeit by 1 percentage point, as who are better stewards of the economy. It's been since 2017 that a majority went with the D's on this one. In this case, 37% registered voters, 36% picked the Republican Party. It's within the margin here. 27% said they were not sure. But I'm wondering if we can call this a trend line, who that helps, and if it's not El-Sayed.
I mean, it helps Democrats. El-Sayed talks about putting money in your pocket. And I think that he has really doubled down on an economic message in a way that I think some other more DSA-aligned candidates like Francesca Hong have been struggling to do in recent days and have gotten tripped up on more cultural issues. I think that Mamdani we see him, he's a very gifted communicator. He was able to dial down on affordability concerns, and I think El-Sayed has been able to do the same thing. But, this was supposed to be Trump's superpower that he was bringing back to the White House, was to be able to turn the economy around. And we see that we've been tracking at the Cook Political Report his economic approval rating, and that has been dropping very steadily, especially with the war in Iran. Voters are connecting the war in Iran to affordability, to gas prices, to prices being higher, and tariffs. It all rolls into the affordability question.
And finally, Jessica, we have some breaking news from the office of Senator Susan Collins of Maine, who has just put out a statement saying that she will be voting against the nomination of Todd Blanche to serve as the next Attorney General. She says, while she believes Mr. Blanche is a capable lawyer, the Department of Justice has become increasingly political. He has taken several actions that have further eroded the department's independence, and that is the basis for my vote to oppose his confirmation. Is that political necessity for her in a state like Maine?
I think when you look at where Trump's approval ratings are in a state that he lost very, easily in 2024, she has to separate herself from the president. And so I think she's probably given more cover than other Republicans would be given to vote against this nomination. They can spare her vote. Of course, they don't have Mitch McConnell's right now. So it is a much tighter numbers in the Senate that they're dealing with. But I think this is a vote that she probably has to take in order to keep her electoral hopes alive. Now, she has overperformed there in Maine. We've, of course, seen a new nominee come in Democrat Troy Jackson. I think he's still having to prove himself and introduce himself to voters with 100 days out. But Susan Collins is in the most vulnerable position that she's ever been in.
All right, Jessica Taylor, thank you so much for joining us. And we're beginning to see the aftermath following today's first ever SpaceX earnings call, with telecom giants like Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile all falling more than 4% after hours, and NVIDIA gaining after comments on SpaceX's plans in the call. The COO, Gwen Shotwell, said in the earnings call with analysts that Starlink Mobile should be able to acquire customers from big wireless operators. Hence the pressure we're now seeing on those names after hours, Joe.
Really interesting. Just 40 minutes after the call began. We'll have a lot more on this coming up. The Senate's last gasp will go to Capitol Hill, where indeed senators are holding last-minute votes before heading out of town until after Labor Day. We'll bring in our political panel as well on the day's biggest stories, only on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Speed, analysis, context. This is Boston's best source for news on the FM dial. Bloomberg 92.9. Coming up, the latest market-moving headlines from Bloomberg. First, an update from our partners at ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Doing what Ohio Congressman Max Miller publicly urged them to do, the House Ethics Committee formally announcing an investigation into Miller for allegedly domestic violence, abuse, or illegal drug use. Miller has denied allegations. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Miller, telling him his re-election campaign is in jeopardy. Bail set at $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of the three wildfires in Spokane, Washington. Flames melted electric and gas lines, says ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane, seeing repair crews.
In where there are fire crews right here trying to dig line and clean up the area, but what they're doing is building a road so power crews can get in and try to rebuild the power line. So they're actively doing that right now.
Acting Attorney General and AG nominee Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. A full Senate vote is ahead. This is ABC News.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:42 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and OpenAI says some of its artificial intelligence models, along with models from another AI lab, have been involved in 3 previously unreported cybersecurity incidents. Now, these new incidents are separate from a previously disclosed case involving Hugging Face. SpaceX's earnings are out. First quarterly report as a public company. Revenue did exceed Wall Street expectations. Shares, however, of SpaceX, they are trading lower after hours. SpaceX right now down by 6%. Advanced Micro Devices down 8% after hours. It disappointed investors with its latest sales outlook. Assigned shareholders were expecting more of a return from the global expansion of AI data centers. 2 big box office blockbusters this summer, The Odyssey and Spider-Man. Spider-Man hitting $1 billion in worldwide ticket sales. Ethan Raghunathan covers entertainment for Bloomberg News.
But really what you're seeing here is, some very, very popular franchises. You have a very popular director in Christopher Nolan. Yes, it's the biggest movie, but it's also going to be a little bit hard to generalize. I think, though, what the success of these 2 movies does is that for the first time now in 7 years after the pandemic, we're going to be able to get to that magical $10 billion in domestic box office. And these 2 movies obviously would have, and Spider-Man definitely has a big, big role to play in that.
Ethan Raghunathan, that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The
The bottom line is nobody is clean here. And until we start recognizing this behavior is bad, we're just going to one-up it. Maybe it's a little bit more intense in this administration than the last one, and that a little bit more intense than the prior administration, and so on and so forth. But folks, we've got to end this stuff. We do. I'm going to support Mr. Blanche's nomination, but what I hope I see out of him is a bending of the curve of this absurdity.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, of course, Republican Senator Tom Tillis there from North Carolina, sounding off on the systemic issues plaguing Washington, while voting in favor of advancing Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's nomination to the full Senate following weeks of negotiations around Blanche and the White House's anti-weaponization fund. Just moments ago, we got breaking news on this. A big no vote against Blanche from Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine in a re-election battle, of course, of her own. For more on that, the final hours of action in the Senate tonight, we're joined by Bloomberg's Eric Wasson, live on Capitol Hill. Eric, it's great to have you. Are we surprised by this news from Susan Collins? I know she was on a short list of senators to watch, and by my count, they can only lose 2. Is that right?
I'm really not surprised by it at all. I think this would be a very tough vote for Collins, who's in a tough re-election battle against Democratic nominee Troy Jackson to vote for Todd Blanche. We're also looking at Lisa Murkowski and Bill Cassidy. If I was a betting person, I would think Bill Cassidy may once again sort of cave in and vote for the administration position. He has held out on the Iran war and other things, but after, consulting with the administration tends to go along. But we'll see. I talked to him in the hallway yesterday, and he said he's standing by a statement that, he wants to make sure that this is going to be an attorney general who happened to used to be the president's personal lawyer and not someone who's going to act as the president's personal lawyer going forward. And then he didn't clarify further. So I think he's weighing it. Murkowski's also weighing it. But yeah, if both of those join Collins, this nomination would be blocked again. I will add that Blanche can act as the acting attorney general as long as this plays out, and could do so for quite some time.
Well, that's very true, and we'll see if those limits have to be tested and ultimately what comes down on this vote, Eric. But the Senate's planning to take a number of votes before they leave town at the end of this week. What realistically is going to be able to get done?
I really think that a stopgap spending bill keeping the government open from October 1st to December 11th will pass. It's relatively non-controversial. It cleared a procedural hurdle and a giant vote. It contains an interesting provision to prevent the White House Budget Office from politicizing grants, from only sending grant money to red states, and that actually is supported by members on both sides who are worried about the precedent that would set. I think that will actually get done. I think Russia sanctions bill could also get done, but there'll be an interesting amendment vote. John Thune, the majority leader, revealing to us that he's going to allow an amendment vote to strip out the tariff authority. This is something that has a lot of Democrats, including top Finance Committee Democrat Wadden Wyden, very worried. They think this gives too much leeway to the Trump administration to use to penalize our allies. So we can see how that vote falls. Rand Paul also wants to see a vote on that. But if that goes forward either way, the Russia sanctions bill will clear. There's an attempt to do the sports, college sports bill here. I don't think that will be done. There'll be an attempt to vote on the crypto bill, the Market Structure Clarity Act, but that sounds like it's in a lot of trouble. And this would basically be a procedural vote. The Republicans hope to stage and then to go on the campaign trail and say that Democrats are anti-crypto and get some fundraising off of that. Those are the main items. What they're not doing is an Iran war funding bill. There's a budget that passed the House, $95 billion for the Iran war, for farmer aid, for election security, and there seems to be no appetite to do that. And I'm waiting to see if the president really lays into John Thune about that.
All right. Bloomberg's Eric Wasson live on Capitol Hill for us. Thank you so much. And joining us now for more is this evening's political panel. Adam Hodge is with us. He's a Bloomberg politics contributor, Democratic strategist, and managing director at Bully Pulpit International, alongside Republican strategist Aaron McGuire of Axiom Strategies. Welcome to you both. Aaron, as the Republican here, we know Susan Collins is not going to vote to confirm Todd Blanche. And I wonder if you would expect that a couple other Republicans would be willing to break ranks here.
I imagine, to Eric's reporting there, that you could see Senator Cassidy come over and be a yes on this. You could see Senator Murkowski as well. And that's enough for them in the long run to be able to pass this. But also, to Eric's point, they could keep Todd Blanche on as acting attorney general in perpetuity through the end of the term. They just have to keep renominating him. And at that point, yes, Susan Collins was able to take the political victory she needed to. Also, she is an independent vote. Yes, I'm sure a bit of that might have had campaign calculus, but I would put that more at 98% Susan Collins with being Susan Collins.
Okay, well, you know how this stuff works. You're no stranger to Washington, Adam. Some lawmakers will cover each other for one who might be in a sensitive race. This is done, though, right? Todd Blanche will be confirmed as the next attorney general.
Absolutely, and like no surprise, Susan Collins is trying to cover her political.
Even though the anti-weaponization fund could come back.
Yeah, but look, I said this last week. Like, Republicans always eventually come home and do what Daddy tells them to do. Like, the president wants Todd Blanche as his nominee. He's going to get him. I didn't believe that John Cornyn and Tom Tillis will ultimately vote against this nominee. And the deal that they supposedly got is not even worth the paper it's written on. But let's remember, RFK Jr. promised he was going to do nothing to support vaccines, to erode support for vaccines. He got on the door. He eliminated support for vaccines. Brett Kavanaugh, as Susan Collins knows, told him to her face, he's going to stand up, and that Roe was settled law. First chance he got, he voted against it. So this is what the Republicans do time and again. No surprise, that's what's going to happen this week.
Well, Senator Cory Booker spoke to some of what you were just saying, Adam, in the markup in the Judiciary Committee today, basically suggesting that Cornyn and Tillis didn't get much for their holdouts here. Listen.
This is all hat and no cattle. It's hard for me to say this as a plant-based guy, but where's the beef? Where's the beef? This is ridiculous. We got nothing, no guarantees whatsoever that this slush fund still can't go forward. We got nothing that the President of the United States can't cheat on his taxes and have no accountability. Dear God, folks. This is so ridiculous that we are sitting back here and allowing this to happen.
Aaron, did Tillis and Cornyn really not get much at all with this entire process?
No, they got what they wanted. They got the exact thing they asked for. They went into negotiations and wanted something signed by Todd Blanche, and they got it. Cory Booker there, someone's trying out for 2028 pretty early, and didn't that feel like another attempt at a Spartacus moment? As he's sitting there lambasting President Trump about cheating on his taxes, the president's never been convicted of tax fraud in his entire life. So the senator should be careful of the words he's using when he's talking about the president in committee. Blanche went into negotiations with Cornyn and Tillis and said that he was negotiating in good faith to sign about the slush fund. He did. Cory Booker might not like that deal, but the two gentlemen who are in the majority and who were able to get the nomination out of committee did. So Cory's grandstanding is just a pathetic attempt at a 28 audition.
Wow, I thought he was giving James Talarico cover with the plant-based reference there. I mean, vegans can be tough guys too. Not that Talarico was. But okay, we're not only talking about Todd Blanche. You know who was sworn in today was Jay Clayton, who upset a lot of people when he wouldn't say who won the 2020 election in his confirmation hearing. But as a Democrat, is this an upgrade from Bill Pulte, who apparently is going to remain to some capacity with the admin?
I mean, but Bill Pulte is the political hack. He's been that since the day he got in run FHFA. He did that around some of the Fannie Freddie stuff, some of the housing policy stuff. He'll do whatever the president tells him to do. So is Jay Clayton an upgrade?
Yeah.
A barely one. I mean, what he did in that confirmation was he debased himself.
Is it enough to renew FISA?
I would hope so. I mean, I've said it before, FISA should be confirmed, and we should find a way to do that. But the problem is, throughout this administration, they have eliminated the trust within Democrats and Republicans on issues that should be nonpartisan, because they just do not think that they won't use their powers and abuse them to go after their political enemies. Right. And so that's what we've seen time and again.
We have just over 2 minutes left, and I do want to hear from both of you on Michigan. Adam, how problematic is it for Democrats if El Sayed wins tonight?
Look, I think that the underlying story in Michigan is that the president is unpopular, and he's going to drag down any Republican running against him. Now, obviously, I think Haley Stevens would have an easier time beating Mike Rogers than El Sayed. And that's what you've seen some Democrats in the country say. We will see how it plays out. we may end up spending more money there than we would want to, and that means states like Texas and Iowa that are now in play may have less funds to deal with. So that's the trade-off we'll have to get. I still think Mike Rogers is someone who goes down in November regardless of who the nominee is, because Trump is so unpopular in Michigan.
Wow. What's your thought on El Sayed, Aaron McGuire? Is it make my day?
I do think that El Sayed's going to win this primary. And I think to Adam's point here, this does put Democrats in a bit of a bind and a pickle because they are not fundraising at the level nationally that Republicans are. President Trump's MAGA Inc. alone is sitting on almost $500 million in campaign funds. And Democrats were going to have to move money to help try and get El Sayed across the finish line if they want to. But the way they laid out their 2028 presidential map was an attempt to try and stop the socialist climb in the Democrat Party. So I'm going to be curious how much oxygen or money national Democrats actually give El Sayed in their attempt to stave off the socialist rise.
We're out of time, Aaron, but just quickly, you mentioned all that money in the MAGA Inc. PAC. When do you expect the president's going to start spending it?
Goodness, I hope right now, immediately right now. Let's get some reservations on the board and get some of that money out the door for these good Republicans. Absolutely. Let's do it immediately, but I hope before Labor Day.
I think he's saving it for his library.
The library?
Yeah.
Not for a campaign.
Trump has never helped and bailed out Republicans in midterms.
He's the king of earned media, I thought.
Yeah, earned media, sure. He's going to
That's not
put
true.
that
He
library
has
money
spent
to
on
good
ads
use.
before. That's not true. They've spent on ads and ground and lit before. He has spent money out of MAGA Inc. on campaigns and competitive races before. That's not true to say.
This needs to be continued.
Let's do it.
I think Adam and Aaron, great panel. Thank you both for being with us here. We're going to be learning a lot tonight, apparently, about the future of the Democratic Party, and we invite you to check out the Washington Edition newsletter to get ready for the results. You can find it on the terminal and online.
And of course, once we have the results in hand, we'll have more analysis for you on tomorrow's edition of Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 5:56 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A day of records on Wall Street today, both for the S&P 500 index and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This as talk of negotiations continue. Oil moved lower today. We did see West Texas Intermediate crude wrap up the session at $75.77 a barrel. Brent $78.77, down today by just about 6%. So while it was a record-setting day today for the S&P 500 index, we did see no record for both NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index. Nimrat Kang is Chief Investment Officer at North Star Asset Management. She says, however, no question, the market is broadening.
One of the things that we have seen, we monitor a lot of the industrial companies that sit outside the AI trade. Look at the rail companies. You are seeing a big rebound in growth year over year. So all of those things point to where there's a trickle-down effect happening from just AI-centered expenditures into broad-based in other industries and sectors as well.
North Star's Nimrat Kang interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Again, the S&P wraps up the session higher by 1.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is the Bloomberg Black Business Beat, sponsored by FidelityWealthManagement.com. The moment has finally come for Brianna Scurry. The iconic goalkeeper was a hero for the U.S. women's national soccer team back in the 1999 FIFA Women's World Cup final. Her penalty kick save helped to vault her team to victory. But as an openly gay black woman, Scurry feels like the media and society at large wasn't quite ready to celebrate her achievements when they were happening. But as times changed, things got better for Scurry, and she started to gain the same sort of fame and notoriety that her peers got.
Now in society, it's not taboo to be out, and it's not taboo to be a player of color either. And also the fact that I did what I did and I became, essentially an iconic person over time. Now media is appreciating me more. I have a lot more sponsorships and partnerships.
Scurry recently partnered with financial services company Gainbridge as a brand ambassador. I'm Bloomberg's Justin Milliner on the Black Business Beat.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
This is WBOS HD1 Brookline, Boston. WNBP Newburyport. Programming paid for by Bloomberg. Now, an update from our partners at ABC News.